Jason?
Yeah.
The meeting is now live on YouTube.
All right, Missy, you've just sent you the link in this call.
Too serious? Lee?
Huh?
Too serious?
No, you're right. It'll be fine. Well, you're really.
Oh, sneaking right out of the gate. Yeah.
Day two.
Day 2 tomorrow. On the book. I do not some places, some are wide open, you can show.
Ladies and gentlemen in the room, you are now live on YouTube.
Same thing. You know, I'm doing that.
Oh, yeah, there was one on my wife. We had a ranch.
Made it, found it.
South of 20.
Oh.
Uh-huh. 191.
Right.
Right on the edge of the creek.
Hey, Rod.
Doing my thing. Call her to the condo.
She was coming, right?
Keeping my little girl.
Like the leaves. All the above. I think we're live.
And they said the white.
I heard. We are live.
Gazillions.
So,
can't kill them.
we'll get rolling here in just a minute. Just a reminder for everybody.
Yeah.
And the guys that are feeding them just.
Lee. Okay, we're live. Good. So if we can get everybody's attention. Just welcome everybody. It's nice to gather together. Last meeting in Zoom was good. I think it's great to be together and put our faces together and
Sorry.
and not hear that repeat myself. I appreciate everybody coming such a distance. I know I was talking to Ray just a little bit, over 400 miles. He just needed to come over here and see what things look like in Billings. But again, I appreciate everybody being here. It's good to see you. So a couple things. If you're here with the public, make sure you sign in, name and where you're from, who you represent over here. If you have a cell phone, make sure you don't have the elk bugling or the crows crowing or whatever it is you do. Yeah, so I guess we'll jump in with a reintroduction a little bit, since this is the first getting together face to face for some of us. So maybe Rod, if you'd start out.
Rod Pasture from Jordan, Montana. We ranch and have an outfit business.
Dale Tribby from Miles City.
Ray Rugg from Superior, outfitter and rancher, I guess.
Cindy Cohan from Butte.
Ever Headley from Stevensville.
Eric Elvis, Farm Ranch, Hensville.
Ed Beal, outdoor sporting goods in Helena. How's that on that side?
Donna McDonald, rancher outfitter in the Ruby Valley.
Richard Roth from Big City, Montana, rancher.
Paul Ellis from Bozeman, outfitter.
Drew Stamberger. I live in Billings from Forsyth. I'm a hunting guide, a beekeeper, sales representative, and part-time truck driver for my dad in the summer when we're harvesting.
Lee Cornwell, Valley County, we have a ranch out there.
I'm Ron Howland, the legislative liaison for the department.
Oh,
Hope Stockwell, administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division,
which is access.
which is access. Yes, it's access.
Yes. How about Charlie?
Good morning, Charlie Sperry. I'm an assistant division administrator for Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division at WP, and I did the internal evaluation of the access programs with Jason and help out where I can. So, glad to be here.
Jason Cool, work with our access program for FAQ.
Right, I know we have a lot more, and I think when we get to some of the discussions where everybody's involved, we'll continue with that. Maybe Jason, introduce a few folks from the regions. Again, thanks everybody for being here. So on the quick home reports, like to just hear what's happening, where you're at home, in relation to this council. Let's start over there with Lee.
Not yet.
You're it.
There was we had finally got some rain. And then I had an out-of-state guy call me before I left home and wondered if the bird flu was killing the pheasants. I told him I didn't know.
You hadn't asked any cousins.
I hadn't seen any dead laid in the middle of the road or anything, so I told him I didn't think so.
All right. Drew.
Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations since the last meeting. A lot of it revolving around obviously all the topics that we discussed, but then the hot one was of course the application period and draw results and that whole scuttlebutt there. And then most recently with the recent lawsuit that was filed, hearing quite a bit about that. One of the things back on the draw, it was a bummer that it didn't go as well as planned, but you know, back to transparency and one of the things that I mentioned before was transparency from Fish, Wildlife and Parks on what was going on. And then when we had to redraw, I felt like it, I heard a lot of folks saying, well, they didn't understand what was going on with the redraw and just a lot of the nuances that were pertaining to that. So was it 10% more pegs allocated? Did that impact the 454 agreements, which impacts us as a group? So there was just a whole lot of chatter about that. I did hear from one person, and oh dang it, I forgot to write their name down, but they hope when you guys sent out information about the PALA agreements, you guys kind of did a mass mailing. I did hear from one landowner who got that, didn't totally understand it, but they had got it, and we kind of talked through it a little bit. So it was fun to hear from somebody who actually received it and was kind of interested. They ended up not doing anything with it, but it was just nice to know that it had filtered out to the masses. So those are some of the general things I've heard.
Thanks, Drew.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of people. Mainly I focused on, I've talked to a lot of sportsmen and stuff too, and some of the things Drew brought up, you know, we talked to, you know, the Yukon lawsuit and corner crossings come up quite a bit too. But in talking with landowners, you know, in an effort to try to figure out some way to, you know, gain more access for the public, you know, talking to these ranchers and stuff. I think, you know, and I sent out that letter to everybody, and I think a lot of it's to do with 400 behavior. I can go on and on story after story, but a lot lot of these ranchers just, they don't have time to deal with hordes of people that are coming to their doors. You know, the gates being up, poaching, and it seems like this poaching and trespassing is just getting out of hand, especially in eastern Montana. So I think that was my main focus. I don't know what to do about it, but I think we're gonna visit about it. So.
Yeah, up in the north central Montana region, I talked to some ranchers around the area and then had some issues even this spring ourselves with trespass. A lot of people out getting out, mainly looking for horns, but they were out driving basically on private property to public property. Those were some issues there, but some of the issues of the ranches around is a little bit to do with 454, that new program and the ratio of tags to the private owners as opposed to the public hunters. They feel it's a disproportionate amount. And the fact that the limitations to how those are used was an issue. The PALA, I went to that meeting up in Glasgow, which was an education for me. I'd never been involved in that. It was a good experience. I think there's some issues that I'd like to bring up at some point about that, as far as how that's looking with just the sheer number of access that we're looking at providing, but the lack of, and this was heard throughout just even the neighbor or the people that I spoke with too, that we've got all this access we're wanting to give out, but there's no management of it. There's no wardens. I mean, the wardens that we have up in north central Montana, there's 2 guys for about, I'm totally there's just a huge range of acres and there's no way to do that. So we want to provide all this, do all this, but no increase at all of wardens or anything to manage this property and do that. So that was another thing there. The big things that obviously, and what I'm sure we're going to cover through, would be the elk management and the corner crossings will be things that will come up. There was an interesting article in the Montana Standard this morning. It was an op-ed from Representative Missoula, Mayor about the GOPs basically trying to take away every Montana's hunting right. And I think if that's the direction that the general public of Montana is going to feel, I think there's going to be a lot of private property owners that are going to say, we're done. So I think people really need to start really thinking about who the owners of the property are and what that means. I think that's really going to come to a head, because it's actually sound. If that's the direction that this representative is taking, she's going to really find an interesting outcome from the private property owners such as myself and how that comes out.
Over in the southwest corner of Montana, I went to a meeting with a group of ranchers, and there wasn't a lot of discord or with the block management program. Everyone was pretty happy with it. Of course, everyone always has trespass stories, almost like always a story about somebody trespassing, but there wasn't a lot of heartburn, not anything greatly new. I think our area is, the ranchers are so concerned about the grizzly bear that really dominated the conversation. A loss to their cattle. So that was the main takeaway.
Let's skip over to Tierney and come back.
Yeah, I talked to a couple big landowners around feelings as far as the 454. They'd like the ratio. If I get, they get 3 tags, I get 3 tags. That's kind of what they come back to. I said that it is a step in the right direction, but that's how they feel. And again, I guess with these same with what Rich said, you need somebody to be able to control the acres that we're opening up.
Right.
Not much going on in Jordan, America, but the big concerns are lack of enforcement. And again, the trespass and they all know it's gonna get worse and they're tired of it. And I have to agree with Rich, whoever said it over there. I think at the end of the day, the sportsmen are gonna feel the brunt of it before long. That's kind of to the point they're at. About it.
In Miles City area, of course, the draw result debacle, or I shouldn't say debacle, but just it created a lot of uncertainty in what's going on here. Heard about that. Porter Crossing, the UPOM suit have been certainly a topic of discussion. You know, I still hear from several landowners about low deer numbers, although I also hear from other areas in the region that say they have plenty of deer. So some of the people that typically, I think, do a really good job of having an idea how many deer are out there are saying the deer numbers are low. One of the things, and maybe Pheasants Forever people will talk about it, but we have a landowner that's down south Coal Strip that's been in block management for many, many years and just a great cooperator. He essentially got 100% burned out last year on the fire, and they're having a work day, 2 work days there next week to go help him build fence. And I know there's quite a few people head down there to spend a couple of days stringing wire. That's the other thing I would say is that it's amazing what a good amount of precipitation does to change landowner attitudes. It just, we went from a significant drought to things look really nice right now in our part of the world. And I've seen it for years and years. You get those really good wet springs and attitudes really change for the positive. That's what I got.
Thanks, Dale.
Actually, our part of the country, or my part of the country, there isn't much private land, and there's few block management, and that's about it. So you don't get the access problems. Everyone from over there comes over here to hunt anymore. So. Yes, they do.
The lawsuit, of course, was up there. Skyline's not too happy with it. They, I think everyone agrees that we need to do something about areas that are over objective. I think the concern is, what do we do? I don't think there's agreement on that. They're still a little upset about that. The commission agreeing to that 3-week deer season over there when there's no basic data to back it up. And they did a study in the tobacco roots previously and found that 3-week season does not. But that's still a topic. And the district combinations, when some of the districts thought probably didn't need to be combined the way they are, because the elk on one side, say one side of a river, migrate this way, and they might, and the other side, they migrate the other way. And when you combine the district, it might actually affect the migration.
Thanks, Jimmy.
The rollout of our new app has kind of been disappointing. Really buggy, crashes a lot. I know they're making fixes in real time, but I don't know what the long-term functionality is going to be as we roll out new features. I'd like to see something on that. I would like to see our app become something on par with what other states who use Calcami have. And I know that there's discussion we can have on that in and of itself, but overall, it's just been really disappointing to see that we put the time and the money into it, and what we've gotten just seems very underwhelming. The draw issue, like others have said, has been something of concern. I think it erodes the credibility and the trust of the department for that to happen. And I'm really thankful that we didn't do what Idaho did last year when people drew sheep tags and they recalled those sheep tags and then reissued tags. But I'm also a little concerned that we're just adding tags to the pool that's already out there that the director did. I understand it's kind of an imperfect solution to the situation, but again, I think that there's a PR issue here with the department and sportsmen particularly. And so looking at that would be something I think would be beneficial. And then I don't think there's been any communication on the new Elk Management plan. I think we're supposed to have the new one by October. And I might be wrong on that, but I haven't seen any updates or where we're going or what's gonna be going on with that. I know that there is a working group working on solutions, but as I understand it, that working group is not binding in any way, and it's not the direct, it's not directly working on the EMP. So really something on that. I know when I worked on that working group with Marcus, you're here, aren't you? With Marcus, when was that, like 18 months ago? And I don't know that anything's gone on since. So I really feel like that's something that needs to become a major priority. And then corner crossing, with what happened in Wyoming and in the MAP Land Act that just passed, I think sportsmen are really starting to ask the question, what can be done to find solutions? And I don't think that they're thinking, well, I don't want to speak for them, but I think that there's some solutions that could be advantageous, some that could be combative. And I guess go through that former. So having that conversation and finding a solution on that is something I think people talk about.
Thanks, sir.
Well, the UPOM lawsuit has been a topic of conversation I brought up with a few landowners, and the majority of the landowners in Montana have no idea who UPOM is. They've never heard of it.
Really?
When told about it, most of them are kind of in agreement with what UPOM is doing. When it's explained to them, they can understand the point of it. The biggest thing that I hear up in Region 6 where we're at is the pressure our mule deer are receiving and the hunting pressure Region 6 is getting. It's something has got to be done. Something's got to be done to slow the people down, because the landowners are fed up and tired of. They're sick of the slaughter of every mule deer that walks. And I've talked to several landowners up along the Canadian border that are thinking about closing their places down entirely, not allowing any now. So I think that's something we're gonna have to address as we go forward. Hopefully we can look into this after we get done with the elk issues. One thing I have heard a little bit about in regards to elk is landowner sponsored abuse, landowner sponsoring people, and then getting compensation for the people that are sponsoring. There's some abuses there. Other than that, not much going on in Israel, USA.
Collectively, other than that, not much going on. Yeah. The only thing I would add is more specifically related to what everybody in my world is worried about, is the price of gasoline and ammo. You know, it relates to this council in different ways, but hunting relates to this council, and ammo in regards to Pittman-Robertson money, which relates to funding of these programs to a partial degree and a good degree. So that's kind of what's happening in the hunting outdoor retail world. A lot of the same concerns that you've all expressed. You know, I think in the West, I hear more people satisfied with block management than dissatisfied. I think there's a lot of, so there maybe are more block managements that are set up with multiple landowners, and they tend to manage that area more effectively than just one. And I think it spreads the hunter out more, and that's the result on the ground. They have an opportunity to hunt, and it's pretty good hunting. There's no guarantees, but I see that more in the West and hear it more in our vicinity with block management, especially when two or three get together to take care of the issue on the ground on their properties. So, you know, I'm just trying to put all that together. I mean, that's the charge of this council, to deal with these problems that you've all just brought. I think we've heard pretty much the same exact problems since we began in December and certainly in February. And at some point here, by the end of this meeting, we need to come up with some ideas to flesh out to go forward with. I don't know if we came up with a final time frame where we need to look at anything we're proposed in regards to legislation. You know, that's going to be June or July. We need to have an idea coming forward. I think July is the EQC council meeting, and that's an important place for us to be able to proffer some ideas if we're going to bring them forward. So we have a fair bit of work to do today on PALAs, which is a different objective for us, and then tomorrow let's talk about putting some ideas down that we've already talked about and get some ideas put out there that we can act on. So just kind of a summary. So I think one thing, I don't know how many people have joined publicly here and on Zoom. Is there a way to see that? I always like to remind us of our charge as a group, you know. So I was listening to that, you know, Everett mentioned the working group, the Elk group that the director has put up after the last Elk group, and they are working on it. I think they're trying to figure out what to bring in that regard to dealing with the elk management plan that we all believe is a primary issue. And they don't get a lot of public input either. And I think that's the challenge for us is to be aware of that and be, how do we wear a hat that brings it all together? You know, if I'm giving a synopsis of what I just heard, there's a lot of problems in the east. You know, Ray mentioned that he doesn't have a lot of problems in the west. Part of the problem in the west is people that live there want to hunt and they have predator issues, so they go somewhere else to hunt. You know, and you folks in the east, the great expanse of Montana, have the deer and the antelope, and now you have elk. And so I think all these things are coming together, as Rich said, to a head. And you know, that's why I wanted to get the wildlife organizations involved in this, because I hear you, Paul. You know, there's frustration, and then there's frustration on the other end. So, okay, now what? You know, so our charge as a group, you know, we're composed of people interested in issues related to hunters, anglers, landowners, and outfitters, including but not limited to hunting access programs, the fishing enhancement access program, landowner hunter relations, outfitter industry issues, public access land agreements, and other issues related to private lands and public wildlife. That's a lot. That's one sentence that includes the whole banana in this issue of wildlife management. And when we started, I think it was the first meeting or second meeting, we had the map up on the wall of Montana, and we looked at the complexion of 64% private land and 36% public land. We've all got to be part of this solution. You know, everybody has their own game. And I realize, like right now, Eric and I were talking just a little bit this morning at breakfast. What are the pressures on the land now with fuel costs, fertilizer costs, all these things? They're kind of also at the tipping point. You know, how do you keep up with that and produce in this state? And I think everybody in this discussion really has a strong interest in ag people being healthy. Because without that, we don't have this problem to discuss, right? Without good producers who have done a good job historically and going forward, it's not a problem. We wouldn't have the wildlife we have. And so I think from the sportsman side of it, we need to recognize that as a group and not press so hard. And we need to be part of how do we resolve this? So that's just kind of a summary of how I see this through my 6 or 7 years on this council. And then as we have begun this new council, I think we've got up to speed pretty good on what the programs are. We've chewed on it enough. You know, I think everybody knows, and we have people here that can explain it if we don't. And now, looking at our meeting today and tomorrow, we've got this charge to go through with these objectives and give some advice and bring forth. So with that, I mean, just essentially that we're clear on our mission. Because when we come to the legislature next year, if we propose some things, we also have to report to the governor and the legislature, what's the status of this? We hear all the problems. What's the status that we've brought our minds together to resolve? I think everybody knows the problems. And the relational aspect of this is really the challenge, you know, to realize that we all operate daily with our own hat, but what's the bigger picture? Keep coming to what's the bigger picture? You know, how can we do something that solves some of the problems? You know, if we come with one really good thing, it's going to be a good deal. We can't solve them all, but we can solve what we can by taking some action on it. So I've repeated that like 3 times. So I don't know if anybody has any additional comment to that. We're going to jump into our PALA agreement reviews. Paul?
When's the next meeting?
Scheduled meeting is in August.
Yeah.
Good question. We'll talk a little later about, we may have to have some kind of discussion in June. EQC will meet in July. So if we need to flesh something out solid to present to them to get a clear understanding on everything, that's kind of the time frame. Is that correct?
It is. I would say, members, so EQC, the Environmental Quality Council, is the legislative body with oversight over fish, wildlife, and parks, which is why these issues end up there. And in the past, Private Land Public Wildlife Council has taken legislative proposals to the EQC just as sort of a feedback loop, get some initial, hey, this is where we think we're heading. Do you have any thoughts on this? Anything you'd like to point us in a direction on, or just say that's going to be a no-go? And the EQC has provided that feedback. And sometimes the EQC picks up proposals and runs them as council legislation, which is a different ballgame than if you just run legislation through an individual legislator. You get it drafted sooner, it's ready to go, so session starts. So there's an advantage to doing it that way. Getting concepts in front of them at July gives them that opportunity to pick something up if they want to run with it. We have time between their July and September meeting to flesh something out on paper and take it back to September for a final vote. I don't know that you want to go that route or that they would want to pick anything up. That's a whole ball of wax to think about after the conversations today and tomorrow. I think what we need to do is see where you end up in the discussions today and tomorrow. And do you come up with solid stuff? I think there's some low hanging legislative potential changes that would be easy to wrap up and package quickly. But if you get tangled up in something, we need to flesh it out a little bit more. Then we'll just talk, I think, more tomorrow about how things are looking, what we might need. We don't have to have all the details finely tuned for a July EQC meeting, but at least knowing what direction you want to head would be important. So,
thanks for that. Paul?
Do we have to get it on the agenda for that meeting for EQC?
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem.
That's not a big issue. No real head time on that.
No, give them a heads up, but I think the chair would be amenable. Would need to confirm that, but I don't think there'd be any problem with that.
And just to kind of reiterate that there's a number of ways to get to it, but I think if our goal is to be successful, if we want to put some ideas towards legislation, that's a great path to do it. And it's probably one of the most successful paths if we're all on the same page and we work a lot of the kinks out before it comes to legislation. So, anything else? Okay. So our agenda today.
Before we settle into the palace stuff, I might suggest we get a little more comfortable.
Okay.
Maybe move the tables a little bit so we're not breathing down these guys.
Great.
Let's settle in and get a little comfortable here. I think Mike and I were talking about maybe pushing these forward. We can even
Something you really want to say it fast. We good?
We're good. Yeah, in 30 seconds, it would have just left us on, so.
Okay.
Just in case that pops up again, so.
Good
thing somebody knows what to do.
Guessing.
Yeah, Mike.
Colleen, can you hear us now?
I haven't tried it yet.
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we good? So back at it. We're gonna start into Palace. We'll have break, public comment in there. And then 2:30, we're gonna hear from DNRC, BLM, and Forest Service on some of their access initiatives and updates. Then at 3, we're gonna hear from Greg Lemon, Hunter Landowner Stewardship that we talked about, the chorus program update, and anything in ComEd. From some sporting groups right after that, Marcus Strange is here, and maybe Hunter is coming, or, yeah, Hunter Van Donsel, who we met with last. Then we'll end with public comment today, and then head to the hotel and hooligans. So we'll get it all loose after this. Okay, so Hope or Jason gonna introduce some regional staff?
Yeah. So I think we'll start with the honorary host here, Mike Ruggles. He's a regional supervisor here in Billings. Dale Nixdorf, the third one over there on the shelf or on the wall there. He
Whatever it takes.
So Dale is our hunting access manager here in Region 5 as well. So then kind of flip flop it, going back then, we'll start in Northwest Montana. Macy, she's our brand new, well, relatively new position to Region 1, so Northwest Montana, the hunting access manager there. Kendra, 2 chairs over, is our Region 2 out of Missoula office, also the hunting access manager. Colleen in the red shirt back here, she would be our Region 3, so the Bozeman office, hunting access manager. Region 4 is technically Evan. Evan is about a month on the job. So Evan is out of the Great Falls office, also the hunting access program manager, took over for Derek, who some of you heard from before, Derek Miller. He's our regional maintenance manager now out of Region 4. And then talk about the guys from 5 and then Region 6. I'll start with Drew. He's the regional supervisor out of the Glasgow office, manages all of Region 6. And then along the wall with the Kansas City Chiefs hat is Tim Potter. He's our regional recreation manager, also formerly a hunting access program manager for Region 6. And then next to him is Katie. She's our acting Region 6 hunting access program manager. And then back to the back corner, we've got Travis Mache, Region 7, so Miles City, hunting access program manager. Will be all of our staff. We do have a couple joint positions here from Pheasants Forever and the BLM. Tori Oberlin is next to Travis. She works on Region 7. These are positions that PF and the BLM have funded. The agency does not contribute to their positions, but they do work on access projects. So Tori actually helps bring one of the palas to this group. And then Trenton Heisel, also a joint Pheasants Forever BLM access program specialist out of Lewis. That's
And I'll just give a plug that in the reorganization that we've been going through with the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division and access programs in there, it's a real boon to have Derek come into the regional maintenance team, the regional maintenance manager team, and Tim come into the regional recreation manager team, because they bring that access background and specialty in a way that we didn't have yet represented. And so I think that's going to be a really great asset to the managers team to have those two have such a background in these programs.
Okay, can I ask for just a sheet? It's not terrible name.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll get you a sheet. Yep. Can do.
And what their position is.
All right, so we're ready for Pella reviews.
All right. So with this process, the way this works is that we'll have one of our regional folks present their respective projects to the group. You all are making a recommendation to the director on basically the project. So hopefully, if you were involved locally with your local regional reviews, you've seen these projects before, but now it becomes the full council recommendation. We have quite a bit of time scheduled for this. It may take the full time, it may not, just depends on how much you guys want to discuss. Oftentimes we have this all electronic, but fortunately now we get to meet in person, so we get to use these big binders. But we don't have any projects from Region 1, so Northwest, Kalispell, or Region 2, Missoula. So we don't have anything there, so we're going to start with Region 3 in the Bozeman office. And so Colleen has got a few projects in the book, and then also a couple of projects that she wanted to discuss before the council. They just had some issues, just to bring up for your awareness. So I think if you're ready, Colleen, we'll have you go sit by Dale if you want.
Hey, Jason,
Yeah.
question.
Yep.
Quantity wise, how does this compare to previous attempts?
So in terms of overall number of applications, we're pretty much consistent as far as year to year to year. We haven't really, we didn't see a big increase this year. We did have obviously more interest because of that landowner letter and direct mail that went out. That was the second time we'd done that. We spent quite a bit of money doing radio, print, TV advertising as well this year. More than we've ever done before. And it still didn't produce as many projects as I would have hoped. But we got quite a few projects actually out of that radio or that direct mail piece. So it's about the same as the previous 2 years in terms of just the number of overall projects.
I have more questions. Should I hold those for after, or should we dive into these first?
Yeah, I mean, if it's specifically about the Pella program.
Well, it's specific, so like, if all those efforts didn't do what you wanted, and I don't know what you spent, but
Yeah,
like,
let's talk about
okay.
that, because we'll do the Pella discussion tomorrow too.
Okay.
One thing I would add to that though is if you look all the way through this worksheet, voluminous, in the back are all the renewals. So don't forget that if there, I think there's 26 new ones. I mean, there's 30 renewals or whatever the number is. Yeah, there's 30 agreements on the new ones and 26 already in place. And they're pretty substantial already. Those are on 3 to 10 year renewals.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good amount. I was just comparing apples to apples.
Yeah. Okay. I think Colleen, we're ready.
So for Region 3, we have 2 projects that involve 3 different landowners. And so I'll start with the XC Ranch. It's going to be the first map you get to in the book. This property is a renewal. It was enrolled last year. The XC Ranch depicted in pink is also enrolled in block management. And so this access is a non-motorized access into this DNRC parcel, the full section. They are allowing retrieval. And so
They're allowing motorized
retrieval. Mhm. So in the area, there is a demand for antelope hunting. It is adjacent to a VMA as we went through the scoring. There occasionally are elk in the area. The terrain may not hold elk and antelope for long periods of time, but there is opportunity. It is adjacent to the BMA, and they have in the past occasionally had game damage issues. So as we scored it out, and ranked it just based on the size of the property. It's a 640 acre section, so it's eligible for a flat rate of $1,050. They have been enrolled in block management and had great success with hunting just through the block management program. So this is additional access that joins into the BMA really well. So it's basically going to be a renewal based on the success that we had last year.
Might just add a comment as we reviewed that together, Colleen. We might want to look at the first three together. I mean,
Okay.
they're essentially a group that combine to be a very effective situation. It's a well utilized area. And I guess one question I had looking at that, how it stands now, is on the section for the XC. We're looking at the 3-year, and we talked about that a little. Did they have any interest on the Curry Brothers Down Canyon to combine that or not at 3?
They were interested to keep a 1-year contract.
Can you speak to that?
Any details?
Yeah, I mean, we originally put that one, stayed at the 1 because of that access issue.
Yeah, so looking at this XC map, which was the first one, there's a road, Dun Canyon Road to the south. It runs just south of the XC, but it does tie to the next project. They are all located in the Boulder Valley, north of Whitehall, north of Cardwell area, off Highway 69. So the projects are close in proximity, and I guess I'll just get into talking about Dun Canyon if you're okay with that. So the Dun Canyon route is one that involves multiple landowners with a grazing association ultimately in the Bull at the top of the Bull Mountains. You're crossing different ownerships to get to that mountain access. The history of the road is has been complex. There's some paperwork in here that details out kind of some of the history that the Forest Service was able to provide us. And so over time, from the 60s and 70s, there was a change of some road closures due to cattle rustling and other concerns, and just behavior access in the area. That, you know, for safety or resource concerns, some accesses were reduced or eliminated when the Forest Service decided to do some timber harvest. They constructed this Dun Canyon Road was constructed, and details from the Forest Service aren't very specific as to who did what, but the construction was done to accommodate logging and logging trucks coming out of the area. And so the question is that a public or private road? There's been closures along the road adjacent through the private property. And so that's one that the Forest Service supports this access. It is the main access into those mountains. It's important. There's elk in there. There's great hunting opportunity. The people use it. I think the BMA is routinely getting over 600 to 800 hunter use days in that area. It's important year-round access, but very good hunting access as well. And so with some of the question of the history of this route and the importance of the access, this one was enrolled previously. This is a re-enrollment, and that both the landowners have given permission to the other landowners for hunters to cross and get up ultimately to this Forest Service access. So so there's a variety of maps in here that demonstrate from Highway 69. You're crossing through Carey Brothers Partnership, through a small parcel of Chris and Sandy Carey, through the Dunn Canyon Cattle Company, through Bull Mountain Grazing Company, and then up to the Forest Service. So
Just a quick question, on this road that you just referenced, are people having to open and close gates throughout there, or are there cattle guards on that road?
there are some gate closures in the off season during spring. They may, I believe a portion of that is locked in the spring, mainly because of resource damage and livestock in the area. But they have it open otherwise, so.
Mr. Chairman, just speaking of roads, and maybe you said it, I didn't hear it. Who's maintaining these roads? And when I see access, is that a 2-track? Is it a gravel road? Who's maintaining those?
It is not maintained by the county, and it's not being maintained by the public land agencies. It's been mainly done by the private landowners. It is a very rough, very rocky road. It's a slow route to get all the way up in there.
Does it cross any waterways?
I don't believe so. Thinking ahead, I think when they were getting timber out of those mountains, the road was done really well because they're accommodating logging trucks. So, but
As you go up, it's pretty much a 2-track, and when you get in to where the forest is, there's actually a Forest Service sign, and that was all graded originally, and it hasn't been maintained since.
Well, the reason I brought it up, Mr. Chairman, is that in some of the people that I've talked to, and not, but it does refer to roads, is you've got waterways and these 310s. So they're not, some of the people I've talked to, they've been denied 310s because of the damage to fish or potential, and yet these streams are dry half the time, so they're getting denied 310s to maintain roads that allow access to lands that can be hunted. So I'm just curious, this may be a theme throughout, is just as I look at all the roads and access that we're wanting to provide, I don't know how 310s are affected in that, in terms of maintaining these areas, so that's why I came up. Thanks.
I don't think there's any active stream that cross. Yeah. So, does anybody have any question on these 3? Anything you see?
Can you clarify for me, that road, is it uncertain if it's a public road?
So the Forest Service provided some details to Bill Dawson that kind of go through the history.
Right.
It has been asserted as a private road. There's a question. I don't know who constructed the road, and some of the history is important. And what the Forest Service indicated is there is no right-of-way deed. There's nothing documented, but they aren't sure if the intent was there to do such. There's a lot of questions surrounding it.
Everett, I think to answer your question from last year, we went through quite detail on this, and it's well used by the public. There are interconnected challenges amongst all the landowners, and every agency involved believes it's a good agreement to make. Short of taking it to Supreme Court and determining whether or not who has what right, this is a good decision. I mean, that's kind of how it sits. We looked at a couple Supreme Court efforts, the Roosevelt, the Boone and Crockett clubs, access over into the Rocky Mountain front, and that took, I believe, 3 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to resolve. I'm with you that we need to be 100% sure. We put a clause in this contract that by agreeing to these access agreements, we're not stating one way or another that issue is clear. It is tricky.
But it was, isn't there something in there for like maintenance of the road? Isn't there?
It's not an issue for them. It's on the maintenance of the
Oh,
road.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just, yeah, because I mean, if the landowners, if everybody's in agreement, it seems like a pretty, if everyone seems to, that's usually a pretty good, if everyone's happy with it, that's pretty good.
And I shouldn't have jumped in on Colleen. I just thought these three go together.
Yeah, that's true.
And if we are good, we can do a thumbs up, thumbs down and go to the next one. Mark a yes in the recommendations.
Because this has been so contentious about whether it's public or private or whatever. I think on every form, every year, when they sign up, it should have a legal statement on the form and then on the agreement when they.
And it does state that if we get through and look at some of the applications in here and the agreements, it has a one sentence statement to that effect on every single one of these agreements. We did add a secondary note to that just about the concern that had been expressed over the uncertainty. So your point. So any other questions on this one? All good? Okay.
I have a question. It was in the back of this thing, it said they hadn't decided whether they wanted to accept it or not. I'm unfamiliar with how we do this. We approve what we put forward and then they can approve, accept or reject it, the landowner.
You're reading last year's details.
Oh, okay.
So that information was provided last year.
Okay.
And then they decided to do, there was debate on whether there'd be one agreement or two agreements. There's two agreements.
Okay, so if we approve it, then they'll go for, it's a done deal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good on that. Okay, those three.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, and just a reminder, as Jason mentioned, our job in these pallet agreements is to make a recommendation to the director, yes or no. That's all it is. The director can make whatever decision he will make. We're just making our recommendation.
And this was a renewal, right?
Correct.
So for XC and Dun Canyon.
Correct. All three, XC, Carey Brothers, and Dunn Canyon, we're good to go.
And so we had one other, but I don't know if now is the appropriate time to bring it up or bring it up later when we're through all the projects that we wanted to discuss. McCartney.
McCartney.
Yeah. We can wait.
I think, how long will you be here?
I'll be here today.
Okay, so we have one that falls a little outside of the parameters that are set, but we wanted to discuss it for the later discussion about Pala sidelines.
Maybe we could do that.
It's, yeah, okay.
Do it later.
Do it later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Derek Miller.
You're gonna run these?
Let's
All
go.
right. All right.
So in region 4, we had 3 landowners apply this cycle for Pala agreements. The first one was Lane Julie Meisner Ranch. And that first fold out map, that's really just to indicate the proximity of that property to other landmarks. So the Highway 223 is the highway from Chester to Fort Bend. And that's the Marias River there where it crosses. The Meisner Ranch wasn't block management up until about 3 years ago. They had issues just with the quantity of hunters that the properties were receiving. They were taking reservations as type 2 and they were writing their own permission slips and were just inundated by sportsmen, so decided to retract the program for a little bit. They received the mailer and then spoke with the area game warden this year, had interest in the Pala program, so they submitted 5 applications. 3 of those met the minimum qualifications. The other 2 were disqualified because there was already public access established to those parcels. So we'll discuss these 3. The first one is what I have labeled as terra firma.
So it's a tiny 120 acre parcel. It qualifies for flat rate payment. In our regional review, in my review with Ed, we had some concerns about the size of that parcel actually perpetuating some trespass issues that they saw, just because of the small size. It'd be difficult to keep people isolated to that strict one zone. I don't know if they're gonna proceed with signing a contract when we discuss that with them. But I'll get into these other parcels and another program that they're enrolling in here in a little bit. But that one, as I said, it's just a 120 acre parcel, qualified for the flat rate, 525.
And so to be clear, you're not sure if they want to
Yeah,
continue with the application.
yeah.
Derek, Mr. Chairman, Derek, really quick question. So one of the things I see when I see the BLM land and I see the access route to it and I see parking, one of the, and it'll come up later because I'll bring it up again, is when people, if there's a county road and then they have an access road, regardless of whether there's a parking sign there or not, and I can't see the detail of the map, how close it gets there, but if there's any trail, road, someone's fenced around it, someone's gone in on any of the yellow area, if the vehicle gets to that point, parking doesn't matter. Because they can drive wherever they want. Well, they have to stay on roads, but I think we'll see in some of these others where it's a hornet's nest of what people do. So I didn't know if that was ever contemplated in that or where that parking is. Do people, when they get on that BLM land, is that with a vehicle?
So this particular parcel, this terra firma parcel, you see that topography, the river breaks, bailing off. There's a stock trail that goes up on it, but I don't see vehicle traffic actually accessing that particular parcel. The Taylor Pasture parcel, which we'll head into next, is the one on the south side. We have two parking areas, one on DNRC, which even
they
if
have
there's a
to,
road,
they
they
have to
can't
stop.
proceed.
Yep.
The BLM road does continue
Right.
on, yeah.
Okay.
So they do have access right up there to the boundary.
So they can drive all over out in that yellow if they see a road and can hunt and all that, so.
Good, yeah. So yeah, we'll move on to the Taylor Pasture parcel, which is on the south side of the Marias. One thing to note, because I referenced in the assessment, I didn't map it, is that some of this property is within the Brinkman Game Preserve. The Brinkman Game Preserve only allows archery hunting of deer, and only during archery season. So you can't hunt birds within it, and you can't rifle hunt, or can you hunt animals? In this Taylor Pasture map, everything in blue is outside of that preserve. But the land that's accessible to the west, it's not within that boundary, the BLM land is within the Brinkman Game Preserve, just for reference. But the total leased acreage is 1,090. It opens up about 2,200 acres of BLM and DNRC. And this is where I need to touch on, if you look at the current assessment that we have, it comes to us 419. So it doesn't qualify for the additive bonus. It has to meet the minimum of 21. So we discussed on Ed's recommendation, sat down with them and saw if they were interested in the block management program again. They submitted an application, it's moving forward, type 2 structure, 16,000 total deeded acres, they enrolled. 3 parties per day in 3 different parking areas isolated around that property. So if you look at this assessment form, point 3, it says not enrolled in block management, so it scored a 0 at that time. With this enrollment, if you add that 3 points, it's going to bring them up to 22 points. So it would qualify them for $1,000 aggregate bonus, increasing this payment from $5,025 to $6,025.
And they have committed to be in block management.
Yeah, every time I sat down, they formally filled out an application. In addition to that, they're also potentially pursuing a private land fishing agreement for access to the Marias.
So that'll follow on to the job also.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Jared, do you know why they pulled out of BMA in the first place? Couple years ago?
I think really it was frustration in that they were writing the submission slips. They wanted to control hunter numbers, but they were just inundated with calls. It was a constant calls. It's just the daily commitment to writing those permission slips. So even though they're doing a type 2 structure now, in region 4, we offer a call center to take reservations, and that's what they're gonna utilize.
And there's nothing landowner hate for, so I call it 10 o'clock at night. 4 o'clock in the morning is, 4:30 is okay, 10 o'clock at night.
So I'm sure that you guys have read through these assessments, but it's good habitat, has good population of deer. It's really sought after area. It's just east of the current Marias River block management area, which is type 1 and receives 1,000 hunter days on average per year. And it's also in a CWD positive hunting district. So any opportunity that we have to open up access in a CWD positive area is high priority.
So before Paul, so again, just to clarify, with the BMA application, does that change the 120 over on the river?
Well, with the pallet, anyone would be able to drive into that 120 and hunt regardless of having an application or a reservation. So you could still have that trespass issue. Okay. I don't think it really solves it.
Say that again.
So it's a type 2 structure, so they're limiting on the deeded land, going to be 3 parties per day, each one assigned a specific parking area. But a pala, we don't restrict hunter numbers. So any hunter can drive in, basically like a type 1 and hunt the BLM, the BLM DNRC.
So with this 120, is there a point of diminishing returns with it? Does a headache outweigh?
Yeah.
That's what it looks to me like. I know nothing about this, but it looks to me like the benefit far outweighed by the negative.
Yeah, and I looked at it on that. Is there a real fishing opportunity there? It's probably not that much, as we discussed. So it's hunting primarily, and then does it create that problem? Probably. So that's why we went where we were.
525 bucks isn't gonna mean much to a landowner, and 120, it doesn't mean much to the Montana and the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So bang for buck.
And he's saying that's out. Yeah. Paul?
Well, the 120 acres, I think.
Right.
It's out. That's what I say, it's out.
It's out.
It's out.
We're taking it out.
Yeah. I would like to come back to this example later when we talk about the impacts and the issues, because that's the issue. The agreement's fine, and it's a good thing, but what Derek mentioned in the beginning was the beginning of the issue, and that was that inundation that they weren't managing. Now, to know that the call center is going to solve that for them, that's a good, simple thing, and we just need to look at how that applies in other areas before they're a problem.
Is there gonna be a conflict between the pala and the block management, because they're gonna have access to the BLM or the block management? No restriction on it.
Unless they have the reservation, they won't have access to deeded land aside from that access corridor. Looks like the third project that we're gonna get to is the APRPN ranch, and it's a renewal. We have that same structure where they have a pala and then a type 2 BMA on their deeded property, and it hasn't been an issue. We haven't had those conflicts. It's not to say in this particular site that they won't have conflicts, but in that example, surprisingly, it just hasn't been an issue.
Any questions on those presented? So that's.
Yeah, we have one more associated with the Miser Ranch application.
Oh, yeah.
So we covered the 120. As I said, just to clarify, remember with their inclusion in the block management program, that's 5,025 should go to 6,025. Then the final parcel is on the north side of the Marias, the South Joplin parcel is what it's labeled as. And it's a walk-in, bike-in, horseback-in access. That road ends and goes right into the crop fields. The Brisbane Game Preserve is gonna align everything west of South Joplin Road. So most of the DNR, well, all the DNRC within the boundary, and then everything east is outside of the game preserve. And it's very similar, of course, to the Taylor pasture, a little bit smaller in size at 1,500 acres. But because of the lack of motorized access, that's gonna bring that payment down a little bit on the assessment form. So that one comes out to $4,500. That's it. No, on the assessment, it scored 17, so you add 3 on there and it brings you up to 20. So they don't qualify for the additive.
Here's on this one, it's from the parking area, it's walk-in for a mile and a quarter before you hit the boundary of the land that you can hunt. And then from there, it's still walk-in, and to go to the far end of that, you've got another 2-mile hike if you go to the west end of that. So you got essentially a 3-mile hike, walk in from the parking area to the far end of that area. Okay.
Yeah, walk, bike, or horseback.
Any questions? Ready to thumbs up?
They're gonna, excuse me. They're gonna allow me this section 35 on here. That's the property that across the river.
That's real.
That's BLM. If there was any fishing access on that. Trying to.
Potentially there is access to the river, but as Dale acknowledged, we're looking at a 2-mile hike into that, and then off those breaks, so minimal fishing opportunity.
So again, we're all good?
These are different than the rivers southwest Montana.
The private land fishing agreement they're pursuing will provide a more direct private access.
Okay, so we're good on Meisner, Taylor, and Joplin. And terra firma is out. Okay, good?
Yep.
Okay.
So now we'll move on to Birch Creek Colony. This is west of Valier. Blackfeet Indian Reservation there in the northwest corner. They submitted 5 applications, 4 of those met the qualifications. So that's what I'm presenting here today. The first 2 will be together. Both are flat rated based on acreage. The southern parcel is called Canal. It's the labeled Canal. It's 80 acres. And then the northern parcel is labeled HQ, and it's 280 acres. So the 80-acre parcel flat rates out at 525. And then the 280 flat rates out at 790. Both of these are fairly marginal when it comes to habitat. And obviously, the small size impacts hunter satisfaction and participation. As we move into all 4 of these projects, though, once again, on Ed's recommendation, we went back and approached them with block management. And they were excited to just learn about the program, and they submitted an application as a type 1 block management and are enrolling 13,000 acres in the block management program. About 2/3 of that's in hunting district 406, which is a limited permit for mule deer and whitetail in the last 2 weeks of the rifle season. And then about 1/3 of it is in hunting district 441, which is limited permit for the last 3 weeks of rifle season. And is one of the top priorities for securing access in region 4. So it's great to have that inclusion in the block management program. Those 2 parcels are in District 406, just for clarity.
How many acres?
So it was 80 acres is the one parcel.
Block management.
Oh, 13,000. combination of land, rangeland. And it does go all the way up to the reservation there.
So I'm looking at these submissions from the colony. Really got me thinking about the whole PALA process and maybe some recommendations that we could make. But first off, I really appreciate Derek's write-ups because I appreciate the fact that he gave us a synopsis of what the quality habitat is. And the litmus test that I apply on all of these is, would a reasonable hunter, if you didn't have any block management around it, would a reasonable hunter drive out to this parcel to hunt? And what I'm seeing and what reading in here, I don't think they would. I mean, my sense is people are not going to drive out here. And I think for some of you that are certainly much better versed on some of the colony properties than I am, but I have looked at some of them, they can be grubbed really hard. And I'm guessing that some of these parcels are grubbed hard. My recommendation is we don't fund any of these. But in addition to that, and maybe this is a discussion more for tomorrow and certainly need council input on it. But to me, these are ones that I really think the regional office needs to take a hard look at and be able to say, you know what, there's just, it doesn't, the quality of habitat here just doesn't justify our time or the money to be expended on here. And I would like to be able to talk about that maybe tomorrow and say, maybe this is not something where we ought to, we just tell them no up front if we know the habitat is not there. But to go back to these 4 or 5, I just don't feel like they're value added.
Mr. Chair, if I can add on to that, Dale, that's one of the things that I thought was when I went to Glass, I don't know all these areas. There is one in here where I know every ounce of it. I know the guy. I know that what it's like. I know what it looks like a lot of what you're talking about, but there's no place in the PALA application for anyone to assess. And I'm not saying we're all biologists and range specialists, but there's no place for me to even understand how good a property is being taken care of, whether it's something, like you said, worth funding, or if it is really gonna draw hunters in. So that, I'm with Dale. I think, thank you for bringing that up. I didn't know when to bring my part of that up, but whenever we want to discuss it, I think that is something to bring up.
So, yeah,
I would think that what he said though was, this is just an adjunct to getting the rest of it in the public, into the block management deal, right? What you said when they approached you with this, and so you use that as a vehicle to pitch the block management program to them, and that allowed how many extra additional acres?
15,000.
So this is a microcosm of what we gained, right? That's the way I look at it.
That is a good point.
And it really isn't up to us to go around and judge the neighbors' management abilities or any of that stuff.
So, and to Rich's point about quantifying the value of the opportunity in terms of the landscape and opportunity, that's why if you look at the criteria on the scoring, those are there. And that was our best effort to come up with criteria that the regional people could use to tell us, is this of value? That's why those criteria
And
are
the
there.
warning was there and all that, yeah.
Yeah, and
Thank you for.
to Dale's point about Derek's, I've worked with Derek twice on this, his completeness and looking at the picture. He, I do believe, has looked pretty hard at what's the whole effect here, as best as he can from this point. I don't know that we can do much more than that.
No, that's a good point.
And I think to Lee's point, it's like the discussion of the PALA application leads to a block management. That's a big deal. The question of these 80 acres, et cetera, we have not put a sideboard on it that says an 80-acre application is unacceptable. We could do that. We don't want to do it right now, but we could do it later when we review tomorrow the whole PALA process, if that's wanted in the consideration.
I thought those are two good comments.
I think with that 88 acre bid, you get 13,000 acres, it's pretty hard. to
Yeah,
exclude,
that,
set
that might
aside
be what, maybe that's
one
what.
lot.
So as I reviewed that with Derek, until we got to the block management opportunity, I put them all as a question. Because it's like, well, as these look like a problem for access, not on their own. This looks like a problem for the landowner and the hunter, and you want to create trespass, contain them on 80 acres. It's hard. So that's how I looked at it in the beginning, but if it incorporates the whole picture, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but they're gonna give you access to drive through their yard to get to $500 worth of public access. It looks to me like it's a good thing, you know, if they're willing to do that and open their, and then they can work on the management later.
Couple of things. So would we lose the block management if we didn't get the power?
That's hard for
Yeah. Well, and
me
then
to make a statement, but I don't believe so.
here's the notes, if you read down here, I think Gary Ferrelli wrote in here, marginal, but may lead to long-term access. So, I mean, that's what he's working on here. So, I mean, if we've got to give up a minor amount to get 13,000, that's.
Yeah, and these are 1 year. These are a 1 year agreement. Block managements can be 1 year or multiple years also. So I think this is something to keep an eye on and see. To us, it's how does it work? You know, we're estimating how it's going to work. The measurement comes after a year, and how does it work on the ground there? Then we look at that again. Otherwise, we'd be asking them for, hey, would you want to do it for 3 or 5 or 10 if there was a reason to? So we don't go through it.
Are we short on funds for the power?
Not yet.
Will we get, I mean, can we get there though?
We won't spend it all.
You
Not
know,
yet. Yeah. Neil?
Mr. Chairman, another factor though that comes into these. And I guess I try to look at the workload that's associated with the department. You have an 80-acre parcel out there. You gotta send somebody out there to sign an 80-acre parcel, you know, to try to minimize the trespass or whatever else. I mean, I'm very, I mean, Paul's comment was, if we don't do this, does it nix block management? To me, that's a huge question to ask. But at the same time, I'm thinking, is that the best use of the access coordinator, who I believe time is a premium with all the tasks they're given, especially from this time to hunting season, to go out and put up parking signs and go around an 80-acre parcel and make sure that it's signed adequately. For what is here on marginal habitat, it'd be great if we're in block management was all in one big block and they didn't have to worry about that. But boy, to go and sign these little dinky parcels just seems like not very good use of.
So if I'm hearing you're correct,
time.
you're saying if it stood on its own, we wouldn't want to do it.
Right.
But within the block management, we're thumbs up.
Is the block management surround this 80 acres?
It does. It does.
It makes it moot.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
doesn't.
it?
Yeah, the trespass issue.
I think,
Block management will surround 3 of the 4 parcels. Just to touch on the other 2 parcels real quick. The diversion road parcel is a solid 640 section. That parcel is actually in Hunting District 441. And it ranked the highest regionally of the 4. So it has a little bit of transitional habitat there heading to the rangeland and some bedding areas. You probably potentially have some more deer movement there. It also depends on the status of that cropland, whether it's fallow that year or not. But that particular project of the 4 ranked the highest. Elaborated at 1050, it's a 640 section. The west wind parcel, which is the final one, it I think is 720 acres, so we had to go through the full assessment. And this one, the north boundary is a different colony, I think it's Kingsbury County. That's only one of the 4 that isn't totally surrounded by Birch Creek Colony. Working through the assessment, because of the habitat quality, that's 4 or 5, so it wasn't even close to the additive bonus. So just with the minimum criteria here, it came out to a payment of $1,800 a year.
Other questions? So we would go forward with 4 Birch Creek applications. Everybody on board with that? Good. Any objections? Okay.
All 4 of them.
Good deal. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. And then the final one, this is the example that I was talking about, all of the type 2 DNA Kawa. It's American Prairie PN Ranch, Kawa. This is a renewal. They've been in the program since its inception, so through 2 cycles. This is the 3rd contracting cycle. This year, though, it was noted in last year's meeting that they had applied for the southwest parcel and then the east parcel. But in the past, they hadn't applied for the northwest parcel because they didn't quite understand the definition of under accessible. They thought that there was just because there was legal access to the river that they didn't qualify with that DNRC parcel. So in last year's meeting, we discussed that, recognized that it indeed was classified as under accessible. So that was included in this year's application. And as a result, the valuation was $1,000 more than it's been in the past. Previously, we contacted them around $400. This year it comes out to $6,350.
Is this cheap, this big? 680?
No, so this is south side of the river.
Oh.
And technically, I think the Judas River is the boundary of 482.
482,
So
okay.
east of the river is 482. There aren't sheep west of the river at this point.
What's that parking over there by, PN Bridge Road?
Yeah, so they are open for motorized travel from April 1st to October 21st. So basically, the start of rifle and then through winter. They're closed for motorized access on that road. So hunters are restricted to parking back PN Bridge Road parking area. And
That
then
is part of this project.
it is.
It is.
It is. Yeah, so they, during rifle season, essentially, they have to horseback, hike, bike, and then they can, let me clarify, they can use e-bikes on the motorized roads, right? Okay, so they can use e-bikes, but only on the road, to get in during rifle season.
Are they enrolled in block now?
Yes, so everything that you see sort of in that gray shading around these pala boundaries is deeded property that's enrolled in block management. And it actually continues to the east as well off of this map, and it continues to the west side of Arrow Creek off this map.
The access. You sign up through block management, is it the same rules? You still have to walk in or ride your bike during that time frame?
Yep.
That,
Yep, and the block management's type 2 through the call center. They take 3 parties per day. This parking area is one of the parking areas that hunters can select. The other one is farther to the north, and then the third one is a road-in access to the block management. It's it's been a really good project, to be honest. We haven't had the conflicts. I thought that we might have some conflicts putting a pala with a type 2 BMA, but I haven't had a single complaint, nor has enforcement had an issue with it. It certainly attracts a certain type of hunter. Just such a broad landscape And that minimal motorized access during the rifle season really attracts hunters that are able to harvest a more mature mule deer, better trophy quality. The block management, the type 2 receives around 260 hunter days a year. The Pala, just through car counts down there, it's probably approaching 500 hunter days per year.
How many of them are making it to the north end of I just can't imagine there's very many people that going up there after the end of October or after they close the road down. I mean, I'm sure there's some, but
It is impressive.
I bet it would surprise you.
I hunt this one. And there's a lot of use. There's a lot of use. And it is impressive how far back people go.
yeah,
And honestly,
there's no hill or distance that you won't go. So you're not.
You know,
He's not over 50.
really the road's prohibitive that time. Just the quality of the road. Gumbo soils, no major improvements have been made. There's a boggy point there about half mile from that parking spot off PM Bridge Road. Just couldn't really travel through that.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Jerry, I don't know if you've been down to my area, because the guys that I see with pickups they've got, I think it's a challenge that is a big deal.
Especially if you got Washington States.
And is the power, is it also limited to 3 people then?
No, nope.
No limit.
The Palace open to anyone.
So that means anybody can go in there.
On public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that screw the? That doesn't really interfere then?
We haven't had issues. Yep.
Okay. Everybody good? Yep. On APR? All right. Thanks. One last comment on that. I think that one is a really interesting example of the other that deals with the issues you guys have been talking about. I sell backpacks that are very expensive, that are, most people in the West use to hike into the mountains a long ways, up high and light. To me, this is an interesting thing because they'll use that backpack to hike in there and have a hunting experience that is a quality opportunity because of those limitations of motorized access. They're willing to cut up a mule deer in little pieces and walk it out 5 miles. And that's just another good opportunity. So I think it's an interesting case of that, and knowing that that's a high value to a number of people. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, we need to come into 6.
That's fine.
Okay.
So I'm Plpw, Region 6. Yeah, Regional Recreation Manager. We'll start in Shoto County, south of Big Sandy. A little background on this property. This is a renewal from the last 2 years. This is access into our own property. It's our spring fully WMA. This is the only access that we have into our own property. The landowner's been willing the last couple of years. They've been in block management. They've also been part of the pallet program. The first year in the pallet program, they were paid almost, over 9,000. 9,750. We reevaluated the program and redid the assessment form that dropped their payment way down to what would be $3,800, I believe, or 4,600. Sorry. So as a region last year, we proposed that we added another 2,000 for that access into that WMA. So that's where we ended up. Last year they wanted to do a 5-year. This year we're recommending the same, $7,600 and a 5-year agreement with them.
Is there any way to track how many people went in there? Is there block management? You have
Yep.
numbers on the block management. Did it get some use?
Oh, yeah, it got over 351 100 days, I believe, or almost 350.
Kill every year 5 times.
So it is motorized vehicle to the cliff, and then it's walking from there.
Does this parcel have access from the river?
It has one access point under a bridge of the railroad. So that's why this is a good project.
It wasn't totally inaccessible. They had a project that made it that.
Right. It does not cut the Stranahan Road does not touch the property, the BLM on the south end of there, so it isn't under accessible that way. You cannot access off the Stranahan Road. I don't know how much more we need to dive in on.
Any questions? Everybody looks at it. Thumbs up.
The next one is 2 projects with 2 landowners. They're both related. It's Daryl Bertall and his son Blaze Bertall. Blaze owns the east or the west side of this project off the McCracken Road, and Daryl owns the east side off the Fossum Road. This is a renewal also. They put their property in block management last year. We hadn't had them in since 2015. This is a highly sought after mule deer country, CWD country, and it got.
Border Saskatchewan country.
Yep, yeah.
Here's the
Borders,
park right there. Isn't it?
Yeah, the
That-
grassland park.
That line's Canada, right?
Yeah.
The north line doesn't have anything on it's Canada.
Yeah. So the people that are new for this year, we did this is 2 different projects. I split the BLM allotments in half. So that's how we came up with the assessment form and the price. This year they didn't want any OHV or traffic up there. So they their payment went down by $250. So. And that second map in there, it shows you how the public land is split up to come up with this assessment form for these projects.
Helpful, Tim, to see the block management on these maps.
Yeah.
You know, with it, so you can visualize it. It's nice that way.
So how did you come up with the 100 days?
For this year or last year?
Well, on your assessment form, you're giving him $2,000 for 351 plus 100 days.
That's how much use that block management area got in that.
You can't believe the number of people under pressure this country receives.
So
it is nothing but to see 30 to 40 vehicles in Georgia, Washington, or Western Montana every single day on that board.
And I understand that, Eric. I guess my question is, if you look at these properties and we're basing use off of block management, and in this case, it's probably not a great example because the access is so much public land in there that, you know, that's probably the block management area anyway. But one of the questions when I've looked at these, and I think, okay, we're basing the use off of block management, but the part that's being secured through the pallet is a fraction of that. It just seems to me that there are times when we are significantly overestimating the number
I
of.
don't think so.
In this case, though, I'm not sure that's warranted, but I think there's other ones that probably
If the
does.
block management, the private property went away and it was still out of the pallet, it would get over 350, 100 days.
And that's fair. I mean, I appreciate that, Tim.
So you don't have to sign up to drive the road.
No, for the pallet. So To hunt the block management, you have to sign in. And that's what we got, was over 350, 100 days.
And you're coming in through block management,
Yeah.
on the entry, right?
Yeah, but if you're just gonna go hunt the public land, you don't have to sign in.
Do you have a total of number of 100 days off of this place?
The Bertals?
Yeah.
Katie, do you remember?
400.
400. So, I mean, there could be more that's just going to hunt the public land, that didn't sign in on the fellow.
Any questions?
So it's 2 projects, 5,600 for each of those projects.
The only, I got one question, Tim, the only value they get, anybody gets for owning public land is their own lease stations, right?
No, because if it opens up beyond the lease, we can't stop the public from going beyond that.
So but we don't, is it set up now so that we reward the guy that opened the road for letting somebody into my pasture?
Yes, but
No, I'm just being the devil's advocate.
yes, but if you decided that you wanted to do a PALA and your neighbor did a PALA and you guys are a big chunk of BLM.
Yeah, but so suppose they came through his deeded, which is what was given, by the palace given them permission to do, and they get to a big block of public, and I'm on one side, and they come in on his side, how does it work? If I don't have any deeded that they gotta drive through, I don't qualify for it, right?
For on the other side, yeah, you would qualify for a PALA. I believe you would qualify for a PALA.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is get it so that the neighbors, somebody's going, hell, I'm gonna open up the Bitter Creek Wilderness Study or if somebody and take the money. You know,
Yeah, well, that's the same with this project right here.
Right.
If Daryl was the only
Yeah.
one that wanted to allow public access, they could only go to Blaze's property.
Oh, okay, but then couldn't
But
they
they could
get,
still
jump
hunt all
across on the BLM and go over on
They could
Darrell?
still, if they wanted to hike from the top. They wanted to hunt all the green, because, so if they came in from Darrell's on the east side off of Blossom Road and access the public land, and then they went to section 6 on Blazes, they could not drive any further on private property, but they could still hunt section 8, 5, 7, 18, 19, as far as they wanted to hike. But if Blaze, and then Blaze decided, well, I want to power,
Right.
which is on the other side, which is what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm not questioning it, I'm just.
That'd be the
playing
same for
devil's
you,
advocate.
if your neighbor allows access into your
To the
side
BLM.
of the BLM, then we just split it.
But I question whether we should be rewarding them for, if they don't both do it, with the idea that you want to encourage the other guy to do his too.
Because we're the neighbors mad at each other.
Yeah, well, it could be. Isn't there a case like that in this on down? the
Yeah, it's
line
coming
that way?
Yeah, but
No, I'm not questioning. I know you gotta do it with whatever rules we give you to operate at. But that was just my question is whether, if, I thought there was a case on the other side of the creek over here where it went through into a neighbor's BLM lot.
And they can't do that.
They can.
Is there one or not?
with that,
Oh, yeah.
They
yeah,
can't.
once you have access in the BLM, you have access in the
So
BLM.
maybe stepping back to the code for that, the applicant of the PALA has to have the leased land to access into that BLM. But once that has happened, the public hunter can cross over that into leased.
An
land that is
adjoining,
not
an
yet-
adjoining
Correct.
lessee's.
That's in the code.
And so, but then do we reward the guy that
If he
lets
applies.
the camel's nose under the tent?
No.
Are we giving him the money off of all of it? Do we?
Yeah, just as, and Colleen's question, just as someone who would allow access but doesn't lease one piece can't get paid. It goes both ways, if that makes sense to you. And we haven't, that was the other access application that didn't qualify because they didn't lease that piece. But there is access to it. And they're on block management. Anyway, we'll do that next.
Okay,
But I thought I thought that the law is that you can't grant access to your deeded to somebody else's lot.
That's correct.
It is,
That is correct.
Yeah, you're,
but once you're on public land,
Yes. You're on public land.
So I think to clarify, I don't know, if you are an applicant and you're going through Paul Ellis's private land to his BLM or state lease, he's gonna be, he can be paid as being be in the panel program. You get into your BLM and you've got 2,000 acres and then directly adjacent to that, Dale Trivia is the adjacent 2,000 acres, and then there's no private land. There's nothing to keep those people from going from your
Question answered.
BLM
Thank
land
you.
into my BLM land.
Yeah, once you're on public, you can go. It doesn't matter who has it.
because they own it.
But you
We don't.
reward the guy that let
Yes.
have the access
Yeah.
for all of
You
it. That's
are.
the question.
Yes, you are.
They're not, they're
Now,
not
I
granting
have a
access.
question, Tim, about that. No off-road vehicles on it, which I think is great. I think it should be all that way everywhere. How much resource can you dedicate to patrolling that?
We have our access technicians and then we have our wardens.
Yeah, which I know our wardens are stretched so thin that there's no hope. I mean, they might catch one guy out of 500.
It's kind of like speeding tickets, there's only so many highway patrolmen.
Yeah. Which is a good thing on the highway.
So that's a good thing to have few HPs.
Yeah.
But we need more.
okay, so we all clear?
Yeah. Yeah.
So on this, both bird dolls,
Yep.
are we thumbs up?
Yep.
Good, no objection? Okay, thank you.
Unanimous. Consensus, council.
The next project is with Blaze, it's off of McCacken Road. It's on the west side of the other projects. Their property is in block management. It does access more BLM than what their allotment is. It's a renewal as well. It's $250 less than last year with a restriction on the access of vehicles.
So that's dose and cooling.
Yeah.
I have another question about the restriction.
Sorry, the restriction is no other access, or it's just for hunting only, it's not for camping. And camping, biking, bird watching, it's only for hunting. That's what the $250 plus is. But they also have no road.
Why are they penalized for no off-road vehicles?
They're not, sorry, they're penalized, or not penalized, they're not given a bonus or another $250 because they're restricting just, or not granting other access for other public.
And it's not off-road.
They're not granting
It's
easy
two-track
access.
trails that they could get in on.
Sorry, I misspoke the last two, it's.
Yeah.
Oh, so the last one wasn't for OHV? you
No,
said
it's for
okay.
other. use,
Gotcha.
sorry.
All right.
And the access qualifications are additives for the type of access. So if they're taken away, they agreed to it before and then they took it away, that would reduce it. But they're additives to the payment. Awesome. Any questions on this one? None? Everybody good? Okay. Yes.
The next one is in Daniels County, with Wheat Cook. It's 300 or 640 acre DNRC parcel. This is a renewal from last year. It's during the hunting season only. This year, he would like some assistance with some gates. He said that he would pay for half of them if we pay for half of them, and that's where the $750 for the improvements are for. It's a flat rate, so $1,050. It's good for habitat. Quite a bit of use.
Questions?
How many year contract is this?
He just keeps doing it 1 year.
Even though we're giving him improvements?
Yeah, yep.
Is there access to this piece through block management?
To the DNRC?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep. But if you didn't want to hunt the block management, you just want to go to the DNRC, just to go to the DNRC without signing.
Question on that, Paul? Good. To your point, Dale, you on the 1 year for approval.
Well, I was just thinking in the past that if they gave them improvements, that was kind of there was an expectation that there was going to be more than a 1 year agreement, and I guess that was my thought on that, and it's all up with that.
Is there a block? You know,
No, it's up for renewal this year, so I don't know. He has been multi-year block. He may be open for a multi-year ballot. I can ask you. He just didn't indicate it on the application.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the regulations or whatever, though, that says that we're gonna.
No, it says $1,000 per year.
Okay.
So.
We have that discussion.
We did, yeah.
part of that was we were looking at bridge construction to the 10 grand, and then we were looking at a multi-year agreement. Yeah. Right.
And a culvert.
And culvert, yeah. Everybody good?
Yes.
And we'll have Tim ask him about that.
Yep.
Yes. Questions. Okay. Let's see. So let's, that was.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just checking the hearing.
So
sorry.
before we get on to Brewer, we're gonna take a quick break.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Rich is gonna be wound up.
Everybody make sure your bladders are empty for Rich. Okay, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes, good, so we're back at 10:30.
Try to get you a cup of coffee.
You really get fired up.
We do.
Sorry.
I took them out. All right. So we'll continue on, starting with Brewer.
Yeah, so the Brewer Ranch, there's 4 projects. I don't know how much we actually need to discuss. Landowner dropped his, I guess, dropped out of the program. It was for financial reasons, I guess. So,
Oh, you're gonna do it?
no, no.
Oh, so this is just, Rich is already, you're gonna have to give him some time.
Just what financial meaning it wasn't enough.
No, it was good money. I think it wasn't, we couldn't, I think he needed the money now, I think. So I don't know if he leased back out to somebody else or what, so. Yeah,
Right. So Rich is gonna fill us in on what happened here.
No, I don't know what happened. I just, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, just bring up a couple things that we maybe talked a little bit about. So if you look at, I guess the page, the picture page with the white on it, to the left of the other map, this page here, just so for reference, because I couldn't see. So I'm just curious. So again, when someone puts it in a pallet, and again, I'm still trying to learn this. So 14 sections, 14, 13, 11, 12, 18, 17, those, we own we operate the leases from BLM on those. So how, and I might have missed that, Tim, before. So they can still put that into a pallet, even though we have the leases for that BLM land.
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, is that really quite right? I mean, those lands are not really part of the PALA, but they have access to them by virtue of the fact
Well,
that.
two different things. The access is one thing. I understand that, but the ranch, we pay the leases on those sections. That those are managed by us through BLM. So I'm just curious, I guess it'd be a question of, and someone getting paid for that that's not really responsible for that land. So it's just a question. I don't know I'm not as knowledgeable as I should be.
He can be paid for letting them access your bill.
Right. I didn't know that. That's.
So actually, to clarify that applicant is being paid to cross their land to access their lease.
Yeah.
If yours happens to be contingent.
Okay. Then that's just how it is. Okay, fine. I understand it. If I wanted to do something, I would want to set up a pallet and do something like that, right? If that was my neighbor and say, well, wait a sec, that would be something I would have to do. Is that correct? Or if he's already got registered, then I can't do it.
So it depends, can you provide an access to it?
Right, I'm just asking, so I understand how it would work, and then that would take those acres out of his pallet, put it in.
Right now, he's out. And if you wanted to get in, they could go through your deed to access your BLM plus his adjacent BLM.
Okay.
So as we're in this discussion, so where would your access come through?
If you look up to sections 1, 2, 12, 10, 7, 8, 9. Those would be, I mean, I'm not thinking, I'm not doing any of that. I'm just trying to understand how that works.
So that access on the BLM encompassed in this green border.
Yep.
Is this your leased land?
Sections basically part of 23, part of 24, 13, 14, 18, 12 and 11.
Or just the west side.
Yes.
Isn't there bonus points for how many acres you're putting into?
Yeah.
So shouldn't, because if he did decide to do it, they would take those acres out and put in his, I mean, so why wouldn't we show them? I mean, if it's gotta be leased acres, he shouldn't be getting a bonus. Say that those acres put him over a bonus for.
Well, probably the acres below it.
Well,
They probably add it
I'm
on
just
later
saying if
enough.
it did though, these acres put him into a next bonus, we shouldn't be giving him that bonus.
And we would probably have to look at that.
Well, I'm just, that's.
No, thank you, because I think that, but I think if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, probably my bigger issue, if it had gone through or going through, and Tim, we talked about it, it's just, what I know of this country, and I know it really well, is when they built reservoirs and things back in the 40s and 50s, there are 2 tracks, that are not shown on Onyx, that are all over out there. And I guess part of the thing that I was looking at, I mean, I'm not opposed to access. What I'm a little concerned about is this roads, because once, it doesn't matter how many parking signs you put on BLM land, they don't have to park there, they don't have to do anything there. And I'm seeing it already up in sections 11 and 12, where they're getting through this, there's a state piece that you can't see on there, but if there is a 2-track, whether it's on state, on private, whatever, and it's in an area that we're struggling with the trespass of that. So this whole area that's all down there has little roads and trails all over. And I guess my thought would be is when we look at these, if there was a way to like allow access, I get that, but have a parking area maybe on private where people had to walk in a little bit, you know, like take some of the access stuff out of there, because I see what is happening already with the way it is now, and I'm afraid of it. I'm just what it turns into. And so I guess if Jerry's not doing this, that's great, or whatever, but I just, like, if you look at section 30, where they could come across, you know, and then you had to park there or whatever, and then walk in. I think it's just opening up a can of worms in terms of where people are driving, because we're seeing it now. We're seeing people driving all over now, and they're crossing deeded to, and they're just out there, because once they get out there, there's not any enforcement to really watch it. So they drive over deeded, you see a gate that's been open and closed, and they're maybe down there a day or whatever, and unless you sit there and wait, those types of things. So I'm just concerned more about the driving in those areas that are really, and I'll tell you, they are pristine. They're great hunting habitat, but it's because they haven't been overrun with vehicles and people going down there. That's why they're as good as they are. So I just think a consideration of just how we look at these roads and access, that's all I'm looking at, is how can we do that better? Or we can.
A couple of questions. Sorry, anybody first?
Got a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
So Rich, I have a question then for you. Have you talked to BLM? And
Yes.
the reason I asked this question, of course, I had a long career with BLM. We would never allow somebody to lock a gate that's going, as a public road that takes you into public land, or if you're on public land going, you know, from, you know, one landowner to another. However, there are a lot of instances where you're going from a private land on a private road to BLM, and it's really more the idea of them coming the other way. I would encourage you to contact the BLM office, because fencing on those absolute boundaries, again, if it's a public road, they're gonna say, no, you're not gonna lock the road off. But if it's going from on a private road, you may be able to say, no, we're not going, that's part of the paddle program. We're not going to allow you to come into here and continue on here. That's part of the agreement of coming across my land, is that you're going to stop here.
Well, and on Brewer's aspect of it, I mean, we're all south, we're north of that, so it isn't there. I went and met with the BLM office about this specific project already. They're well aware of it. They've been talking about it, and they're as concerned as I am, just where people are gonna be. They're not opposed to people going down there and hunting, and it's a great experience. The habitat is good. The habitat's not so good to the east of that there, but it does open up a lot of that country down there, and so I've met with them. They're very concerned about it as well. I don't know what that ultimately means for FWP, but that's their concern. So I know this is a kind of a moot point since he's not in it, right, Tim? But I do think it brings the issue to head that we might be seeing in other applications or as we go forward. Again, I get concerned about, like I said, it's one thing to be walking down there, horseback, biking, great, have at it. But the driving is a really dangerous thing in my opinion. So.
Just because of the volume, because you guys drive those roads, correct?
Yes.
So your guys and your managers can drive those roads without any concern?
Yeah, as part of the lease, and same with state land, I mean, we can do that, and yes, we, so within our property to do the fences, and so we kind of our rules is the 90-degree rule for fencing and try to stay there and not make. But what I found is like, so for example, we have to fence a certain portion of that. So now that's where people are driving on BLM so that they have access to some of that. That's where they're last went with our side-by-sides to fence. So now they're driving pickups and things down that now. And so, yes, we can, we're out there. I mean, our cows are up there for 3 weeks, then we go get them with a horse. I mean, we're not out there like it is during hunting season. And I do recognize that that's something someone would see, but I'm telling, everyone's saying it, we're getting inundated with people more and more so now. And it more and more vehicle, and especially now because it's all public, they're coming out there. The horn hunting has really been huge this spring. So they've been driving everywhere in that regard. So I think it's just something to be thinking about as well.
Once there's a set of tracks, it's hard to tell who made it, you know, and either Katie made them or I made them. And if there's a snow, the first guy to make a set of tracks, that's a road, you know, and so I don't know what you do.
So with the potential pilot and potential block management, right? Is that's what it was?
Yes. Yes.
What was the combined potential acres?
14,000 public, almost 15,000, and I think it's 13,000 for private.
7,000 acres that were pulled from an application. So some of the best sheep hunting in the world.
So who's hunting it now?
That's my question is, he originally was interested because the department sent a letter and he saw the letter, just like these other ones we've talked about.
Yeah, all our new ones were generated from the letter. That was
All right. So the marketing is effective.
Yes.
To a degree. And it's just poop. That doesn't seem.
I know there's lots of concern about enforcement. The Wardens took this project and ran with it. They were the ones that lead contact on this project. So they had some invested time in this. They were gonna put some invested time in the fall and throughout the year. This also gave access to the BLM ranger, who I don't know if he has access through there in the fall. Because it does go through private land. I don't know if he has an agreement with any of the landowners to go patrol that during the fall too. So, and then we also have our access coordinators, our access technicians, biologists. We were hoping to get a fishing pond put in there. I did talk to the BLM. He was excited that there was gonna be a BLM fishing pond down there, so we could take his kids there. There was some great interest in this project, and I think it was just a financial issue, so.
Did the other three out to it?
Yes, yep.
Quick question, in our last meeting, because we're touching on trespassing, poaching, bad hunter behavior, we keep hammering those points, and we keep talking about needing more law enforcement. One of the questions I was asked in the last meeting was, do we have an actual year-over-year of actual citations that are written in the field, so we can see, is there truly a trend of us being that much worse in the field, or is it the same amount of normal stuff that happens on a yearly basis?
So I'm just gonna redirect that, Drew, because we do need to talk about that in depth tomorrow. Not trying to throw it out the door, but if we can get that information and have it.
I think it'd be good for the group to see, because again, we talk a lot about it, we talk about needing more enforcement, but is it really an issue, or is it just something that maybe we're seeing personally or anecdotally?
Yeah.
Is there access, this other piece of block management over there, there is public access to that?
No. There's no way there's block management.
So this
That's
was
not in block
right?
management.
That was his private
Oh, this
property.
was in here. huh?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So
No, that was his too.
Who's over here on this?
That's his.
Okay.
Yeah, because what's interesting about,
There's no access to it.
I mean, this project is super cool and I drew this sheet tag up here and I had to go through multiple agencies to find out information about this Brewer Road. And there's actually a fake gate on that spine inside of that little piece of BLM in the bottom left there as an intimidation by somebody who put that up there. So, again, that bad behavior isn't always just the hunters.
Yeah, so that Brewer Road, the county road ends at the boundary of the BLM.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know all about it.
And well, for everybody, the Sherrill County, for some reason, the label is blocking that road.
Where's that at?
Right here.
Because those counties have changed hands over the course of Montana history.
Yeah, so there is a limit of BLM sliver that connects that.
Right next to the house that's down there.
Yeah, connects that state piece. And I mean, I don't even know if it's the size of this room.
I fit, I can tell you that.
You need a ladder?
No ladder,
Yeah.
no ladder needed.
Step ladder.
Okay. So I still am just concerned about how that came apart so quick on the account of beginning knowledge is, yes, sir, we have block management and this Pala.
I think he financially needed funds now. Our payments don't go until, or we don't pay him until June of next year.
Did he use this as a bidding tool?
I cannot speak to that. I have no idea.
So I mean, the only other financial option was to have a lease.
I believe so.
So if I may, it doesn't matter how much it is, it matters when he gets the money.
That's, yeah, what it came down to.
It did, when he started this process, did he know when he was gonna get paid?
Yes, yeah, we did. When the payments went out and how the project works.
Okay, so in my mind, this is not jiving for some reason, and I can't suss out why.
Yeah, that's what we got from the landowner.
Which is Mr. Brewer.
Yes.
If you were his neighbor, you might understand a little bit better as to how things work out there in terms of his operation, all that stuff. It is, I mean, it's very fly by night. So I didn't even know anything about it, but that's Jerry. I don't.
Well,
No way to resurrect this at all.
Not this year, I think.
So we're gonna move on from this, but before we do, to Rich's point, I think when we're looking at, so we looked at the APR with the Pala and type 2, limited access, everybody's happy. Okay, when you look at a map like this, Rich, your point is too much access. So I just want to make a point that when we get into this discussion about all these issues with pressure, too much traffic on the spot, when the department creates an access opportunity like this, I think one of the issues is asking that question, what's appropriate access for this footprint? And making sure that it creates a situation, maybe go back to that Birch colony Derek was talking about. We didn't necessarily like it on the little pallet programs, but then when you put block in it, it becomes viable. But at the same time, when it becomes active and engaging, how do we set it up so the impact isn't too hard on that area? That makes sense? I just think this, if nothing else in the lesson of this, if that's part of the issue for you, Rich, and I think it's a valid issue, I think we all think that, how can we get the access and allow it to be a quality opportunity in that access?
Was this a type 1 EMA where they sign themselves in?
Yep.
Looks like that's the difference, isn't it? But how do you do, if you're like most of us landowners, we don't want to be involved with the hunters. We want to wave at them and BS them and that stuff. We don't want to have to sign them in and sign them out. Is there an opportunity for the Department of Fish, Wildlife and Parks to to have something like they do in his region where the calls are forwarded through the department and they take care of it?
Yes, we also had Region 6 take advantage of Region 4's
Oh, okay.
call center. We have APR or AP, American Prairie Properties and Block Management.
Okay.
And we run our reservation system.
So that'd be an option for anybody. We just changed our type from type 1 to type 2. And then we can cut country enough to sign up, because we gotta renew it every so often, maybe every year or something.
Yeah.
And ours are all type 1.
The biggest thing is type 1s, if you're money driven, you're by the payment, or you're driven by the payment. The type 1 is the one that's going to get more payment. But
yeah, you're worried about quality.
The way the program is structured.
Okay, thank you.
There is a small corridor though, the public can access some of this, there is.
Yeah, you can,
There
if
is a
you would,
window to get in.
yeah,
Get your foot in the door.
yeah, you can hike all the way around Mr. Brewer's property.
Yeah, okay, to me that.
From where?
Well, better because you're
Right here.
Yeah,
That's why the
makes
green
sense.
the green boundary is
Okay.
2
Well,
miles
because
away
there's-
from the access point.
Yeah, you can access it, but you can't physically
There might,
walk across all this. There's not potable water. It's, if you ever walked in there.
right now I couldn't, when I was 25, I could.
No.
It's very,
Okay.
Those
very
days
steep.
are over.
Okay, Paul?
I asked a question about Pittman Robertson money. Can they use PR money for people watching and having a fishing game?
Enforcement?
No, not enforce, monitor it, I can't remember. Huh? Huh? You can't use that money for that?
Can use PR money for enhanced, for taxes on the field technicians and enforcement. PR money.
Yeah, we could use PR for operations and hunter access. So right now we pay
Overseeing it and all that?
probably.
Do we do that now? Why, and why not?
Okay.
We use much of that PR money?
We pay about 1.5 million in contract dollars, so landowners, the access programs get paid with PR.
What do they do?
Again, that's a good discussion for tomorrow for assistance for block management and access. All right, so that wasn't as quick as you thought, that's it.
Especially when
Yeah.
they weren't gonna do it.
So the next one is a new one, which is Nichols Bear Creek. This is access into Bear Creek along the Fortech Reservoir in Macomb County. Everybody thought this was a public road. I contacted the Macomb County Commissioners. It is not a public road. There used to be a fishing or a camp. I think it was a camping site for the Corps of Engineers used to have. There was some land swapping years ago between the CMR and the Corps of Engineers. So that site is no longer a camping site. Mr. Nichols came to me and was looking for a program. What kind of program? He got a letter in the mail and was wondering about his property. So this is what we came up with. This would be year-round access for fishing, hunting, and other use. 1,200 acres, that public land, that's just the public land that it would access. And then we also have the lake. So there's year-round fishing, there'd be ice fishing down there, everything. So, and then people will legally be able to access this now.
If there was a camp and there was some land swapping, that still be in effect somehow,
Or
or the access to the camp?
it's no longer.
Well, the camp is not there,
Yeah.
but that.
There was no legal,
There was.
no legal access
Okay.
with a right of way easement or anything for the public.
This is in the special permit area in 652.
Yes, sir.
Is he in block management?
He will not be in block management this year. Well, him and a neighbor, him and a neighbor are trying to work together to make a bigger block management area. And so we're still negotiating. So, and I don't think, even if we scored that as being in block management, that it would bump the score up.
Right now, it's scored as if it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But it doesn't, he still doesn't make the add-on payment with the score that he has, we're just gonna lower it.
right, right.
Any other questions?
So, again, this is one, when I look at the user days, he's not in block management, this is probably a good one. You've got 351 user days to come into an area with, that's a limited mule deer area.
Yep.
And how did you come up with that? And again, I'm just curious.
It's just my years of experience. This is also year round. It's not 6 months out of the year. It's for fishing as well. And I believe that this will get quite a bit of fishing access.
I'm very familiar with that road, that property. It's a primo piece of property.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Everybody thumbs up? Opposition? Okay.
The next one is Davenport, Davenport, Opine Hills. So this is west of Opine along the Teeny Road. This is 1,100 acres of BLM and DNRC, or 1,000 acres, excuse me. East Fork Road does not touch the BLM. I went out and measured it myself. Yeah, it's, I think it's like 14 feet away from it. And then we also get into the corner crossing issue on that, so. This does hold quite a few deer. Excuse me for not putting his block management on there. He has been in block management for the last few years.
Surrounded by block.
No, his block management is just stuff north of there in section 25 and 24. The rest of that is not in block management.
Questions? Thumbs up?
Our last one is in Wayne County, which is also a new one this year. This is with Harold Miller on 30 Mile Creek. This is the green boundary is what I based the project on. There is access from the Oberg Road, which is to the west, but it's over 2 miles. The Miller Road only goes up to his property in section 18. Yeah, that's good country along the 30 Mile Creek. They've been block management cooperative for a long time. $3,100 for this one.
Existing private land trail is a good trail that goes up into the BLM.
Yeah, yep.
Other questions? Thumbs up.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Tanner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Feel free to come back again.
I'll be here. Don't worry. No,
Thumbs up. Okay, so the first one we have is Country Cross Ranch. This is a renewal from the past 2 years. It's motorized access to 968 acres of inaccessible BLM. Really good habitat. They're also in block management. Receives over 1,000 hunter days a year. Type 1 BMA. $4,000. I think the first year it was like around $6,500, but then we reassessed it, that dropped down to 4. So it's a nice property.
Most landowners hear that reassessed and it's worth less the next year than it was the year before. Do you get any kickback on that or
Well,
grumblings?
yeah, they grumble a little bit about it, but when we explain why, how we reassess based on this committee's recommendations, they're okay with it. They don't like it, but they accept it.
Yes, so to clarify that point, that was done once. So we did the first go round of fallow agreements. And then after we all looked at them and all the regional people commented on what worked well and what didn't work well, then we changed that criteria on these sheets. And that was second year. And that's what he's referring to is it changed some of those evaluations.
That's good history. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we had 2 of them that decreased from the first.
Okay.
And they're still.
Okay.
There was 32 part of the block management.
32, yes, but that's, it's that one, that parcel legally accessible.
That's
It's on the highway. in County Road.
Okay, Cross Country Ranch, any questions? Good to go? Good. Okay.
And the next one is also renewal from the past 2 years. This is a pretty simple one. Not in block management, never has been. Motorized access across about 3/4 of a mile private land to one section of the NRC. Pretty decent habitat for birds, animals, and deer, north of Baker. 640 acres state land, so it's just a flat rate. 1,050 payment. This is another one that dropped from like 3,000 to 1,001 year one.
What's the use of it?
Use, we don't have any block management data and we haven't monitored. We don't have staff to monitor their use, so I don't have. The landowner told me he's had people going in there. So I know what's getting used. But as far as actual numbers, I do not have. And he hasn't had any issues. He's happy with it.
That might be why the evaluations were adjusted after looking at how it first was set up.
Yeah.
To a section. Okay. So, want to go forward again?
pretty good.
Antelope, birds here.
Any questions? Ready? Good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is a new one. He contacted me after he received the letter. Longtime block management cooperator, type 2, BMA. He's going to allow year-round access to that one section of the NRC and that one section of BLM, motorized access to the DNRC and then up to and through the BLM. And this is really pretty good opportunity for animals to get birds and occasionally elk on this place too. It is, yeah, motorized year round and allowing all other recreations on that public land as well. Could be for anything. He is requesting that the public get permission to use the road before they do it. So it's not just a free for all open. They do have to call them.
16 walk in on.
Yeah, the state land can't drive on unless it's designated as by state. So you have 16 walk-in only BLM. There is that open trail right now that he will allow.
But he's allowing access from his, well, I guess he has, so that maybe that's a little bit confusing to me, I guess, now that you say that. So he's in, his private land is in the BMA at the parking spot there. Is he allowing driving up to the state, up to the BLM land then? Okay, yeah, on his property.
Right.
Okay.
Any questions?
Just a quick question, Travis. Is it fair to assume then when they get onto the BLM land, they have no designated parking areas? Once they get in there, they can basically park wherever they want.
Just like any other BLM trail. And when we started this program 2 years ago with the BLM office in Miles City, they had issues with us actually designating parking areas on BLM. So we didn't do that, like that Country Cross one, that first year, I had a parking area on BLM, and the next year I moved it to the private.
All right, any other questions? Everybody thumbs up?
Okay, this next one, Kenny McCurley, Corey actually is the one that brought this project forward, up in Garfield County. It is lots of motorized access over 22 miles to CMR numbered roads that were previously kind of landlocked by Kenny's private land. So this is opening up access to the CMR, those numbered roads, and some BLM trails through all of his private land. He's willing to allow road access on all his private trails to access all these public land trails that are existing. For hunting and fishing year round, you can access the south end of Fort Peck. Catfish fishing, Big Drive Creek. Yeah, year round. CMR was actually really thrilled that we came up with this project to keep these roads opened up to the public. When I talked to them, so it's a good project. I've been up there. We have talked about block management. He's considering it. He hasn't made any commitments yet, but it's on June to decide if he wants to open up his private land on both sides, the east and west. For block management, so that is a possibility. It's not going to change any payments for this year. Ocala. He wants to try this for 1 year, see how it goes. If it goes good, then I think we have a multi-year agreement.
He doesn't keep the money private now.
He does, yeah, if he has to.
So that's 17. And there's his second 17.
So, yeah, all this private along Van Norman Road on the west side is his. And then on the east side, like 4, 5, 9, 17, 16, 20, 21 is his. So if we could get that in block management, then we have, you know, this, the pallet itself is how many acres? You know, 12,000 acres, and then the private land, we got in block, I think that's around another 7,000.
So how do you deal with roads at that time or in the tough times in that area?
Well, in this area, he's asking that people get permission from him as well. So he can, there is a couple creek crossings that can be impassable at times. I was up there this spring when typically it's the highest, and I had no. But he's gonna kind of control that stuff.
So that's one thing I'm not clear on PALA. As far as, block management, you can pull it up online and look at those conditions. Where are we listing that condition on the PALA for the hunter to know?
Okay, I think we just recently got the ability through block management and PALA to us managers can manually go into the system and close properties. So when it's on a planner, it'll show it as closed or restricted.
But when you look at this as a PALA alone,
Right.
where does the hunter find the information about how to ask permission and such?
That'll be on the hunt planner as well. And there'll be signs on site with all that information and all the access points.
And the rules have the permission. The rules has the permission, how to be permission.
Like the page of the map right here has all that as well. Okay. And that's online. That'll be posted on site. It'll be in our access guide that we produce.
Might look at that again as users, because I found that hard to find in the hunt planner. Maybe they aren't now.
You just have to click a different button.
Yeah, a different button.
Yes.
It's other access
opportunities.
How does the department work cooperatively with digital mapping companies to provide them data? So like BMA right now is really easy accessible on my phone.
Right.
How do we share that same information to make PALA agreements?
It's the department, the GDS department puts out open data on our website.
Mhm.
We don't give.
Okay, so you put out open data, so
And then anybody can go grab it.
okay.
So, for example.
Can this data be grabbed on PALA agreements then?
Yeah, sure.
It's already open source data.
It's open data, so
Okay.
like Onyx goes and grabs the block management data from our
Mhm.
website, they can grab this data.
Okay.
They just have it. So it's there. We don't give it to anybody. It's anybody can go.
Yeah.
get it. It's public.
On the hunt planner, if you can navigate it.
It is, I set it in a different one.
I do think we need to look at that and assess it for ourselves. How easy is it to access that information to make this successful so they know to ask permission?
Well, it's like the very first meeting, we had the person talking about fishing access, and I asked him that same question. He's like, well, we don't really put it out there. We don't want a lot of people to know about it. And I was like, boy, that's interesting.
Private land
That's
fishing
a-
program.
So that's a point that the director's office has made with me as we move forward. How are we going to better notify the public of the information available? And it is somewhat of a balance to walk between landowners,
Of course.
how much they want it advertised, and you have to at a minimum make it available on the website. We'll be having a bigger conversation about that over the next few months.
Yeah, so
Travis, question for you. On these that require permission, is it so much requiring permission or is it notification?
it's more of a notification. They just want to know who's.
So you could, if they publish your cell phone, you could send Kenny McCormick a text
Yeah.
message and say, I'm gonna be out on this road on such and such a date.
Yeah, he just wants to know when people are.
Okay.
And then they can advise you whether you should or should not travel.
Right.
Travel on your own risk.
Any
So,
other?
yeah, this one scored pretty high and
Mhm.
13,750. If we did block management, this would be close to $15,000.
Awesome piece.
Any questions further? Thumbs up. Good.
Job, Tori.
Vicky.
Okay, the next one is also a new one. Contacted me after he got the letter. Longtime block management cooperator. This one's similar to the last one. It's quite a bit of motorized. Over 12 miles of motorized access. About 2,800 acres of under accessible BLM. Same deal with permission or notification. He just wants to kind of know who's out there and when. This is also year long for any and all recreations. What he actually wanted to do was south of this pallet project, he has some more property with accessible. But he wants some kind of program to work with us to open up this whole ranch year round for all types of recreation and access. But right now, this is what we could do is these parcels that are under accessible. It's how I made Powell work for this year, but long term, he wants to look at something for his whole place. So that's something else that we'll be working on.
We've seen more demand for off season than hunting season.
He's seeing more. He says there's people out there all the time, kind of on bird watch, whatever. There's a lot of accessible BLM.
Oh, there's a lot.
So, and that's right. And so they're out on the BLM and they end up on his property. Undoubtedly. So this is just kind of a way that he thought he could know who's out there and kind of control a little bit better. Get a little bit out of it. So. And this BMA, the whole BMA is Cherry Creek. It's 117,000 acre BMA block management area, 8 different landowners. The whole thing gets about 3,500 days a year. This stuff over here on Rob's place, most years there's a good chance there's going to be elk up there. So people, once they hear that, that's what they do.
The elk won't be there long.
They won't be, but they'll be there.
Questions?
With this one? Okay, the next two are also new, same landowner, 2 different access points. One to state land, one the other access point to 3 parcels of BLM. He also contacted us after the PR went out, so block management cooperator as well. His block management area is all walk-in from the county road or from that parking area that's shown on the map. So this one, the state land, it's walk-in access approximately 1 mile from the parking area to the state land. That's just going to be a flat rate, 1,050, but he does want to do 5-year agreements on both of these agreements. Block management for many years, and they'll continue to. They're good cooperators. The BLM project is walk-in access from accessible BLM to these landlocked BLM parcels through this private land. So there's no motorized, and this is not year-round. This will just be for the fall hunting season, August 15th, January 1st. So the state land project is that flat rate 1,050, and the BLM project will be 3,000 a year based on the scoring. Over 5 years, 15,000. That's what he wants to do. With your recommendation for a multi-year.
So the red line is a private road?
The solid red is county road to the parking area. And then that other line is just a walking trail. That's just designated a walking trail to the state land.
Is his entire BMA walk-in?
Yep. And the BMA receives over 300, I think it was 300, right around 300 days. Yeah, it was just less than 350.
Roger, did you see anything on that?
No, it was all good. We looked over it the first time. Saw nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, the only thing that's changed since we met was when I talked, we wanted to do that 5-year.
I have no problem with it.
Just a quick question. Off of the county road up there where it goes into the trail, there must be a road off into the BLM.
No, you'd have to walk from the road.
Oh, you, okay, and so those are just access things.
Right.
It's a trail, I see, okay, I didn't, I was.
Yeah, it's not actually a road, it's just showing that it's.
That's how they
walking.
get, I see. Okay, makes sense.
Other questions? Okay, everybody good with 5 years? That's what's being asked. Yeah,
Absolutely. He wants to do 5-year agreements, something like that.
Is that consistent with?
Yeah, he does 1-year agreements with Block just because of the fluctuating payment. But he'll sign up. So we do every year. His whole family's doing Block.
Great. All good with Ryan O'Connor, both applications.
So as long as it stays in the BMA stays there or without.
What's that?
If he pulls from the BMA.
If he pulls from the BMA, I guess we'll have to negotiate and talk to him about this. He might take it the same, not the same attitude. He did a 5-year agreement with us, just like Block. We could still believe those agreements midterm. If something
Okay. Good on those two. All right.
happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. Good. A little ahead of where we thought we'd be, which is great. Anybody need a break? We're gonna have public comment at noon. If there is any, I think there will be some. Okay. So we did. I don't know, Colleen, if that's, so the one before that Colleen was gonna present now has a public access that's been defined. So does that even make the application, does it make it invalid?
It would not qualify under the side boards that in place right now.
Yeah, and before, when we were looking at it, I was questioning whether the north and south could be considered two separate issues. But now that whole road is public.
Legally, there is access.
Yeah. So essentially, it won't qualify. I was gonna talk about it because it gave us that opportunity to look at the distance and make sure our sideboards were right. But I think with it being clear public access, it takes it out of potential. Okay. All right. So with that, I don't think we want to jump into the EHAs before public comment. So when we capture anything from just looking through these PALAs and things we discussed that we want to bring forward for consideration tomorrow, when we really look at the PALAs and things that we might want to improve on or make recommendations for. We talked about Rich's, it's interesting to me because in that specific area where you know it so well, you essentially object to that much access. But one of those agreements we just approved had that same kind of,
I saw it.
massive, quote unquote, and I look at it that way too, amount of access. And we just.
But it didn't get to the point where he hasn't opened up that VMA yet, where that would be a question where it'd be like, well, what if making the parking spot on his private land? And then they had to walk from there, but they have access. I looked on Onyx, they had the highway comes down on the other side and there are roads all along there in white dash that they have access all the way across that way. So if that guy wants to do it, he's already having that in there and he's in the VMA to begin with. So like I said, I think there's times where it can work. And
That's the key, Rich. They've had that kind of pressure for a lifetime. We're just seeing at home, like, we're just seeing this pressure in the room, because everything else is getting so pressured, pushing more people into the more inconvenient places to go.
And that's what I did think, Ed, is that, and some of those that would ever come up is maybe make the parking on the private land and have them walk from, maybe it's 100 yards, maybe it's 50 yards, I don't know, but then all it does is then it allows that opportunity to still get in there, and they're certainly closer to it, but yeah, because I was looking at that, because I didn't know how they got to the access on the other side, but as I zoomed or got bigger on it, there's the highway that comes down, and that's all through BLM, so there's roads all along there that go in. I don't know what the usage is like, because I don't live there, but.
Yeah, well, there's so many parts within that become, right now it's not a problem. So the next generation comes and they're not in agreement and accord. And I think it begs us to look a little bit at how the tolerance in all those situations to me have a tipping point. And how do you get ahead of that? How do we not lose, like, was it McKinley?
It was
Early?
Yeah.
How do we begin that and not lose it because we overuse it by a little more advertising of the access? Essentially, as Hope mentioned, how hard do we want to present it to the public? Well, to me, if it's an accessible program, I want it publicized because I want them to know the rules. Then if we're going to worry about that over impact, then we need to look at how do we apply it on that property so we can mitigate that. And your point of you park here and walk here, you can do that. You can do you park here, like on this part of that one is going into CMR. So you can park here, and then for retrieval, you could retrieve from 11 to 2, whatever it is. So you accommodate that non-spoilage of an elk in the archery season, or whatever the case might be.
Well, I think that's why FWP has to be involved in this in some regards, in terms of the knowing what the animal health is like, because what's going to happen. I mean, the articles are produced. I was like, they did a study on it. I could have told you that elk are smart enough to know where the pressures are. And they're going to, so when all of a sudden we open all this access, or and we're going to find out whether we made a mistake or not. When there's, and where do the animals go? And then they go to places where there's less of that, and they're trying to manage it. So it's going to be a learning thing for sure.
Yeah. I just wonder if we can help put a focus on that in advance. I've got a friend who was in block management, and he took it out of block management, not for pressure. Okay. But when he had his in block management, even though you could drive through the whole thing, you actually had parking points where you were supposed to park other than recovery. And they were well thought of for accessing the unit, the whole topography of that place, and not overusing. And if there were 3 cars parked there, then the next person comes, you get into that ethic or behavior question. So should 3 more cars park here? Should trucks park here? And that's another issue. So I think having the discussion is helpful. I don't know if we can guide the department on, how do you critically look at, these folks are working so hard on trying to identify these opportunities. How do you really have that conversation with that landowner and say, are you concerned about, once you provide this access, how much use it'll have? And if they say no, then give them the open that when you see that problem, please contact us and let's address it. Because I don't want it from my point of this hunting side equation. And the landowner certainly doesn't want it,
How many, Tim, do you remember, so we got how many game wardens in Region 6?
10.
Yeah.
And how many thousand acres in Region 6?
I don't know that answer.
There's 3 million.
Okay, so then this is where FWP does come in. I think if you want to have parking signs and have people, that's all great. But if there's going to be no one there to police it, or to at least see what's going on, I'm telling you, when it's dark out, when it's not, I'm telling you that stuff happens. And it's that's, there has to be enforcement. And to know the rules, to know how they're getting in there, all that stuff, because I'm not opposed to that. I'm concerned definitely about what it turns into when there's no oversight. And so I think that'll come to a head at some point.
Well, I've been talking to some of these people that have been on the elk management plan group. And one of their concerns was overcrowding. And, you know, I think that's a huge concern. And I don't know how to, you know, if we're gonna just, like one ranch, we're gonna let it just wide open. We're gonna be open. How do we address that? I don't know if we can put that in the ballot agreements or not. Do they lose points if they have walk-in only?
Yes.
They do.
Well, it's not really.
You gotta reward them.
Not necessarily. I mean, you have all kinds of other issues, Paul. I mean,
Yeah.
so you shoot an elk 4 miles back there and it's 89 degrees in September.
I agree. I
That's
wasn't talking
all
about,
going away.
I wasn't talking about.
Yeah.
But that's kind of on the guy responsible for pulling the trigger on his bow and arrow too.
Sure. No, I get it. There's all these, well, that's right.
That's an ethics thing.
Yep.
It's like the bow hunter that wounds more than one animal a year. To me, that's unconscionable. You draw blood on an animal, you should be done. It's like shooting when it's 90 degrees, you have back in 4 miles, maybe I better not do this.
Yep. Well, if you see elk 4 miles away and it's the one you want, you're gonna go.
Yeah.
And I get that. We can say it. Cause I'm like, yeah, I'm 63 and I'm at that point where I might not wanna do that. I don't run that fast anymore.
Yeah, 23, I wouldn't have thought about it. Now, I wouldn't even think of it.
So the discussion about more help on the ground is boots. And I do think we can come with a recommendation wherever it goes that when we're looking at these block management combinations, opportunities where there's an over impact concern, we recommend the department look at finding a way to put more boots on the ground. There is money in the block management program for that. You have to fight for it. It doesn't matter, Paul. I mean, if you combine PR money with.
No, but the word I was looking for earlier was coordinator, not coordinator.
And
I
that's
couldn't
it.
figure- I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many people, I mean, these people have to do so many multiple jobs. You know, I said one time to Alan Charles, when I got interested in Plpw, these folks need to be psychologists. And he's going, he thought I was literally meaning we need to hire a psychologist. But the interaction they have is so critical to you, the landowner, and then to interface that with the hunter. And it might be a temporary hat that's on one block man. I mean, it's a tricky deal. So I think we need to give some specific ideas and let them run how they can.
Mr. Chairman, will we be able to talk to BLM and DNRC too with that? Because I think they're, I mean, am I jumping ahead? Sorry.
No.
Okay, so that'll be a good opportunity too, because I think they have skin in the game too in this. You know, I mean, in terms
BLM
of.
has a lot of skin in the game. They have a memorandum of understanding with FWT. Have the wildlife management.
Yeah, so I guess we'll probably get to that. I didn't mean to jump ahead.
No, that's
CMR.
Because I want to have results too. Like I want to see things too. I don't want to just complain about it. I just find results.
So we could kind of come with this general fleshed out idea about how do we provide, how does the department provide more boots on the ground to deal with these issues we're talking about, and make that recommendation. Whether they can do it or not is going to be up to the legislature and up to budgeting and that whole process. But I think we can say this is a problem. This is what we're hearing over and over. This is one potential solution. Does anybody have an objection to going forward with that type of statement? That's,
We did that once before, they did.
yeah, so I'd just like to see a show. Everett, would you be good with it? Obviously, Eric would be. Yeah. Ray, you good? Dale?
I am. I think though, we need to understand the process a little bit and.
Yeah.
And Hope certainly, or Jason can certainly enlighten me a lot better, but. As I understand, oftentimes it's not the funding, it's having the FTE approved by the legislature that allows you to hire the people to do the work. I mean, it's, so yeah, that's, you need to get more people out there, but without the blessing of the legislature to allow them to hire those people, you have as much money as you want, but without the approval to hire those positions, it's not gonna happen. Is that somewhat fair or?
That's fair. And I think just to let you know, so where we're currently at with staffing the access program across the state is, you know, Jason and the access team have made the case, you know, exactly what we're talking about is we have a menu of a dozen access programs, which can be a double-edged sword. One, you want to have lots of options for landowners for what fits best for them for customer service. But then there's more programs to manage, more information to manage, and getting that out. So the step that we're at right now is bringing on, we got approval from the governor's office of budget and program planning to request enough modified FTE to have a resource specialist assisting the access managers in the regions. Region 2 already has this. There's going to be an exception in Region 1. Macy, I hope you saw my most recent message on that. Thank you. And then we're going to have 2 in Region 6 just because of the number of contracts in Region 6. But the intention is that those resource specialists are going to be sort of a middle ground of folks who can be out in the field, helping on the ground, getting stuff out, but also who can help the access manager with the contract administrative side of the game. So they're gonna be kind of a Swiss Army knife and helping wherever it's most efficient at the time based on what needs to be done and most effective. So that's 5.86 FTE that we got approved to move forward with in a request. And that's what we're gonna get for our next biennial request. You know, so
6 positions statewide. I mean, it's.
None of
That's
that
not a lot of
enforcement,
help.
none of that enforcement, so.
right, that's not enforcement. Yeah. So it's and I don't have the FTE numbers right in front of me to say exactly how it lands in each region, but yeah, so we already had the full-time resource specialist in Region 2. We'll get one in 3, 4, 5, and 7. 6 is going to have 2. So.
You know, I've heard Rich and Eric and other people talk about the need for additional enforcement. I think having visibility is almost as effective as having enforcement. I mean, if you have people in your Fish Wildlife Parks vehicles, they don't have to be carrying a gun and a ticket book. Just being out there and saying, hey, there's people watching over me, can be very effective.
One thing I thought I'd never live long enough to hear in eastern Montana from the landowners is we need more wardens. Every year.
That's your age, Eric. You're older.
That's one thing about signing up for block management. When you sign, even if it's a type 1, those guys sign the thing that says they read the rule book and they'll play by the rules. And they're more afraid of the potential apprehension by a game warden or even Katie. If they're out there and said, okay, you said you won't drive by these parking signs and all that stuff. Well, here you are. And the Pala doesn't have any way to do that. There's no way to know how many people even access a Pala. Is there now? Not really.
Good, we have this cool app.
Yeah. Maybe I should talk about that too.
Yeah.
Do you know how many openings we have for wardens? And are we having an issue recruiting wardens in Montana?
So the last couple of years and last fall, we had 12 openings, 12 vacancies where we didn't have wardens in certain areas. Jordan, Fort Benton, we haven't had a warden for years. That's recently we've hired 10 game wardens, upwards of 10 game wardens. So we're going to be fully staffed more than we ever have been in a lot of years. That doesn't give any more positions anywhere in the state, but at least these folks now are at least fully staffed. I think we're about down to 7 vacancies now again already, just hiring 10 due to retirements and other things coming up. I think there's 7 vacancies now. We're in a general hire right now that's just been advertised. It's out there right now looking for new folks. A couple things, you know, Rich touched on, if I could just for a minute, Ed, You know, DNRC will be here later, but they fund 2 FTE positions, 2 in the entire state is all. So.
Did you say DNRC?
DNRC, yeah, so just for information for you folks. And we do have MOUs with like the BLM and the Forest Service during commission adopted hunting season for certain things, off-road on Forest Service and that type of thing, where we can, game wardens can enforce that. Where it comes hard, and I've heard you guys talk about, you know, parking signs, 3 people per parking area. Those on the priority list, when you get a landowner on a headless deer versus 3 people parked, that's where it becomes tough to be everywhere at one time during that time of year. So, and you guys know that already, but it's just priorities.
I think another piece to add to the enforcement bandwidth question or discussion is that, so when we had our managers meeting in March, talking about various budget proposals amongst the divisions, one of the other things that's coming forward to help give enforcement more bandwidth is a proposal looking at, could we seek additional FTE for wildlife conflict, particularly in urban areas? And those folks would be part of the wildlife division. But if we could get them in and get that FTE in some key regions, that opens up some bandwidth for the wardens who will get sucked into that activity, right?
Yeah, thank you, Hope. You know, in these drought years, when bears are going through the real places like Bozeman, that's what wardens are doing. They're going from bear call to bear call to bear call in Big Sky. They're not doing enforcement archery season stuff because, you know, the safety part of that, right, is bears in town, and that's what becomes the priority. So the bandwidth is they are spread very thin.
So the managers in the director's office are looking at it from lots of angles of where do we deploy FTE? We have to make strategic FTE requests, and how do we do it to get the biggest bang for the buck and in ways that we can lift all boats. We might not get that strength of FTE, but applying it over here, it might help the other kind of FTE.
And remember too, there's things that have been added to the enforcement plate and the department's plate. Aquatic invasive species is a priority for the department. Wardens spending time at these check stations and responding to drive-bys because of potential consequences. So they're doing all things wearing multiple hats, they're not, you know, in the field as much as they were.
The worst of it is then they gotta waste a whole bunch of time doing some office work.
Not anymore. The PR, just somebody talked about PR, you know, PR can't be used for enforcement. But that used to be where it was up near 30%. That's since gotten much lower. So we are able to be out in the field more doing enforcement work.
So I just want to respond to Dale's comment about visibility. Just need a lot of people on FWP shirts.
You know, Ed, I've heard, I've been a part of Access for 15 years and mainly in Region 6, but it's like Lee said, landowners aren't signing up to get rich off of block management, right? They just want somebody else to deal with the hunters, just like Lee said.
Right.
They don't care if the hunter sees a logo on the door, they automatically, you know, stand up a little straighter, and you know, that's what they're looking
They're
for.
scared of Katie.
Yeah.
Bunch of guys up there driving down the road, Flicker got stuck with Joe blew in the road. He said, "Oh, she's gonna give us a ticket." I said, "No, just drive beside."
Yeah, just give me an FWP pickup and pay for the gas all the way around.
So it's a complicated or complex and nuanced conversation. So then going back to the point that Drew was making about technology, and certainly is a point that you all have raised before in previous meetings, it's at what point can we bring technology to bear to assist with some of this? And, you know, one of the ideas that the Access team and Jason have brought forward is getting into you know, whatever technology it is, whatever app it is, whatever it is, that making reservations and having self-registration, checking in and out as you go. You can geolocate as you walk into a place, it registers that you're there. When you leave, it knows you're gone, those sorts of things. Some folks are more comfortable with that kind of technology than others. So there's that component of the conversation. But then there's also the component of this has to fit in with our IT vision for the agency, which ties into the new XMT system. And whatever functionality we come up with in the future, it needs to be a component of that XMT system. again, I know you've been underwhelmed so far by what you've seen. There's a lot going on behind the scenes and work on that. But I think I've told you at the December meeting or February meeting that realistically, we might be 3 to 5 years out from getting our piece for this consideration into that new system. There is work behind the scenes to try and speed that up and make it happen faster, but there's a ton of moving parts. And so I can't make any promises on when that's available. But I think the reality is, at least from my perspective and what I hear from your feedback, is that when we can get that, that's also going to help.
So one run back to where we are with this question of more boots on the ground. The legislature created the PALA. The legislature created block management. The legislature created this council. And when you put all that together, I think for us to be successful, we go forward with something to EQC, letting them know that these are the concerns that are being addressed or need to be addressed. And we've recognized that we need to give them a clear guidance of what we're seeing, and then bring that forward. We can only bring it to their attention that this is a throbbing issue in hunter access. It's always been here, but now we've added pallet. And when you add pallet to block management, it's one of the combined side effects of all that access. And the legislature wanted more public land access, so we're getting it. But with that, there's no component of how do we police that. That's what we're hearing and talking about. And I think we've got to present that back to look at those FTEs. I know when I was on that financial advisory council, FTEs is everything. You know, as far as the management, it is for all of us in our businesses and ranches and all that. We don't call them FTEs, you know, but it's the same reality. You know, it's hard to, can we justify it? And does it solve the problem or goal that we're trying to accomplish? I think we've got to go there with it and see what happens. You know, it's like, well, we got some more access. We got another 1 million acres of access. Now, how do we take care of it? You know, and we can come with some ideas that are sound and give them a starting point, or we can come with an idea that's finished and let them go forward with it, or would go forward with it.
Mr. Chairman, earlier, a little bit ago, you asked, you know, what were some of the things that we might, where we might want to make recommendations on the PALA, and probably more for a discussion tomorrow, but thinking through this and looking at some of the sideboards that are in there, I really think this council could make a lot of recommendations, maybe to simplify this process. And I guess where I'm going with this is that I look at the amount of time that these people spend on PALA, and when you consider what it amounts to in comparison to the block management, and I am guessing the amount of time they spend on one of these PALA agreements compared to a block management area that may access many times more land, the amount of time that is so disproportional in terms of the amount of land that they're spending on PALA. And I know there were some things that came out that on one of the spreadsheets and some ideas, and I've jotted down some notes, but I just think there's some things that maybe we really ought to think about presenting to Hope and the people here and saying, if this were, does it make sense? And if so, at the end of the day, would it lighten the load of these access coordinators? Because again, I see it kind of as an overwhelming program, and I'm not trying to benefit of it. I just think there's an awful lot that goes into it for what comes out of the end of the pipe.
Well, Mr. Chair and members, since we're ahead of schedule today, amazing. I would suggest that we go ahead and maybe move tomorrow morning's discussion on the pallet pieces to after lunch, and just go ahead and dive into those kinds of conversations and take that time to at least start that And then, given the interest that you've expressed about talking a little bit more with the other agency partners, and getting some feedback and conversation on a few things, Jason reached out to see if they could maybe come a little earlier, come at 2. So maybe we could take our lunch break and then come back, between 1 and 2. Start having those kinds of discussions you're talking about, just dive right in. 'Cause if we can send people home earlier tomorrow, I'm sure no one's gonna complain. And then have a little longer time with the partners.
Everybody on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Settled. We have about 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we're at public comment, and I think it's not too soon if you want to take that. We can do it.
If we can do it.
Okay, yeah.
So, public comment, who do we have here at noon for public comment at this time in the room? And remind us who you are and where you're from.
We have one person online. I'll just say, for anyone online, we only have one attendee online, but if you intended to make comment at this public comment time at noon, would you please press the raise your hand button at the bottom of the screen so we know to call on you?
Okay. In the room, anybody want to start with public comment? None? Okay.
Seeing none, that's good.
All right.
All right. And for our attendee on Zoom, did you want to make comment? So please raise your hand. We'll give you another couple seconds here to indicate that, but otherwise they have not done so far.
Okay. It's not quite like Google.
Tomorrow. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So I guess no public comment at this time. So we could just take lunch. We're right here. Anybody want to bring up something before we head to lunch? That's right on the tip of your burning tongues? No? Are we ready for that?
Yeah. Okay, so, and let's still-
Who was that? Yeah. Okay, so we'll take 45 minutes. Grab your fishing license, link right over there. I know Lee's gonna go fishing.
Eric's suggesting swimming.
Yeah.
For anyone who's up there. Wake up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
We'll be back at- Yeah. Can you hear us now, Colin?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So you want that off and left on?
Is that not the primary microphone?
It's green is on, so it's on.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay, back at it. So, let's look through the PALA criteria. And then ask some questions about what we want to do to recommend any improvements or changes, etc. Folks can write them down. And then we'll see if we can grab a recommendation out of that to go forward with. Clear's not clear. Good. So I think we've all, having just gone through that process over the last month, I think it's pretty fresh. So I'd entertain some thoughts about things that have occurred to you that jotted down or otherwise about how we improve or change the PALA situation or the opportunity. And I know Dale had some thoughts in advance. Maybe we can start there.
And I might just say, Mr. Chair, so what you see in front of you are thoughts that the agency has moved forward from our internal review of the programs, just as a starting point for your conversation, but they are things that we would like you to consider, so. Thanks.
I think just PALA, right?
Just PALA. Right now, it's just PALA. Actually, Dale, let me interject before let's talk about that bottom one, just because it's really low hanging fruit. So currently, there's a $5 fee that the applicant is required to submit with the application for a PALA. So let's hear what the problem with that is.
Access managers, would you like to describe the problem in, it's just a hassle to administer $5.
Oh, it needs to be more.
No, it needs to be $1 million. No, we just like to get.
We're gonna remember that.
So the history of this is that when this legislation for public access land agreements went through, over the course of the legislative timeline, it got behind in moving forward. And so to keep the bill alive past a transmittal deadline, they had to put some revenue into it so that the bill could keep moving forward through the legislative process. And because of the late date, it never got removed, but it's practically a pain to administer. And we would say, just get rid of it.
I thought it was interesting that you brought up, I mean, I look at this and you were just talking about block management and the simplicity of it versus this. And so I mean, I was all seriousness. I mean, I keep saying this pay to play, and I know I'm a landowner, so it'd be like, well, why am I paying for something I'm giving up? And I'm not suggesting we do it or whatever. I do think that for me, it's like those, I don't know, it's like, it's a world we live in now where if we want benefits of these things, it comes at a cost, it seems like, and like I said, so as far as that goes, that was my quick comment on that, but I'm all for making it streamlined too, so I didn't need to screw that.
No, I thought it'd be low hanging.
You know, the reality on those things, and then, I didn't work for Fish, Wildlife and Parks, working for Field Land for years. You take, and for sell a map or sell a firewood permit, and it's gotta be logged, it's gotta be tracked, somebody's gotta deposit the check. I mean, all of a sudden you have $250, to administer a $5 check that comes in, and it's just a hassle to have to do that. And I'm guessing Fish, Wildlife and Parks probably has some similarities in that regard.
All in favor?
Do we have the ability to do that, or does the legislature?
We have the ability to recommend to be changed.
Okay, good.
To repeal it.
Okay, we're good, okay.
And after we get through the discussion today, I mean, I think that this would be something that we look to come forward in a PLPW legislative proposal. And it could be packaged with other things that you might come forward with over the next couple of days and ideas.
Okay, that good, low hanging fruit one? Okay, great. Do you want to jump in, Dale?
So looking through this, just as a few years of experience on this, there were several things that I had thought about. But one of the big ones is not in the blocks, it's down below, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one. And that has to do with under accessible with a 2-mile restriction. I've looked at many of these PALA agreements and they require 2 miles for, to be under accessible, they have to be 2 miles out. And I just feel like that is an excessive number. I mean, for a lot of people, 2 miles is a long way. I really think we ought to look at a scenario where we're looking at a half a mile or a mile or whatever. Maybe Jason or Travis or somebody else can throw some thoughts in there. But boy, I think we are eliminating a lot of opportunities because they don't meet the minimum or the 2-mile minimum requirement.
Not all miles are created equal.
Exactly, and that's a really good point,
So we'll
Drew.
put the 2-mile condition in question.
I thought we grouped them under 2 miles.
Nope. So as it works right now in the regions, if it's not 2 miles or greater, they don't accept the application. Correct?
Jason or something, maybe, I know I didn't really explain that, maybe you could articulate it a little better, what the issues are. I know we've talked about it many times over the years.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few projects that have been good projects that were 1.8 miles, 1.9 miles. The original intent was to try and not get basically too much access. So we think about a 1 mile by 1 mile is a section. So we thought we put it to 2 miles, then it wouldn't have a access point everywhere on that section. But we've had some projects too where they proposed some motorized access within that 2-mile restriction versus walk-in only access that have fallen out as well. I know there's a lot of concerns, perhaps, and maybe Kendra or Colleen can attest to it as well, on some of the Western Montana stuff being 2 miles from the nearest access point is really difficult to get to. But the other offered access potentially from a landowner is a whole lot better access, or even usable access. You know, one of the projects that didn't come forward, the road is unusable. The public can't traverse it except for OHV or ATV. But the landowner was proposing a good motorized route through their private to get to a similar area. But that, again, the 2-mile restriction came into play, so it wouldn't qualify.
So one point on this, so these top criteria before the double line, these are the criteria in considering a PALA, they wouldn't require legislation. But is it commission rule?
Well, they might just, yeah.
Is it?
The
Okay.
2 mile is.
The 2 mile is,
Yeah.
okay, right,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll have to walk through that with you as we
Okay.
suggest things. Is it rule? Is it statute? Is it something else?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you propose?
Well, now this would be next words out of my mouth. What do the people who work in the program from the department recommend? To me, 2 miles just seems excessive. So that we don't want it nothing, but at the same time, what's reasonable?
I think because for a walk-in power can't be more than 1 on a private land. So I think 1 mile should apply.
Just that consistency.
Consistency.
How's that play, Colleen and Bree?
I could still see that working. I do believe there are places like the example that we didn't bring to the table that the access route, when you say no mile is equal, created equally, I mean, there's some preferred routes versus the current legal right of way. You know,
I can see a change of this 2 mile restriction to less or creating more access points that would be eligible.
Can we put it in a clear term? Our recommendation? Is it 1 mile?
Do any of you guys think it would create a situation where they would take advantage of that? That's something I want.
Who's they?
The landowner.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know where you draw the line. I wish there was some common sense to it.
We have the right to approve or not approve them too. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
No, we don't.
well, recommend, excuse me. Thank you.
But right now, as it's written, they don't even bring it to us. Is there any way we can use discretion on it? Or is it just, we gotta put it in stone?
Kind of like that. Inaccessible or under accessible. Under accessible can have discretion. And that's kind of where this comes in the law. Should I see?
Do we have to have a mile limit on it? Shall we put something more?
Well, I was wrong. It's in the code, the 2 miles.
I know change.
No,
No, 2 miles is in the rule.
And that's commission.
Is that department? It's departmental.
Can.
Yeah, it's departmental.
Okay.
Well, that's a
That would
rule.
be
So we can make the
easier to
recommendation.
change.
Rules, we can make recommendations. It doesn't have to go to the legislature.
Right.
Yeah, and all we're doing is recommending whether it's a rule or not, like folks said,
Oh,
she'll
yeah,
sort it
that's
out. And we'll take it where it has to go.
Could we task the access coordinators to come up with some verbiage? I guess I'm kind of like Paul. I don't know that I want to say it needs to be a mile, it needs to be a certain, because not all access routes are created equal, but it'd be nice to have something that really would be something that each of the regions could look at and say, yeah, this works for me, and also gives them the leeway to move forward. Is that something that's doable? What do you think, Travis?
Or can we do it now?
Yeah.
Do it now. Do it now if we could.
Your
Yeah.
input.
Yeah.
Could we leave it up to the determination of the managers? At their discretion? Take the 2 mile out?
Case by case basis.
At least that way they could bring it to us and we could prove it or not.
I do remember Pella where it was like 75 feet or something.
So I can think of one example in the west, in a canyon, where the west side ridge and the east side ridge are completely different accesses, and they are only separated by a creek. If you head up the west or east side ridge, you're going entirely different places. So the west side ridge is an entirely different access. You're not gonna go up it and go down and go up the other. You're not gonna do it. So like, I haven't seen that on a ballot application, but maybe Colleen has.
Remember the one we looked at in Goshen there?
Yeah.
Over on Pasture. Remember that one?
McCartney Mountain,
Yeah, who's the owner of that?
Garrison.
Yeah, and they, the access was within 2 miles, but it was really poor access. And I would have liked to pass that.
Well, if I look at the map again now, there is a right of way through some of that public land, so it would not apply in this case.
I think when we looked at that one, we were thinking there was no current public right of way established.
Yeah.
And now we know there is.
They did,
Yeah.
they did find some deeds.
But it could be sort of an example, if that didn't exist. So would 1 mile do it, or?
Well, in in an example like that, we had input from the public land agencies and FDP field staff that would have supported that. And if it's left to the discretion of the group here with the recommendation from maybe public land agencies or field staff, maybe that would be sufficient. She may still get good projects that are under a mile.
So
Do we need a motion? We set it at a mile and make a recommendation.
well, what she just said, what Colleen just said was at the discretion of the regional coordinator,
Oh,
based on input from the entities involved, that it is a sufficient new access point
Well,
to justify a second access, essentially.
Essentially, with your.
Nothing you can do about first access.
So,
He's good at right
so
now.
the second access creates a new opportunity for access that did not exist in the first, I guess.
And the third access.
They can
doesn't
write it.
exist.
Wonder, does any of the other staff have thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Hope. Chair. You know, one of the challenges with having that open is subjectivity.
Yeah.
And a critique we get and are sensitive to is too much subjectivity. You get a lot of variance across regions and how you define it. And that's something we get criticized for. So it's like, you know, how do you win? But I mean, potentially you could identify, you could leave it so you could leave it to the discretion of staff, but yet identify criteria or factors that each one of them would consider. So, you know, maybe it's the usability of legal access. So that it's not just a legalese, but it's more some condition of the existing access that we consider that you can come up maybe with a set of criteria. So at least that is standardized across regions. But just observing in general that leaving it too subjective, but staff that.
You take the second access to the third power and it's easy.
Yeah, well, that's why Jason reminded me why, you know, things like 2 miles, I mean, that's 2 miles is 2 miles. And so, you know, that's in our favor in terms of having something definitive, but, you know, there could be a compromise where you identify criteria that we all use, but it's still a discretionary decision to advance it forward or make a recommendation to this committee. Hey, thought.
Really. Absolutely. So under 8 on the scoring and assessment form, we did include, are there special circumstances or considerations for this PALA that don't fall within the others? And that's why we put that in. Is there something there that we're needing to consider to be opening this PALA for application? We only gave an example as the PALA will reduce the safety risk to access the proposed area via public water. It was just an example. Or is the smaller acreage very valuable to enroll at a higher rate than the flat? So it's just 2 examples, but we put in there, are there special circumstances or consideration for this PALA? And so maybe if it's a big deal to change the 2 miles, the exception is under 8, this access does provide new access that's valuable to the end user, to the customer, under section 8. Is that enough? And that's really why we put 8
Why not?
in there as the catch-all for a special circumstance.
That would allow it to come to us.
Do you think that can fly where the regional coordinator comes in and says, yeah, well, this isn't 2 miles apart, but it's a great new access. You need to consider this, apply for it, and we'll see if it's approved.
My only thought to that, Mr. Chair, is that if we've already weeded those people out before they get to that point, so they don't actually get considered because they've been weeded before it got there.
Sure.
But most people are gonna talk to the managers, aren't they?
Tim, Kendra and I have just been whispering here. But she thinks that she doesn't have any PALAs there in Region 2, and the 2 mile rule has hindered her. She believes that the 1 mile rule 1 mile should work. I believe that, I agree with Travis that 1 mile be consistent with the walk-in would be a good starting point at least, or see if we get an increase in applications.
And then if something's under a mile, it can still fall under that.
Special circumstance.
Anybody need more discussion on that? So our recommendation is to change it to 1 mile, and if there's a special consideration, remember section 8 to consider that under the scoring and assessment form. Yeah, so that gives you a lot of discretion if you need it, but a guideline.
Can we do thumbs up, middle thumb, and thumbs down from staff too?
Oh, no, from staff.
Looks like work.
Was that a consensus from staff?
Just getting a sense that, if we're gonna.
Anybody have any inhibition to try to apply that way?
I say let's try it and see if we can identify some other areas, or if we get some interest from landowners.
Yeah. I mean, I would think the hardship on you is you turning it down because you say, well, that's not really a great additional access. It's not providing anything new. That's on you. And that could be tough. Yeah.
But much like we saw today with Derek's summary, okay, I'm not crazy, okay. But you could include, if you were uncomfortable slicing it, you could include a little narrative about your thoughts, and then it comes to the PLPW and they do what they did today, where they look at the narrative.
Okay.
That gets easier to implement if you do get rid of the $5 application fee. So you're not, so yeah, this is, you're setting up landowners to fail when you make them apply for a project that they're not eligible for. Then we have to decide, do we take the money or not take the money? And then also, if they apply for a project and are not eligible, they basically just spent $5 and don't qualify. And that's just bad customer relations.
I think we already agreed on that.
Yeah. But just tying it.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. It costs more than $5 to collect $5.
It costs way more than $5.
Yeah.
Don't ask us how much.
Okay, under accessible, that, we're good.
So, Mr. Chair, if you'll allow, tying into the same bullet point, with harm, there's also the language about taking applications, and then we take applications in advance of the PLPW meeting.
Okay.
So right now, the way the rule reads, that we can take any application any time of the year, as long as it's 6 weeks in advance of the next PLPW meeting, which creates obviously an administrative nightmare, not only for you all, but then also for us. The idea was at that time that we would get more projects if we opened the application essentially year round. But we just can't accommodate doing that, nor would I want to present and have you guys have to have this discussion at every one of the meetings. So just be aware of that too. It's also in the
Can we not, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can we not set like a time a year that they, because don't, everything from legislative sessions to when FWP sets like hunting regulations and things like that, I mean, is there a way for someone smarter than me to look at that and say, when would be an optimum just cutoff date? And sorry, you missed it this year. Just, I mean, it's pretty simple. Is that doable?
Yeah, I think it ties into a broader conversation about what we're trying to move to with the access program, which is being able to sit down one time a year with the landowner and say, here's the whole menu of all the options, what works best for you. And right now we're doing Pala's earlier block, kind of starts at the same time, but in different time zone. And then we have the EHAs come in at a different time. And that also contributes to staff workload and management of doing these multiple processes, constantly starting and stopping. We'd like to move to a point where we're doing it all at once. We
And
need
clearly for the landowner, that's
Yeah.
the same problem. Do I need to address this 3 different times?
Yeah, and I think we still need a little runway to get to the point of figuring out exactly what that looks like in a timeline in a year. But that again is also a piece of bringing on that resource specialist FTE to assist with getting to that stage so we can do it that way.
Does it matter? I'm just thinking, when we think of landowners that are typically farmers and ranchers, so calving's a bad time, seeding harvest is a bad time, and maybe in hunting season, so would like say November to say January, are those times that fit what we have to be doing or not? I'm just trying to think out loud here. Maybe for later discussion.
I hear those normal ones go.
I think it's important feedback. So, Jason, you want to walk through the normal? That's what Cynthia's asking.
Oh, as far as a timeline? So right now, the way we work is we run the unlocking public lands, so the tax credit plus these PALAs the same time. And the reason for that is because for the tax credit program, we have to have everything by March 15th. So that adds one layer. So then we throw on the PALAs, we try to mirror that same timeline. And that helps, but it's probably not the apt time for a landowner to be thinking about the next fall's application period or the next, when the next project would be actually in place. So think about, you're applying in January for something that'll happen in September. And that just gets to be difficult. So then there's a lot of different things, and it's a little bit regional nuance, but basically it's kind of running block management applications about after that, as Hope said, till maybe June 1st, mid-June, and trying to wrap up everything as much as we can by mid-July. And then from there, it's field work to get everything implemented and on the ground.
So when's
Really, that's a really simplistic
So
overview.
meld it with the block management program. The application.
Again, I don't know if these guys would agree, but from my perspective, have one menu started maybe March 15th to go to June 15th or somewhere in there, depending on how all of the moving pieces fall. But then that gives us one time window, one application window, one process, one conversation with the landowner, hopefully in a timeline that works better for them. There's just a lot of moving variables there.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Jason, I'm just, so in the spring for I think we're seeding, we're signing up winter, like FSA programs. I mean, there's a lot of other sign up for NRCS programs. That's all kind of right in that time. And maybe that's just how it has to go. But I jump back to January, February. Yeah, you got to be thinking about your next hunting season. So what, that you should be probably anyway a little bit. I mean, you're trying to, if that fit timing of everything, I'm just throwing this out there, that those seem like months where we're not as busy, but I don't know if you can, maybe you have to drive out and see the sites. I don't know. So I don't know.
Well, you could, to interject, coincide it with, hunting applications. That's basically what you were suggesting, more or less.
There's that now piece too with the elk hunting access agreements for 454s. Having
Which
that.
June 1st is the last cutoff for the
That's
last.
June 1st deadline now. It may change in the future if we can streamline processes later. But there is that component too. So again, from my perspective, you're right. It's no good time is a good time for a producer because they're busy doing something, and everybody's got.
You're just too busy.
We're calving in January and February, so it's just all different depending on who's got what going on. But I think again, not having to repeat processes, not trying to explain three different things 3 different times, and then be 9 months to 12 months in advance of actually going on the ground may help. I mean, you guys can certainly chime in, tell me.
I would add that it is really important to see it, a new property from the field perspective. So just thinking about weather, I mean, yeah.
All right, well, that's all.
This ranch is great. 4 feet.
They have to put that on the form. I mean, it says on the form, it's good hunting and good elk or whatever. And that comes from you guys.
Well, I support one time. I'm all for that. If it just happened, you just gotta be organized and get it. So whatever you guys decide on that, I support one time. That's great.
Dale, do you have a comment on that?
Oh, I do.
another one of my thoughts.
On this,
Yeah, maybe a little bit radical, but it's on this, but maybe peels it back a little bit. One of the things, this is the third year that we've gone through PALA and reviewed these, and of course, most of the people on PLPW were not involved in those original efforts, but we spent a lot of time going through the form and the processes and tried to get that refined. I look at this sheet and you look at how many acres are in block management, which are 7 million acres in block management. There's 5% of that that's involved in PALA. And I would almost suggest that the time involved in the PALA is equal to the administrative work in terms of signing people up for block management. My proposal is this. I really believe that we should leave it to the discretion of the department to approve or disapprove the PAL applications. That being said, I also believe though that when we come to one of our meetings in August or whenever it is, that we have a report from Fish, Wildlife and Parks and saying, these are the PAL agreements that have been approved. These are the ones that we've rejected, and this is why we rejected them. But I just think the time frame for what we are gaining here, our time is, as we move into the PLPW role, when we talk about hunter behavior and some of the other things, our time is going to be so much better spent in that arena than it is rubber stamping the PAL agreements, that I just believe the regional offices are very well suited, especially if we set the sideboards for what we're going to accept.
so before we go from there, so the dates, can we just make a note that we recommend on the dates that you figure out how to combine those to be most effective both for the department and the landowner on one menu.
And the reason I
We're all
said
there,
that is
right?
that if the deadline was somewhat set up to facilitate review by PALA, and we're not having those in regional office reviews, then followed up by our review at these meetings, maybe that affects what that time frame is, and that's why I threw that out there when I did.
So are we good with that? We want to consolidate the date.
Yes.
Make consistency. And then to Dale's point, the second, so we're good with that. The second was and it's on here, should PLPW continue to review PALA? And that is in law. So if we want to change that, we have to go back to the legislature and say, here's the reason why we think we should not continue to do this. Some of Dale's points, these folks are already approving 1,432 agreements for approximately 7 million acres. We're not reviewing that. This project was a pilot, so I kind of get it. But now, as we've said, where's our PMA book? It would be 10 times this. So I think for oversight, we've given some on the foundation of it. Do we need to continue to give that oversight just like this first half of this day? So Dale's suggestion is we discontinue that practice, or we recommend that we change the legislation to repeal that part of the PALA legislation. Correct? Yeah. Is there anybody opposed to that on the council?
No, I concur. I think it's like Dale said, it's if they've got the guidelines, and we've been through this right now 3 times. And if they do it according to the rules, which they have to, it should be just a recommendation of the director approval.
Any discussion?
If I may just, as long as, it's probably, we still probably have that opportunity. I just think that I'm certainly learning a lot. I think that I'm just speaking, I guess, for myself, like as a landowner and someone who's in this, I'm very happy to be at the table. It's kind of why I'm here too, to add input to some of these issues that I see are out there. Maybe we can resolve, maybe they can't, but so I'm with you. I think you're right on maybe the review process, but so as long as we have a voice at seeing things that we're seeing on the ground and can have those input, then I'm with you. I don't think I need to review these things as long as I've had an opportunity to, I guess we all had an opportunity on this council to kind of say, okay, what we're seeing in our regions or whatever. That's my comment.
We're actually reviewing them twice because we've all got
Right.
together.
Yeah.
And reviewed. I know, and I don't know if any Rod or any of you guys want to go do that. But we've already reviewed and approved them once, now we're gonna go back all over them again.
Yeah,
Maybe we could eliminate this.
and I don't think this process is in code. So we've done previews, almost everybody. And now we're doing an official recommendation. So we could streamline that.
Mr. Chair, in writing down some of the wording, it's like, we started this as a pilot program. And now we have reviewed it. We feel we have the trust in the department to make these choices and give us a once-a-year review of the projects, accepted and denied. And I would feel comfortable with that since the pilot program era is pretty much over. It's a successful program.
Mr. Chair, I would pretty much echo what Donna just said. I would want to make sure that, I think we can streamline this, like Dale was saying, but I would want to make sure that we could get this so we can take a look at it. But I don't think we should put the rubber stamp on it.
Cindy?
Well, what's interesting about that is we're not the approval authority.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I threw out that even though we may not have a review, we would still have a PLPW meeting where part of a day would be presented to go through and say, okay, these are the PAL application, these are carryovers from previous years, here's our new ones, here's what our recommendations were, just so this council remains informed in terms of what's out there.
Yeah, thinking about the preview and then this, I mean, on the regional end of it, where's the big time? I mean, you've got to put these together to make the application. So this is gonna happen, not in collection, but today is a different deal. Does that seem right to you guys? I mean, when I look at, in the beginning, we all reviewed them on the phone in the very beginning. And I think almost everybody was in on almost all of them. You know, maybe we can come up with a better process for that preview. And then that's it. Because to print these to me is
Probably expensive too.
probably expensive. And a lot of time in putting this together too. I get it, you're doing it individually on the application. So I think if we could streamline this and still have a look, I think we don't have a legislator here. So there was a reason they put this in here. We don't have that perspective here, do we?
Well, I wrote it, back when I worked.
Okay.
Back when I worked for the legislature and, digging into my memory banks here, I've had a child, I switched jobs. Yeah, so there was, I'm trying to dig back in. It was that they wanted some form of public review process and, I can't remember the root of what that was, but they were going to create a new committee. I said, well, how about we just use the PLPW since it already exists? And so that's how that happened. So it's not to have another committee. But I think we could build a process that would still get oversight and eyes on it. So, you know, if there was something going awry, the council could say, whoa, wait a minute, this seems like you're getting off mark.
So in that, Don?
So in the review, if it's something that's already been in it for years, we wouldn't want to spend money on something, but if there was something that was a little bit more public comments, more controversial, something like that, we would want to take a look at, you know, just if we help the department to make a decision, we would always be there to do it.
Yeah. But you think we have an obligation to fulfill in some fashion, according to this legislation. So I guess I'm trying to reframe that, we go back, ask the department to come up with a process going forward that is more streamlined, but involves our review of the new applications. That kind of, right?
To me, it seems like you've already got committee members that are going over in each region. So you've already got a review process that should take care of. That's the way this thing, all we're doing is the guys in Region 6 are looking over the shoulders for the ones in 2, and, it's already been done, and everybody's, I think you've handled it.
But to Rich's point, as a newer member, some view into it, and then to the legislation, some view into it from us is required.
Yeah.
So unless we change the legislation or recommend changing the legislation, that's how that stands.
And the way the legislation reads, it says the PLPW shall review proposed public access land agreements and make recommendations to the department. The department shall consider the recommendations when issuing agreements. So you shall review and you shall make recommendations.
But wouldn't our review, like we did on the phone for Region 3, count?
Good.
That would be sufficient?
Or would it be better though to have the initial reviews done and they bring a PowerPoint and when we meet here and say, okay, these ones are pretty straightforward, and zip through them, so everybody can see what's going on in the other regions and more than anything, just trying to streamline the process.
Is it possible just to do a council meeting to preview applications on Zoom? And if it's possible, is that crazy hard to do out in each region to present this information on Zoom? Does that save you time or not? So is it possible, and does it save us time?
It's one time.
One time.
Yeah. Because we've met 3 times now.
Right.
Or 3 times if you count the statewide. Because as an access team, we also review the whole state before everybody else.
Yeah.
So, yeah. This does take a lot of time from us, from being away from block management contracts, implementing these pallets on the ground.
Yeah.
So.
I would think being on Zoom, having to present each of the individual maps, you'd have to be very thoughtful in how to manage your files and documents to do it efficiently and effectively.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I wonder, in sort of a hybrid, if you want to rely on the regional staff expertise, like was suggested earlier, let them do the initial cut with their statewide meeting that they do, and then bring it to the full PLPW, like Dale was just describing, and say, look, these are the ones that are cut and dried that we all think move forward for whatever reason. These are the ones that we have special questions on, and we would like to double check our logic with you. And then all of that gets wrapped into a recommendation to the director, because the regions don't have the approval authority. The director has the approval authority. So even if you wanted to go further and say, well, retrust the regions, go forth and give us the list, and we'll just review the list every August. They technically don't have the approval authority, it's the director. And as Jason was just saying to me, for block contracts, it's the regional supervisor signing off on the block contracts, plus Jason as the Helena review for headquarters. So, I mean, that's different. If you want to look at consistency between programs, that could be another place to look at consistency in terms of who has the sign off.
So there we would need to put forward a recommendation to change the law, correct? So that the review comes under the director. As block management does, for pallets.
No, PALA does come under the review of the director. is block that comes under review.
Oh. Sorry about that.
And that's just through department protocol. That's not set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, I think where we're at is, we're almost at the point where we would recommend we don't get involved with that review. Almost. Well, is that the only?
I mean, you could do it sorry, Mr. Chair, you could do it retroactively. If you're at that point where, in essence, much like issuing, this council issuing an annual report to the legislature, you could have your staff issue an annual report on Palace, and then retroactively, you guys look at, you see problems starting to happen.
That's even too late.
Well, if you're entering into multi-year agreements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to change it, I mean, just so you guys have so you got an eye on the fire.
Yeah. What are we going to do?
Want to set it aside for now and pick on something else?
Well, I think.
I think we ought to I really think we should move to have a review, and I'll leave it up to the department how to do that, but leave our one and only review, unless the regional staff want to reach out to their respective members ahead of time, but I would recommend that we leave it to the department to brief the PLPW at one of their spring or summer meetings, probably their August meetings, and this is what's being proposed, and we give a thumbs up or thumbs down and have basically one level of review again. And I just go back to the fact that for some of us, we've been involved in it now for several years. We have worked and reworked the form and the expectations, and I just think it's getting to be much more of a well-oiled machine. And I just don't know that there's that much more to be gained by having the different level of reviews on it.
So how about we make this statement? We recommend to the department here to either come up with a streamlined approach that is efficient for everybody involved, or suggested legislation to change the review under the regions.
So just one more piece of food for thought. Jason just brought forward that if we bring it to you at your August meeting, it's too late in the fiscal year, really, for signing of the contracts and getting those out. If we're looking at opportunity on an agreement for year-round access, we really need it out by July 1.
So we have a potential meeting coming up. So can we have you shake down a streamlined review process that gets to the core of it? That we review at that point and approve as the going forward process, or at that point, we could decide to recommend a legislative change.
Yeah. Let's have the team put their heads together and think about, because that plays also into that one menu, one application period. We're up against that July 1 deadline. So maybe have these guys chew on it a little bit.
That property that we lost, would we have lost that if we didn't go through this?
That's a good point, Don. Well, they wouldn't have got paid, if I'm hearing Tim correctly. What's that? Sorry. They wouldn't have got paid. Was it Tim?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have got paid in time either way.
So it would have been irrelevant.
I think so. Yeah. Because they won't get paid till later.
All right.
If that was the issue.
Right.
But it could affect others down the road. To that example, if somebody was looking for a quicker timeline, yeah, it could play into that.
That answer. Okay. All right, so we good with that part? Yes. So we're gonna try to streamline it, and if not, potentially. Okay. Got a few more minutes. So
I have, Mr. Chair, another recommendation, if I may.
Yep.
So, I I want to bring back my workhorse analogy because block management's awesome. We have lots of land. I think PALA is a potential program to unlock way more than 350,000 acres. This could be awesome. And as I look through all the programs, one of the things I see on the fourth line down is a public land lease required. If I look at 454 agreements, it's not required. If I look at the RAP, it's not required. BMA, not required. APL, not required. UPL, only required for state. But for some reason, the PALA agreement, it is required on to have the lease to that land. And as I think about trying to unlock more lands, utilizing private landowners who want to cooperate with the agency and allow access through their private property, I guess I just don't think that it needs to be required that they have the lease on the public land that they're leading access up to. Those are my thoughts there.
But to that point, that is legislative.
Correct. And we've gone through that. So I knew that. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
But I would, again, it's just interesting how none of them are required except for that one all the way.
My 2 cents on that, Drew, is if you own a ranch, it gives access to 2 sections of BLM that belongs to your neighbor.
It doesn't belong to your neighbor. The lease belongs to your
Right.
neighbor. Right.
Correct. And you want to create hard feelings with him, that's a great way to do it.
But so why does it not create hard feelings in all these other programs, but just this one?
That's a perfect legitimate question.
I would say in the block management program, those lease holdings are within. Typically,
but
that's
not
not
always.
entirely true.
And I think in block management, you can put a stipulation in there that you can't act, if you put your place in and the neighbor doesn't, you can put in a stipulation that the hunters that you allow on can't go on to your neighbors.
Yep.
If I could just add to that, Drew, and it goes back to that one example that's in here, is that in some circumstances, I think there's maybe situations where the land that's on has not been well taken care of, and then other, people are trying to take care of theirs, they're not overgrazing, they're doing everything, their fences are all kept up, they're doing everything they can to take care of a lease that is not, the land that's not theirs, but they're leasing it, and I think in that particular case there, that opens up basically access to all of that stuff, that's been, in my opinion, well taken care of, and I think there has to be a means of someone having some ability there.
And why? I'm just gonna play the devil's advocate. I understand, working for BLM, there's a lot of really good landowners and permittees out there. But by virtue of the fact that they're good stewards of the land, that doesn't give them an inherent right to say, well, because I kept taking such good care of this and my neighbor hasn't, I'm gonna keep the public off of it if I can. To me, it's public land.
It is, and I totally agree with that, and I think that's where there has to be some opportunities there where it's just, okay, what are the stipulations, if there are any? In terms, that's the block management situations, you can actually say, okay, well, you can park on my property here through this block management, and you can walk into all of that public land. And again, I recognize the can of worms that it opens there, but I think even BLM would maybe say, I don't know, that you start opening up all of this to basically road traffic, and that seems to, it's my personal hang up in all this, is that things start changing in a hurry. And I think I need to be clear that it's not an access thing, it's maybe how it's accessed, I guess, is maybe the bigger thing. And it's a really good point, Dale. I know exactly where you're coming from, but it definitely is a concern.
And you alluded to a point earlier today, Rich, where many parcels of public land out there have a main 2-track trail that go through the parcel, but then they have an old trail that goes to a windmill. Well, if there's a set of 2 tracks out there, the hunters are going to find them. I don't really subscribe to the thought that there's rampant off-road vehicle use. In my years, I just don't see much of that. But I will say that if there's an old 2-track trail and people can see tire tracks, they're driving up and down it.
Dale, you need to come to Region 6, spend some time South Glasgow, in South Valley and North Phillips and North Valley. You don't think the abuse there is rampant. The off-road vehicle use is out of control.
That, I guess that would be the responsibility of the BLM then to put in restrictions for OHV use or just regular vehicle
They're
use.
there already. There's no off-road travel already. And there's so little enforcement, nothing to be done.
And again, it goes back to, go ahead, Paul, sorry.
Well, as a leasee, the rancher leasing this ground, right? I think he should be aware of who's gonna be on there, you know, because he's got cattle, he's got this kind of thing. He should be able to watch over that. He doesn't have any notice that anybody's in there. So I think part of it is that, you know, he should be able to keep an eye on his property, his cattle or property.
So I'll play the devil's advocate to that. How about on US Forest Service?
Huh?
On a leased US Forest Service. It's not a condition. So I guess we'll get back to Drew's question. Do we want to try to propose that the leased land requirement be left in place, or do we want to change? Is there any stomach to change that? That was your question.
That was my question, yes.
So,
I mean, I know what my stomach says, but.
well, so is there a stomach?
Well,
to change?
it doesn't even matter in that case, because the example that's in the book that didn't actually go through, I said, in my personal situation, that we own the lease, but it doesn't preclude anyone from coming on from the south end of our property because it's already been accessed through this PALA application. If that were to be the case, it's basically all the way up through the entire property that, or lease property that would be grazing on and fencing and all that. And so it's, I mean, that's where there creates this kind of like, okay, you know, how does that all play out?
So Colleen had a possible application that would provide good access to block BLM, but it wasn't their lease. And they are a block management cooperator. That can't be considered as an application because it's not their lease, even though it would have opened up. So it you know, yeah. Drew?
We talked, just one more point I wanted to add to this is, you know, we keep pinning these sportsmen and sportswomen as oftentimes being reckless or oftentimes being the carriers of weeds and all these detrimental things. And I think we need to make sure that we also point out the fact that many, if not most, are quite the opposite, and they're great stewards of the land. They're the reason why we have game on a lot of these properties. They're the ones that, you know, by default actually lease their lands to you or to whomever's leasing it. A lot of them do a lot of work in the off season. So there's lots of really good things that these people are doing as well. And again, back to private property, if Drew wants to allow a mile of access through his private property next to a piece of public land that I border, and maybe the stipulation is, Rich, you know, like we were chatting about, maybe the stipulation there is that if I don't have that lease, I can't allow them to actually go the last 10 feet and drive onto that. But I can allow that access. I don't think we should hinder those opportunities that are out there because we're at 343,000 acres. And we know darn well that there's millions of acres that could be tapped into.
But that's a perfect, I would love that. I mean, in terms of all things considered, if this were to be going through and the person had to stop on the person's deeded and had to walk, and it, like I said, have at it, hunt all over there, take your bike, take your horses, whatever. I mean, just like state land, it's just, what I see out there is just the roads. It's the people driving wherever there was a 2-track, wherever there was a road. And you brought up weeds. I didn't bring up weeds, but that's all.
You brought it up before. That's why
all of the plates that are coming over to the area are from those.
Horses are worse for weeds than
Well,
cars.
because they're certified. No, you're right. It can be tough wherever they're coming from. I get that, but I don't know, I said, some of this is pretty pristine
Yeah.
area, and I think that's what people have enjoyed about it, is that it doesn't, you're
And that's
not
why we
out
wanna
there
get to-
hunting, and pretty soon you're not out there doing, there's 4 people on 4-wheelers
Yeah.
buzzing around by you while you walk down. I mean, I think there's a responsible, kind of a natural, or what I'm trying to say, like a environmental responsibility that we have too, to not just open it up to traffic just because you can. Like, I think having reasonable points of access might be but just driving everywhere, because I know that you're right, 99% of the hunters are really probably great. I mean, they are, but it's the one person that does it and wrecks, like it taints everybody. I mean, it taints the landowner.
And that 1% might be a landowner too. I mean,
That's-
they're gonna fall into that
They can
category
fall
as
into
well.
that category too, for sure.
So I don't want to lose the direction we're gonna go with that at some point.
So the direction is I think that out of all of these, I think that having this one, making it mandatory to be leased is hamstringing us on finding more acres available.
Just real quick on the block management, to get the lease, do you have to have a piece of deeded ground to get the lease? To get the block?
In the block
Yeah,
management.
yeah,
It's only deeded land.
yeah.
Block management is only deeded land.
Yeah.
If you have pieces of of deeded land in your ranch and you offer it for into block management, all you're getting the payment on is the deeded stuff. There's no,
I'm at a BLM lease, sorry, BLM lease, to get a BLM lease.
they got signs right at the edge of the deed
No,
and say you're
No, you don't have to have BLM to get a block.
No, but
To
but
get-
what she's
to
saying,
get
in
to
order
a
to lease
BLM
BLM,
lease.
you gotta have some
You
deeded,
gotta have
correct?
some deeded,
Oh,
right?
yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no.
commensurate property. You have to have commensurate property in ours.
You do, but it doesn't have to be contiguous. And
No,
you
no.
could have property in another county. It does not have to be associated with that chunk of public land. And we have a BLM person here if those rules are changed, but you don't have to have private land surrounding or adjacent to the BLM lands that you're leasing. It could be somewhere else.
Okay.
In order to include it in your block management, it's gotta be your lease.
We no longer include public land in block management. Not any new ones,
Huh?
not any new
I
applications.
mean, even on the numbers, it's got so many public
Yeah.
acres and so many private acres. But I'm looking at the Cherry Creek one right here, and it's 60% of it's BLM.
Yeah, that's all the old,
Huh?
all the old ones that have been grandfathered in, that have been in for the program for a long time.
And then so the page with them up there,
Yeah, well, that was
that thing is, a ton of it's all public.
that was a conservation easement and a work. We do not count the public land in the page with them. The boundary is a working relationship with the BLM. So when that conservation easement was developed, the BLM also wanted not be a part of the BMA, but show that ranch is governed under certain rules. So
And I guess maybe to speak to your issue on Cherry Creek, if you tried to draw out all of the private lands in the Cherry Creek, if you took a boundary of right now, the Cherry Creek BMA and tried to draw out all of the parcels of public land that were in there, people would look at that and say, what in the heck is this? I mean, they took the ranch, basically the ranch boundaries and drew a circle around or drew the boundaries of those and all of those people up there.
But isn't all the BLM that's included in their leases though?
The BLM that is in the Cherry Creek BMA is also under lease by those private landowners that.
To get access to some of these BLM pieces, some people don't have access to it because there's only one private landowner. So, I mean, they're the only ones that are gonna have it anyway. So I guess you would have to own the lease. I mean, we already know that somebody can get to it from the backside. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, Drew, as far as if you have to have that lease on some of these private pieces to get to the BLM anyway, right? Well, I mean, to have access to that piece of BLM, it's got to go through private.
That's what I'm saying, yeah,
Yeah.
we're just looking to lease through the private acres to the public acres.
Yeah,
So what we're saying by making the lease mandatory on the adjacent public land, it eliminates possible opportunities.
What makes for better neighbors? Exactly.
And I would, when the legislature established this, and I think Hope was involved in that too, is they were adamant about not doing that.
About requiring.
Yeah, requiring it to be, you cannot
I'm just,
provide access through.
Maybe at least.
Yeah, it was a.
And I'm just
and
saying,
that's, that's a fact, that's what the legislature did, I respectfully disagree with them. And to the point of good neighbors, I absolutely agree that we should work with our neighbors as much as we possibly can. I also know that many of our neighbors are absentee landowners, and it's impossible to have relationships with them as well.
All right.
That's a whole nother rabbit hole, so I'm.
Party discussions. Something, right? What's the comment, Lee?
No, that's all my points, all been.
Yep. So I need to jump us out into the presentation by the other stakeholders that we're talking about, BLM, DNRC. Okay. So I'm gonna ask Jason to introduce, and we'll go there.
All right, so we'll go. Okay, so we had the opportunity to invite a couple of our other land partners here, specifically related to public access and projects they're working on public access. I know there's some discussion this morning too about those agencies' thoughts on public access, especially these lands that haven't been accessed previously. So Jeff Ullman, he's over there on the right with DNRC. Adam Carr, who's the access person for BLM. And we have Will Petty on Zoom. And so what I think we'll do, we'll just go one at a time, and then Will and Jeff and Adam can present, and you guys can certainly ask them questions as time allows. But Jeff, I'll start with you, since you're DNRC area land manager for the Southern Office.
Close enough.
Okay. Close enough.
No, Jeff Bowman, I'm the area manager for the Southern Land Office here in Billings.
Jeff, do you mind coming around to the front since
Oh,
our
sure.
camera will catch you that way?
Sure. So I'm not Jeff Hogue, it's on the agenda. Unfortunately, sorry. So I'm filling in for Jess, who's our public access and recreational use specialist in Helena. But I'm the area manager here in Billings, our land office. We manage the trust lands in Southern County area, kind of surrounded by Senator in Yellowstone County, kind of the surrounding counties. Just going to hit on a couple of things that the DNRC is working on in terms of access. So Jess gave me a spreadsheet, which I think is the same as what you have, but she added on the program that we administer, which is the Montana Public Lands Access Network, or MT plan. And just a couple of notes that she gave me on that. It's basically funded by voluntary donations. And we have $54,000 available right now for grants in that program. We have not received any applications to date on that. Part of that may be a little bit related to kind of the discussion you guys were having in terms of who can apply for it, who can get a grant. In terms of accessing state land, it has to be the state lessee applying. It can't be other adjacent landlord. So that limits our pool. And as somebody in the field, I have had that come up with people, and it's just something that's not available to them. So, but that's just the way it is. But we do have some other ways that we are working on trying to get access to state trust lands.
we are working in our Real Estate Management Bureau and also our Forest Management Bureau. We're working on doing reciprocal access agreements with private landowners and also with public landowners. So right now, we're working on a reciprocal access agreement with the Forest Service. We have a block, there's trust land northwest of Red Lodge, and we're working on getting all lawful purpose access to the trust land in exchange for the Forest Service to go across the trust land to some other Forest Service beyond the state. It's land that is adjacent to Forest Service, but for our management purposes, we don't have any access. Our intent is not to allow any public access into it motorized, but it's just to give us flexibility for the long term. We have like around 7,000 acres in that block of trust land. We also have another exchange that we're working on that's with a private landowner in regard with corner crossings. And so we have intermixed ownership between state and this private landowner. We're working on a reciprocal easement to allow corner crossings across, from state to state and private to private. Hopefully that'll be on the land board agenda in June, but that's kind of optimistic maybe, but June or July. So hopefully that'll pop up, and when that happens, it'll be a really cool thing. Just one other thing that I'll mention is that we are also working on something that's been a goal for probably a couple directors ago, of creating some kind of map that the public can access that shows trust land parcels that are legally accessible. And so we are currently working on that right now. I saw a dashboard of it, and I think we have about 60 to 70% of the parcels statewide that we've identified. And basically what we're doing is that they're legally accessible, kind of how they're legally accessible, or if they're not accessible, and then there's kind of an unknown category, which most likely means that we need to do more research to find out kind of status of roads or some other question that kind of exists. Hopefully that we had rolled that out to our internal staff to work on. It's something that each individual land office has had their field staff work on. And so we've kind of been doing that this winter, kind of went a little bit slower time for folks. And we'll have kind of the first draft of that, so to speak, kind of done by the end of May. I don't know if we'll get anything rolled out yet this calendar year, but hopefully, at least in a year from now, hopefully we'll have a rollout of at least kind of that initial thing. And it will be similar to, if you've seen on the, if you go to dnrc.mt.gov/recreation, there's a map on there now that shows closures and restrictions. If you are a subscriber to Onyx, scrape that data off. It's on your Onyx now. So when you pull up Onyx, especially if you want to see what it looks like, look at trust land sections around Billings, because there's multiple sections that have restrictions or closures. And you can see kind of what that looks like. And we're hoping that once we get that access information, we'll put that out. It's also on the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks hunt plan. The restrictions and closures, the same would be for the access, and then it could go to any other company that wants to kind of build that into some data that's on your phone that you can use when you're out trying to figure out where you can go and hunt or walk the dog or ride your mountain bike or do something cool like that. So anyway, that's my report. I would be happy to answer any questions either now or once everybody else has talked.
Jeff, do you want me to demonstrate this map?
Sure, you can.
I imagine the signal is processing. Back to it after.
Yeah.
Oh, there it comes.
Yeah, so this is the restrictions and closures map that is currently online on the DNRC website. And Yeah, so once that loads up, yeah, that's good. It should. Yeah, so some of those parcels kind of that are on the upper left part of the screen, kind of northwest of Billings, they hopefully will be. It's the fun part of technology. Well, maybe we can move to other partners and then we can come back to this.
Can I ask one?
Sure.
What accounts for the proximity of the school sections there on 11 North, 25 East? Was it an exchange with somebody? Because it
No.
was.
No,
Must have
so-
been a Forest Service exchange, Indian reservation, something.
No, so most of those land, there is a 16 in there. The other lands are in loose elections that the
Yeah.
state got. So this was similar, but at statehood, when if there was a section 16 or 36, the state could not get because of a prior reservation, then the state could select in lieu lands. And so those, for the most part, are in lieu lands. If there's other places in the state, if you see non-16s and 36s that are like farm ground, those are old farm loan foreclosures that the state did. Because there was a program in the early 1900s that the state had for farms that foreclosed during the Depression.
Thanks.
Yep.
You talked about your corner crossing agreement. What would that how would that play out? I'm assuming it's not a matter to climb over the corner of.
No, it's basically, we haven't worked out exactly how it's going to look on the ground with the owner, but basically at, at each corner, we're going, where we have common corners, we're going 15 feet in each direction. So there's a 30-foot and a 30-foot. And that'll just be on the ground. It's for both of us, it's for farm and ranch with public access. So it's farm and ranch for the private landowner, and then it's administrative with public rights for the DNRC. But it's just an on the ground and crossing. And we've talked a little bit with the landowner, kind of what that looks like on the ground, but it'll probably be some kind of fenced area to try to, especially for the public pieces that are going public to public, to try to make sure we're funneling people into that corner and they're not diverting over and kind of trespassing across the different parts of the private.
And then it actually.
Yes.
And so those are within those grant applications.
No, this is actually as part of our, we have the ability to do easement exchange with any private landowner. And usually when we do that, we're exchanging a road access for another road access. And so in this case, we're doing these corner crossings, and it's the first one that we've done like this. And I think it'll, if it's something that ends up working out, I think it'll be a real exciting project. And then initially there was a road that was included for the private landowner. That's not the case anymore. And so it's something that state has to pay because there's a little bit imbalance in terms of the state's getting more acreage than what the private landowner has.
Do you have a menu of options that landowner can look at for making one of those agreements? So here you're talking an easement exchange. Other options?
Yeah, I mean, depending on if it's somebody where we have a lot of intermingled ownership, if they wanted to, this easement exchange, it's taken a little while just because it's new to try to, work with our right-of-way staff to kind of they're used to drafting, here's a road easement for this. You are kind of doing a road, but it's just this really very small segment of road. I'm not not sure if any of the other grant programs would work for that. There might be some of the FMP ones that could maybe work for the private landowners to reimburse them. You know, if it was something where it was very imbalanced, that the private landowner was going to get paid a lot more money, then could be potential to, you know, maybe talk with FWP if there was, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with all those programs to know if they would fit that or not, but, you know, I think that in a lot of cases, if there's a willing landowner to do that, then we'll, you know, if we can't do it or we can't fund it, then we would talk with other agencies to see if there was opportunities to assist with that or work within another program.
Like the department is getting pallet applications to cross private land to access one state section. And typically those can be, what is it, 1,050? Is that commensurate or in terms of value?
So with the easement that we're doing, our easement, the easement that the state gets, the value is based on the land value. And so that, you know, and that's just our statutory and rural requirements. So it depends on where it's at, that, you know, if that's good value or not good value. You know, we have had other potential opportunities where people have been like, I'll give you an easement for $1, because they're not interested in money, they just want to provide public access to it.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Next up, Mr. Carr, Adam Carr with the BLM. I'm not sure if you're technically the public access coordinator for the Montana Dakotas region or what your official title is, but thanks, Adam.
Yeah, you got it, Jason. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. I don't have anything real formal, just some general comments. I sent Jason a document. I don't know if he had a chance to distribute it, but he's got some information that he can share with all of you sometime. But I'll just kind of go over that. Some of the things that we're doing here in Montana Dakota's BLM for access. We are looking at hiring some additional positions to support land acquisitions, land tenure, what we call it, you know, how we acquire lands, how we trade lands, different things, not necessarily all related to access, but access is one piece of that. So with the Land and Water Conservation Fund being permanent and fully funded now, we have some additional funds that are permanent that we can now use to support those. And our headquarters is providing those funds out to the state. So in the next year or so, we're hoping to add a position in our Western District for sure, and then maybe one in our state office here in Billings to support those types of activities. Another big effort that's in the works is it'll be ramping up anyway, is the passage of the Mapland Act. If anybody's heard of that. But that's basically going to require the BLM, Forest Service, other federal agencies within Interior to digitize all of our easements and reservations that provide access to public lands. Make those public facing on a website, update those. And then along with that, we have to provide information on our travel management plans, essentially what roads are open and closed, when they're open and closed, and what vehicles can be used or what type of transportation can be used on those routes that are available. That's going to happen within the next 5 years. We have to coordinate with all those agencies to develop one data standard. That's going to take some time, but they've set some time limits on it. 2.5 years to get the data standard up, and then 5 years to get that information published, essentially. So that'll be in the works. Fortunately for Montana, we already have that information available as far as our easements and reservations go, and it's been published. If you subscribe to Onyx, they've captured that information and it's out there. So that's a good thing. I don't know if other companies like Onyx are using that or not. Then the other thing we've got going is, and then again, this is BLM-wide, we're also got the John D. Dingle Conservation Management and Recreation Act. Part of that legislation provided that BLM would allow the public to nominate parcels of land that are either inaccessible or have, landlocked, or don't have decent amount of access, recommended access. So every 2 years, we have to open a nomination process, and then we have to maintain a list of these parcels that have been accepted from that public nomination. We haven't yet published any of that information. We did a open a nomination process in 2020, and hopefully that list will be published soon, and that will also kick off a new nomination process for 2022.
So once those lands are nominated, what do you do with them? I mean,
Good question. Basically, Dale, that's going to be an opportunity for BLM to focus in on, hey, we should look at getting access, or can we find a way to get access to those parcels that are important to the public? One of the huge things we struggle with, and it's only getting worse, what we're seeing is, with land values and other things happening, not only in Montana, but everywhere else, finding willing landowners that want to provide perpetual easements. That's some of the biggest differences we have between Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I guess I'm not sure about DNRC, but, for federal agencies, we're looking for perpetual access. We're not looking at yearly contracts or short-term things. So to find willing landowners that want to sell an access easement that might only be valued at fifth of the amount of money that they can get from a fallow agreement that only lasts for 3 years. We're not going to find those people unless they're really wanting the public to have access to those public lands that they have locked up. So we're trying to streamline our appraisal processes. We're trying to make things so we can be more agile in acquisitions when we have those opportunities. But we're struggling with that.
Quick question on, in pertaining to that, like real world experience, like have you even seen any of those come to fruition in Montana? Does that actually happen?
I haven't, I've only been in this position 2 years, and I've been focused on a kind of a different effort, but Montana BLM, we haven't purchased an access easement in 10 years.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's
That answers the
a
question.
challenge.
Yep, thank you.
So in some of these areas, like when you get around the Missouri River Breaks area and all this stuff, where you've got a ton of BLM land, and there hasn't, in terms of vehicular access, there hasn't been much, but what is, I guess, what is the agency's feeling on with all this movement of access and all that? I mean, what are the feelings towards then the lessees of those lands that maybe using it for cattle grazing or whatever? Because I'm assuming that a lot of the lands, at least in our area, are leased by people that are running cattle, those sort of things, fencing, reservoirs that don't hold water anymore because they've washed out since the 50s. What is the ultimate overall viewpoint of the lands that you guys own? Is it to keep them sustained, or is it to just open it up for everybody to have access with no management? What's the overall view?
No, I mean, the BLM mission hasn't changed, and it's to sustain the health and productivity of lands for current and future generations. That's the pat answer, right? But no, we don't need to have vehicular access to every parcel. We're looking at improved access, whether that's motorized in some cases, but if it's walk-in or pack animals, we're not saying that every piece has to be accessed by truck or an ATV. It can be.
So just as a question, so when I look at like Onyx maps that show lots of roads that however they were put in the system, but there's tons of others that, whether it was to a reservoir that the BLM built in the 40s and 50s, there's tons of, and we've been discussing, maybe you heard some of the discussion about once there's a 2-track, in most cases, and I agree with Dale, I don't see people going off and just off-roading, but there is some form of some old road in a lot of cases where we are, we've stopped using those altogether because
the ground is so fragile anyway, so we're trying to let stuff grow back, and I've seen places where I think BLM has put like jack legs and crosses, things like that but I guess who in the agency is gonna do some of those things that allow people to have access to these properties, but then can also say, look, okay, we recognize this is an area, yes, it's your land and you should be able to access it, but we're gonna stop traffic from this point forward, just because we're trying to reestablish or whatever this, who's doing all of that as opposed to other agency jobs?
Yep, no, good question. That's something we are trying to do through our travel, I mentioned it earlier, our travel planning, but nationally, BLM has like 400,000 miles of roads to complete travel planning. We really have no direct funding mechanism to do that other than the regular appropriation. So we have to carve out, each field office has to carve out their own budget or request it from the state office through our bureaucratic process to get the funding to then contract route inventories to see what all we have out there on the ground now, and then do the NEPA and the evaluation, say, okay, exactly what you said, now this one shouldn't be open to wide open, right? It should be open to only ATV use from May 15th through September 30th, or whatever. So our offices are in various stages of that now, but when we'll actually have it done, I mean, Montana, it'll still probably be 20-25 years before it's fully done.
Well, and I think that and I'll stop at this. It seems to me that there's this huge push, for access. And yet we're not talking about how to actually do it, or the agencies having the ability to do it. It seems like it's gonna fall back on the landowners or the lessees of those properties to kind of pick up the pieces when it just is opened up. The fences, the roads, the weeds, all that stuff, the reservoirs, all the things that allow those lands to be used seemingly will fall on those that lease it or if there's whatever, leasing it to take care of it or using it in that regard. And I think that's just something, I just want to say that because I think that is where we're tasked with opening up a lot of this, but game wardens, BLM rangers, those types of things. I mean, I know Tyson and Ben Heilman up in my in Haver area. I mean, there's two guys. There's one guy for all of Lyons Coulee, to do. So again, I just want to make a comment that I think we need to push towards the resources to help make those things do so that we can feel good about opening up access or at least having some ability to manage how that's done.
Yeah, no, that's a good comment. Appreciate it. And maybe that's something that we need to shift our thinking at the agency and say, how can we prioritize this travel planning when we're doing other work? On our grazing permit removal process might be a prime example. I don't know. Some offices do that. It's just, thank you. Any other questions for me?
Dare I bring up, the corner crossing, and is there any way that this council could help facilitate or add creativity or anything? I'm sure you haven't heard that question.
You're right. Well, that corner crossing is a really interesting topic, but it seems like it's a federal issue, but in the same vein, it really seems like it falls on the states, and it's still that legal quagmire that I don't know when it's gonna get solved, honestly.
I'm gonna keep putting it down the field.
Until we can get a specific case that actually has the facts that'll get it to a jurisdiction that can make a ruling. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but I bet you 10 to 1 that we'll have a case here in Montana after this hunting season, or several. They're gonna see what's happened in Wyoming, and it's coming this way. So we'll get tested.
Same thing would pertain to any land ownership, corner crossing. Wouldn't just be the federal and the private, but the same rules would apply to a city or anywhere where two or four different property ownerships met. So when we solve this one, we haven't really solved it. Because it's gonna pertain how wide is, you put a 30-foot easement between lots in a subdivision. If you had, you see, that's a conundrum of the whole thing, why it's never been solved before.
Start seeing those kids going across my yard, going to work.
Yeah, I would.
Shut 'em right
Whack
down.
'em.
And here's the rub with it. When you ask somebody else to give up that right of corner crossing, you're giving up the same. That's a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand that if it's okay for me to step from this corner to this corner here, it's okay to do it over here. You ask somebody else to give up a right, you're giving up the same right.
A question in regards to interagency communication, cooperation in regards to managing the lands. It's always seemed to me, and maybe more prevalently since I'm in the West on the US Forest Service. And as we've talked about elk management, wildlife population management and movement, that when there's any disparity in the condition of the land, we're gonna have a problem. And in particular, I know this is BLM, but wherever that exists, you know, how do we mitigate those issues to have level opportunity for wildlife to move amongst those lands for beef cover? You know, whenever there's a big gap, there's an issue. And I'm not sure how much communication happens effectively and what that would be for each agency, looking at the BLM, not so much the DNRC, but to some degree, and the Forest Service. How does that happen? And do you feel it's effective?
Yeah, that's a good question, Ed. So you, just so I'm capturing this right, you're saying like if we're out there doing land health assessments on the BLM grazing allotment somewhere, are we talking to FWP related to habitat conditions for the elk population that might be out in the breaks? Is that
could be
example?
Yeah, that could be one.
Yeah, you know, being a former range specialist, we didn't talk a lot to the FWP biologists. There was some communication, not necessarily directly during that process, but they would often be made aware of what we were doing. And we would invite other agencies, landowners to be part of that process to provide input. And then the NEPA process is public that anybody can participate in, but that's a good point that could be considered further.
Yeah, it's harder for me to quantify in the East with BLM, but when I do hunt in the East and when there's clearly, let's jump down to Arizona. You have water and everybody knows, I mean, it's Eastern Montana too. You have water and that's the opportunity. Water is the opportunity. So if the water is in a specific area and you're managing wildlife, it's always the issue. Arizona, Eastern Montana. In the West, it's really, you know, there's a huge impact by not having forage habitat on the Forest Service when you have forage habitat on the private land. You know, elk need all of that. And then you look at the pressure and how that happens in those situations. And I don't see how this issue can be resolved without coordinated effort wherever that exists, more focused, not everywhere, but where it exists in a real notable manner, where you see 100 elk, 300 elk, 2,800 elk. Often that's part of the issue. And I'm just always wondering, how does that happen amongst agencies to try to deal with that? Because it all gets tasked on FWP, the landowner and the hunter. And there's part of that you can't control.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the 10 years I was a range specialist in Miles City and Lewistown, I never had, I mean, you know, I got some anecdotal points about the elk, but I never, other than hearing about fences getting torn down at times, never heard about competition, cattle an elk as far as. From the rancher side.
though, because our area got cut 25% of the leases. We had to drop herd numbers, AUM's 25%, so, but we didn't, the wildlife won't change. So that, I think that, doesn't that kind of go to your
Yeah, I
point a
mean,
little bit, Ed?
if you're in the forest and all you've got is dead trees, they don't eat dead trees.
Yeah.
If you're in the eastern part of the state and there's no grass, they don't eat dirt.
Yeah.
So,
They'll move on.
so they're gonna go and the whole management picture impacts this equation of hunter, landowner relationship and conflict. And it's, I think it's a huge part of it. I don't know if any amongst, my concern is that amongst the agencies that can impact that, is there a discussion to deal with it? Or is everybody just helpless? Because it's just, you know, it's out of our hands.
Well, I'll bring up the question. I'll ask our range lead and.
Well,
and
I
dig
speak
into
on that a second, certainly when it comes to BLM. BLM is very much unique in Montana as opposed to the Forest Service in several ways. Almost every one of the BLM allotments, and I say almost, because it's certainly not an absolute, but in the Miles City area, we're the largest, or they are the largest grazing office in all of the BLM offices. They manage 90% of all the BLM grazing permits. Almost every one of those allotments are they're intermingled private and public land. You go to Nevada, some other areas, they may have a 6 million acre allotment and have 15 landowners that are out there trying to get the blade of grass before the neighbor does. We have almost none of that in Montana, where the allotments are individual allotments. So you don't have people that are trying to race out there and get the grass before their neighbor does, because they don't have authorization to be on it. The other thing is that I would argue that if you looked at most of the BLM land in Montana, the condition of the BLM land is very reflective of the condition of the private land. Rarely do you see a significant difference between a person's BLM and a person's private, because they're so intermingled.
A lot of times BLM will look better than the private.
Certainly.
As a landowner, I don't want to risk having an issue with BLM. I'll raise my deeded harder than I do my deeded ground harder than the BLM.
Does grazing bison year round gonna affect the elk?
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. What's the deal there? Pull their fences up, we'll pull ours up.
Yeah. No comment on that. Talk to the field manager.
I just wanted to know from a range standpoint. Will it?
Okay. It might not.
This is Will with the Forest Service. This is a little bit out of my area of expertise, but the Forest Service does have the Good Neighbor Authority now. I think it's a fairly new authority that lets us work with state agencies when designing vegetation management type of projects. So we can now work across the Forest Service state boundary. If you got two parcels of land butting up against each other, instead of us just doing our project on our side or the state just doing it on their side, we can do it across the boundary, which would maybe make it a little more of a landscape sensitive project, instead of just adding in a property boundary. So that might be one way to address this disparity in management that you're talking about across lines. That's just between Forest Service and state forestry agencies. And again, that's about all I know about it. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but I thought I'd chime in on that. I don't believe the BLM has that authority.
We do, actually.
They do.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Adam, before you sit down, do you want to just briefly address Trenton and Tori and what you used them for?
Oh, sure.
How
Yeah,
those positions were?
absolutely. Absolutely.
And then we'll jump to Will.
Okay, well, I think they've been introduced already, is that right?
I introduced them, but
So Trenton and Tori are positions that we're grateful to have here in Montana with Pheasants Forever that we've partnered with shared funding, shared positions, that they're supporting sage grouse and wildlife monitoring and habitat, but then they're also focusing on improving access through working with landowners, spending time out in the field where, the premise is that BLM, we have pretty limited staff as far as our lands and realty program goes. We might have one person in each field office if we're lucky. So they're extra boots on the ground that can make those contacts with the landowners. They can be out with the range specialists or the biologists, making contacts when they're out doing lek surveys in the spring, those sorts of things. That's trying to beat the bushes and finding those willing landowners to either support, applications and information related to the FWP programs that you're talking about, or the BLM efforts that we have, whether it's exchanges, easement purchase, land purchase, those sorts of things. So we're really fortunate to have them, and they're unique to the country. They're the only two positions that I'm aware of with Pheasants Forever and BLM like this. Although there might be some in the Southwest. Now that I mentioned that, there might be one in Arizona.
Yeah, there's similar in Arizona.
Okay.
A little different.
Yeah. So anyway, we really appreciate working with Pheasants Forever on this. But
Hunter, did you have anything else to add?
No, that's great. We're really excited to partner with the BLM on this. Trent and Tori have been rock stars. I mean, pioneering something brand new in the state. A lot of, things to iron out and figure out, but they've been doing an awesome job. I mean, the pala that Tori was able to put together was really awesome, and Trenton's a rock star for us too. I mean, it's great. So,
And soon to be a rock star for us.
unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
thanks.
All right, Will, thanks for waiting and being patient with us.
Thank you.
Will's land status program manager, is that right, out of the northern region?
Yeah,
Missoula.
yeah.
So thanks for hanging out and being patient with us, Will.
You bet. Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm Will Petty. I'm the land status program manager at the regional office here in Missoula. So I work for all the national forests in Montana and northern Idaho, and then the grasslands in North Dakota. And we got a little bit of forest land in South Dakota as well. Land status, let me just tell you kind of what that is. I'm basically the record keeper for the Forest Service of all our realty records. I basically run a little mini county courthouse. I have all our title files, all our deeds that we've used to acquire land or dispose of land, convey out of land, and also all of our easement files, where we've acquired easements across non-Forest Service lands. So I maintain those hard copy records as well as a database, a GIS database of all our ownership and rights, our interests in land. It's real similar to Montana Cadastral. You guys have probably seen Montana Cadastral. So we maintain a similar system like that. So that's kind of my job. We do the hard copy and the digital. We're moving more towards the digital stuff, obviously, as time goes on here. I want to talk about a project we've been working on since 2019 or so that might be of interest to you. Kind of like Adam said, we're working on mapping all of our easements, all of our rights of way across non-forest system lands that provide access to the national forests. We're mapping these and compiling them all into a single database. This has never been done in the Forest Service before. We've had paper maps that showed stuff by forest and by area, but we've never had a comprehensive database. And most of this stuff really used to only exist in hard copy files in a deed with a map. And that was really the only way you could determine access across certain roads or trails. So we're working on compiling this all and mapping it all. It'll be for the whole region. We've been working on it in earnest since 2019. It's a huge project. In Montana, we have somewhere around 4,000 right-of-way case files. So those are individual files, easements from individual landowners. One road, to get access across the entire road, you might have to acquire 10 different easements from 10 different landowners. So we've got a case file for each of those. and we're mapping them based on the deeds, and getting that all put in there. So far, we've got maybe about 40% of them completed from Montana. We're working on the entire region again, so we're doing Idaho as well and the Dakotas. So it's a big project, super time consuming, really complicated. Some of these deeds are quite old, and interpreting the location of them and all that can take some work, but we're picking away at it. It's a real boon for not only the agency, but I think the public. Every time we want to do a project, a timber project or a fuels management project on the forest, we've got to determine our access first. So we know where we can drive logging trucks, where we can do what we need to do. So in the past, we've had to research all these hard copy paper files kind of painstakingly one at a time. So as we get this data compiled into this mapping database, it's going to really streamline our research. And the other benefit of it is this data is all publicly available. As I create it, or as me and my team created, it's being published. It's publicly available, not only in a map viewer where you can look at it kind of like Montana Cadastral, but the data can also be downloaded, so you can look at it in Google Earth, or you can load it onto a GPS or something like that. So, it's a real benefit to the public, so they'll be able to better understand where they have legal access to get to the national forests. As others have said, OnX is already taking this data. We published this out to public websites. We've been doing this for years, even before OnX really was around, but there they go and they acquire our data, and they've started to add it to their products. This fall was this hunting season was the first time they really started adding some of our easement information in there. A lot of these easements are well-known roads. They're well-known traveled public roads. There's no question that they're open to the public. Some of the easements are not as well-known, and they may provide access that people didn't know existed. There's obviously some nuances to that, right? Just because we have an easement doesn't mean it's open to motorized use, or it might have seasonal restrictions on it. So there's two components there, and that's as Adam was talking about, there's the travel planning component, which most of the forests in Montana have either done or in the process of. So as they do travel planning, they're going to publish their motor vehicle use maps. You guys might be familiar with those. That's an integral part of figuring out if you can use a motorized vehicle there or not, and when you can use that vehicle. And so just because we have an easement doesn't mean it's open, but that's not always a bad thing, especially for hunting access. If someone does want to walk in somewhere and maybe get a little further back or have less crowds. So there's two components there to it. As Adam mentioned, this MapLand Act, the Modernizing Access to Our Public Lands Act, that was just signed by the president a couple weeks ago. And that pretty much mandates the BLM, Forest Service, and the Department of Army to publish all this easement information, as well as this travel information, the seasonal closure dates, and whether a route's open and motorized or not. So that's just happened. We're still gearing up, figuring out how we're going to do it. But once this is implemented, it will be kind of nice. It'll be more one-stop shopping, where you're going to see whether there is access and then what type of use is allowed in that spot. So that's going to be a cool thing. It's a huge job, a lot of work to do, and getting the agencies to standardize their data and all that's a lot of work, but we'll get going on it here soon. So that's pretty exciting. The other exciting thing for us as an agency is that MapLand Act does provide funding. For the Forest Service. This easement mapping is a huge job, like I said, super painstakingly tedious, and it requires a lot of labor. And we haven't had a ton of money to do it. We've been kind of doing it how we can, where I can find people to do it and get money. But this provides some dedicated funding, so hopefully it'll speed the process up, and we'll have a more comprehensive view of access to National Forest System lands in the coming years, which, like I said, is a benefit to the agency and the public. A couple other things to think about. Some of our easements don't allow for public use. It's a very small percent. The Forest Service tries to acquire easements, full rights that allow for public use, but we will be differentiating between those, what we call administrative use only easement. And there are a few of those. That's where the Forest Service basically gets to use the road, but the public doesn't. So that'll be broken out as well in our data. And let me share my screen real quick. Like I said, this stuff we're publishing is already available in a map viewer. I'm going to do a real quick demo. I'm probably jinxing myself by even trying this live. We'll see how it goes. But let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen. Here we go. And let me know if you're seeing that.
Not yet.
Oh, here we go. All right. How about now?
Yep.
All right, so this is an online map viewer, publicly accessible map viewer. I can share the link with you. I sent a link to Jason that he can maybe share with you, or we'll figure out how to do that. But these kind of blue striped lines are some easements. This is actually the Big Elk Creek project from, I believe it was 2020. This was a project with the Forest Service, the Montana DNRC, and the McFarland White Ranch. And so the Forest Service acquired easements across the state. The section 26 here is state land, and then the rest of it's McFarland White Ranch. This is in northern Crazy Mountains. So we acquired a parking lot and easements to get to the National Forest over here. And we also, this southern route is an administrative only route. So that's what I was talking about earlier. So we were also able to acquire easements for motorized use for the Forest Service to get to there, but that's not open to the public. But in this map viewer, if you click on, here is a parking lot. We acquired a parking area too. If you click on it, you're going to get some real basic information about it. It's Big Elk Creek Trail number 640. This is the parking lot. And then we've got some information here that says, it's got a public use clause here. So that's how we're going to know this is a publicly available right of way. Same thing with here. If we click on it, this is the trail across the state here. We'll get some information about it. And then linked in here too is some information about that easement itself. So if anyone ever wanted to find it at a county courthouse, we've got the book and page and whatnot here that would help you research this if you needed to. So I was listening to your conversations earlier, and there's a lot of discussion about where access exists and doesn't. And so sometimes having this county recording information can help with that kind of determination. So yeah, I just wanted to show that real quick. This map viewer, it's for all of the nation, actually, all Forest Service lands. It's got all kinds of stuff in here besides easements. If you click on the map inside here, you're going to find out, this was reserved public domain land. This is Forest Service land, has been since 1906. So we've got all of our ownership information in there. We also have some other boundaries and other types of rights, mineral rights, things like that. So that is absolutely a crash course in that application, but I just wanted to show that, guys. That's out there. It's publicly available. As we build these easements, they get published every week. So if my crew builds 20 easements this week, next Monday, they'll be available to the public in this map viewer and also available for download. I've also been working with Onyx too. If we have any questions come up, I'm kind of the point of contact there if there's a question about an easement. So I've been working with that with them. And real quick, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I don't work in the realty section where we actually acquire lands or easements, but we do that as well. The Forest Service Land and Water Conservation Fund is pretty much our source of funding for acquiring land or easements that would help enhance public access. And we've done a lot of that in the past years, some huge projects in the western part of the state with the Lolo Trails acquisition and all the Montana legacy stuff. We brought thousands and thousands of acres into public ownership. As Adam said, that might be slowing down, cooling down a little bit here in the future, but we'll see. Land and Water Conservation Fund is our main funding source for easements as well. If we're buying public access easements, and we also, the Dingle Act that Adam mentioned, we also are part of that and are taking public comment on projects. I personally don't know if we have done a project based on that public comment at this point. I'd have to ask someone else about that. That's pretty much all I had. Are there any questions?
So on the mapping, what's your target date for being done?
Well, that's a good question. Before this Mapland Act was passed, it was hard to say because it's kind of year by year how much money I could get to hire people to work on it. And, we were looking at probably another, 6 to 8 years to finish it all up. Mapland's gonna, pretty much make us get it done within the 5 years, basically. There's a lot of logistics to work out with that still. We don't really even know how the money will be distributed and things like that, but it should speed it up in one way or another. Like I said, it's a ton of work. It's hard. And until now, we haven't had a lot of people working on it. I have about a person and a half working on it at a time. So it's hard to get much done with that. Yeah. I'm glad we've been plugging away at it, though. It actually puts us in Montana in a good position with this map land. Other parts of the Forest Service haven't worked on it as much in recent times, so they probably got a little more work. But we're in good shape. Got a process down. We're ready to roll. Yeah.
Questions?
I ask a question? Hey, Will, sorry, Hope Stockwell, one of the agency staff members. I heard in a different meeting a couple of weeks ago from one of your counterparts in Missoula about new staffing you guys are getting nationwide, but that it equates to about 35 recreation positions in Montana. And I wonder how that plays into these discussions about access work, but also enforcement on lands, et cetera, boots on the ground for issues like this.
Yeah. That's a little bit out of my area of expertise, but yeah, things have changed a lot in the past couple of years with the Great American Outdoors Act, GAOA, the infrastructure funding, and some other things going on. The Forest Service is actually hiring people for the first time in a long time. It's happened in a matter of months, to be honest. Yeah, they're staffing up in a lot of areas. I don't have specifics on how those recreation staff will be used, but yeah, hopefully we have a little more capacity to deal with enforcement, to work on access projects and all of these type of things. It's been a big change in the past few months. I've worked for the Forest Service for 20 some years, and this is the first time I've ever seen where they're saying, hey, why don't you try to decide how many people you need? Usually it's how many people can you get rid of. So there's things are changing. We'll see how long it lasts and what we can get done with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Will. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Will. Thank you very much to all of our state and federal partners on this conversation. I'm sure this won't be the last for sure. You guys will be plugged in if we go forward. So thank you guys for your time. And yeah, wanted to present today.
Yeah, thank
Thanks
you
very much. Okay, so we're gonna take a break and dip in the lake. Yeah. Eric's going first. Come on back in about 10 minutes. We're gonna get in with Great Limit. Give us a report back on the Hunter Land Owner Stewardship Program update and some other good information.
The coffee's hot again too, if anybody's dipping over there.
In our lease files that we'll have notes.
stuck on that might be good.
Can you hear us calling?
Hello, hello.
We're good to go, she says.
No. She probably figured we were done, right?
Somebody's sitting here, this one's supposed to start.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, Colleen Berthmeyer, our person back at headquarters, keeping us all on track here. Give her a thumbs up.
Hey.
She's also doing budget work at the same
Good.
time.
Add a zero, add a zero. Okay, so I think we're gonna start in with Ray Lemon from FWP, and if you all recall, we looked at the, I'm sure everybody took that 100 landowner stewardship program, and Paul was telling me how he answered all the questions. Bingo, no fail. I'm squealing on you, Paul. You missed one.
Paul got 100.
Okay, so
I misread the question.
so Greg has a progress update. So we'll start with that, and then we're gonna have Marcus Strange and Hunter and Nonsel. Yeah. Talk about the question we asked of sporting groups in that regards about behavior and education. All right, Greg, welcome.
Thanks. You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Good.
Sir.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to give you guys an update today. Since we talked last, there's been a couple of things that I've been working on with the team here at FWP, and also with Hunter and Marcus in the room as well. And so I'll start with the landowner stewardship program, but also give you a little update on the other stuff I've been working on. So what we've done with the landowner stewardship program since we visited last has been going through all the content. And so we had somebody pull one of the folks on my team pull all of the content off of that program, just the words themselves, and kind of we went through that, and are still kind of in the process of looking through that. And one of the things that I realized early on is that there's a lot of stuff there, and it's easy to say, well, we're gonna go in and simplify it and edit it, but the next question is, well, what do you cut out? And so I know most of you guys have, and you all have taken a run through this, but when you look at the program really talks about kind of broad picture on the relationship between hunters and landowners, and then some real specifics on ethics during the hunt, on livestock operations, on tools that hunters and landowners can use to help improve the experience, game retrieval, hunter and landowner expectations, weed management, litter management, wildfire. All of that stuff is really important. And so one of the challenges that we're going to have to tackle is, how do we streamline the program? Because I think as it exists right now, it's just too long to be really useful. So how do we streamline it to make it shorter and make it more effective, but also keep all the main sections or pieces of content that we want? I think we can do it. But that's kind of one of I guess that's maybe in my mind, the primary next step. And then beyond that will be sort of the tools, the presentation of it. So do we still have an exam at the end? Do we, how do we present? How do we sort of interact with people taking the exam, so that, or the program? So if there is an exam, what's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that exam? The certificate, or is there something else? Or how do we structure that? And that's still something we're still working on. I'm just confident that we can have an updated version of this, barring any unforeseen hurdles, before hunting season. But that's kind of where we're at, and I'm happy to take questions or ideas or any of that sounds concerning. Happy to discuss.
Frank, are you suggesting there might not be a test?
I'm not, I guess I don't feel strongly one way or the other. So if the group feels like we need to have a test of some sort, I think that's something we can definitely work into the program. If it's not important, if another sort of way to certify that people have gone through it and consume the content, we're open to other ideas. I'd be willing to explore those too.
But in the end, you're going to have a certification, right?
Well, that's still the plan. I think there's still, my understanding just from the conversation we had previously is that the group still wants to have some sort of certification that says this person's gone through this program.
But if you don't have it, you wouldn't be able to transfer to another state, for example, would you?
Well, this isn't Hunter Ed,
Oh, I'm with you. I got you.
right?
Right.
Yeah,
It's the.
yeah, stewardship program, yeah. And I think, Greg, two comments I have. I think we're gonna try to address that tomorrow. If we don't get to it today on recommendations for the question of behavior and communication and such. So we should give you some guidance on that. As you were talking about that, there's so many points to the original program and so many issues that need to be addressed. One thought that's come to my mind is when you do hunter education, yeah, you have a long course, but in the end, you have, what are the top 3 rules of firearm safety? And
Right.
those have to be nameable and called to mind by the student who goes through that course. So to me, somehow, when we look at this program, it's really about landowner stewardship relationships and the understanding between. So if we can maybe shake it down there at some point to those real concrete, identifiable, critical issues between the landowner and the hunter. I realize there's fire and all the other issues, weeds. What are the real basic components of that we can then quote that, the #1 rule of firearm safety is treat every gun as if it's loaded. So what are the components of that that would be pulled out of this program?
I like that idea. I like being able to zero in on some real tangible, critical takeaways that just like you're talking about. I think that's something we can focus on too.
Mr. Chair, because I took it, I thought it was just, for a landowner to take, but I thought it was a good extra. I'm glad you asked us to do it. It was a little long, but I think it goes to your point, Ed, of like educating hunters on what is key and important for a landowner, and I thought the FWT did great on the ads they did on you wouldn't drive through someone's front yard or you wouldn't track mud into their house. I think those are really great examples. I thought the videos were good in that regard, but I do think that maybe this group, or I don't know, that's what I think is critical too, is to get to what are the key things that landowners are most concerned about. Is it the calling at 4 a.m. in the morning or knocking on the door at 4? Or what are the things that really, right, but finding those so that they can get a certificate. And I think that we have to have something, because just for an example, in the cattle industry, we have beef quality assurance. All of my people have taken the thing. We've all got certified, but interestingly enough, I don't get any more for my calves. I don't get any more. It's a little bit on the verge of like, why are we even? We're already being good stewards, so to speak. So there has to be something of value at the end, and I hope I'm not like repeating of what's going on. But
would those people that go through that training, would they have better, like, I'm trying to think how they'd have better opportunities to get drawn, or is that where it ultimately is going with all of that?
Mr. Chairman, perhaps this is where a third type of block management should be introduced. A block management that not only rewards the better hunter, but also the better landowner. And I'll say better, that's not the right word to pick, but to reward a landowner who provides an experience where the hunter has a quality experience with a reasonable expectation of harvesting an animal. Instead of just an opportunity to go on an armed walk.
And remember, the guy from TUDOT actually required you to present your certificate before you could hunt by the plan.
Because just because one of the new things out there, this land access, the program that's out there is kind of like VRBO.
Land trust.
Or land trust, I'm sorry. You know, the cool thing about, or one thing about it that I thought was interesting is that it's a two-way verification. So if that hunter comes out and you didn't like him, or just, you know, you can rate that hunter, but if they thought you were a jerk or you weren't very nice or you didn't, they can rate you too. And I mean, I don't know, I just thought those were kind of interesting ways of making it a good experience for all, because that's the ultimate goal. So anyway, I thought that was my last one.
Note to self, don't sign up for their program.
Well, and your point, Rich, goes to Greg's question about what's the meaning of it? What's the meaning of an exam or a certificate? And in the beginning, yeah, this could be something that, for example, as Eric just mentioned, if we create a different type of block management, it might qualify you for that.
That's cool.
I don't know why we don't qualify for all block management. That could be one thing, or it could qualify you to get a bonus point.
That's what
It just depends how we want to play that, what we think is a good way. You know, Paul's made the point a lot of times that the right people aren't going to hear it. The people that need to hear it aren't going to hear it. And I think there's a lot of truth to that in many cases. So how do we encourage the participation? First, the message Greg has to be right. It has to cover the right stuff. And then we have to get as many people engaged in it as we can. And however that works best, whether it's incentivized, by bonus point.
A reward or something.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good
But
consideration.
I guess do recreations even want to do that? How do we know? How many did, or is it, how many did the survey?
Here,
Well, no, I mean, just,
how many did the survey here before we asked to do it?
oh, I didn't do it.
That's about how
I didn't even know.
I didn't even know it was there.
I didn't
Well,
know,
see?
I didn't know it was there either.
So
Maybe Greg can answer how many people do it.
I don't know.
How many people do what survey?
that landowner stewardship program, how many have done it?
Jason might have the answer to that. Hot potato.
So prior to the One Montana Master Hunter course, so that'd be 16, Everett, maybe 18. So in 2018, all of their students had to certify through that course. They had to take this hunter land stewardship course. So now we're getting about 80 to 120 a year because of that, because that's all of their students.
Oh, wow.
And prior to that, probably, well, it started off really strong, right? And then it kind of probably petered out over time. Maybe less than 50 a year. I think overall perhaps the course lifespan is maybe like 750.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just asking, is this when you want to go deeper into the stewardship project, or do you want to wait for later further?
Well, we got till whatever we want today.
Well, it seems like we're pretty good at having, there's always two pieces of the conversation. What's in the course and then what we use the course for. So I'm happy to help with anything, but the content of the course is going to be sort of the focus for redoing it here this year. So.
Yeah, and I think if we can get the content up to speed, that's a big step.
Yeah. Well, I think if you make the content more relevant and give people a reward, they take this and they qualify for a different type of block management. You have a lot more people take it.
Yeah.
So there's one.
The hundreds of Montana are no different than landowners of Montana. Everybody needs an incentive to do something. A landowner, he needs an incentive to provide access. For 100, he needs an incentive to behave better in the field. Well, that would go no place. There's nothing done.
So I think, I think from the topics that are covered in the course now, I don't see us shifting those. I don't see a real need to shift those. I do think what Ed, like you're suggesting on really drilling in on what are the key takeaways. I wrote down what are the high value takeaways. I think that's really important. And I think that can be not necessarily changing the content, but emphasizing it in a different way. And then I think, the current course relies very little on video content. And I just think video is an engaging tool. We need to work into this a bit more to be more of the central feature, not an ancillary add-on to the course. So I mean, if there's generally the course topics are there, maybe let unless people want to add something or take away something, let's let me work on that piece. And then also we've been talking with some partners on video content. And I think we might have a good way to work some better video content, more modern video content into this course as well. So let me work on those and have some tangible sort of handouts and examples next time around, so that you can sort of see where we're going. I don't want to spin our wheels on content unless we want to. There's some changes we need to make. What do you think about that?
So Drew's gonna have a comment. One comment I have on content though is the previous course, as everybody here took, didn't mention block management. There was no discussion of block management or Plpw for sure. And I don't see how you can have that not be part of this program.
Yeah.
It's the big access program, and it's the one that we needed to address in the great picture. And it wasn't in there, so that's one.
Okay.
I'll come back with some more later. Drew?
Hey Greg, Drew here. Just a couple of quick comments, because Rich was kind of whispering in my ear over here. Nothing crazy, don't worry. And he just said, what do you think? You hunt more than me. And I'll put my marketing hat on. So one of the things I've done for the last 15 years is work in marketing and selling stuff, and around that you see lots of different types of media, and you see how media evolves. And I think sometimes on a project like this, we can try and cover too many topics and dump it all into one, and then we're trying to cut it and make it trying to cover everything in a certain timeline. And I will tell you from a consumer perspective that people are not afraid to listen or consume long form content. Everett will tell you that. He's doing lots of 2-hour podcasts, whether that's a Joe Rogan podcast or a Meat Eater video or whatever it is. I think we don't have to be afraid to go in depth into singular topics and do multiples of those. And I think we also have to incentivize this, whether it's mandatory to do. No, we don't want to talk about mandatory stuff, but we do have mandatory things that are already sort of precedent for that. Or give them some sort of incentive to do it, whether it's a bonus point or whatever it is, right? So just general broad topics on people consuming content.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree. I think you're right on. I think the key to long content it's got to be good. And so yeah, I think yeah, that's something to chew on. Just think of how we do that, present the content in the right length of time, or in the right format and the length, and
And I realize that's not a 2-month project either. Like, I don't think anybody expects you to churn that out by August 15th.
well, no, it's not, but I do. I mean, this is important. This is part of a package, I think, that's really important to us, and that improving hunter ethics, and this is a cornerstone program that I think we need to breathe some new life into. So yeah, good stuff.
I just want to say, I like the video, using more of that, because I think it puts in, because there was some comments from some different landowners and stuff, but again, let's get a script of what we all kind of, what different groups agree on through this process, and then have someone talk about whether it's the BLM talking about what some of the simple rules are of what BLM access is, or state lands access is, and then what landowners, are concerned about, have someone actually talk about just a few, have it all really kind of scripted out, but just, use that through the process so they can hear real world people through that. I think that would be good.
Things you don't do to piss your landlord off.
Yeah, or be a good steward to those people wanting to hunt on your place, that they're wanting to have a good experience with their kids or themselves. They want to do a good job.
Lots of topics. Have you heard from us enough about the current hot button issues that need to be addressed, Greg? So looking at the old version and today, when you look at the biggest concerns, have we given those enough to you? Have the other groups given enough to you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, what I keep hearing, and and it's a good segue to the short update on the other thing I wanted to visit about, but is hunter behavior is a critical issue, because it impacts access, it impacts access programs, it impacts, the way landowners feel about hunters and relationships, and vice versa. And so, yeah, I mean, I think I've got enough to give to get some tangibles on the table, so that you guys can start saying, no, that's not, we don't want to focus on that. We want to focus on this other thing. I think that's kind of the next step with the stewardship program. But so unless anybody's got questions, I'll just segue into something totally related. The other thing, and we talked with you guys last year about our little marketing project we did on hunter ethics, respect the land, respect landowners, respect wildlife, pass it on. We talked about that at the last meeting, I think, and your input was really helpful on that. We're proceeding again to try to come up with a similar campaign or a campaign with a similar effort. And I've pulled together a small group just to kind of chew on this a little bit. And Hunter's been a part of it. Marcus has been a part of it. Ray Lee Honeycutt over at Stock Growers has been a part of it, along with Pat Doyle, my marketing manager. And we've just been really talking about what would a marketing campaign this year look like. And we're still in sort of the early phases of talking about that, if we're gonna change what we did last year or add to it. We're looking to bring in some more partners as well. But part of that effort is going to be a survey. It's more of like an online focus group. We're not looking to do a broad survey with lots of questions and target lots of people yet. What we're looking to do is get 100 hunters and 100 landowners to answer some broad questions. And I just for your awareness, I wanted to share with you what those questions are. So we're looking at 3 questions. on a scale of 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree, to what extent do you agree, disagree that ethics and behavior of hunters in Montana has been a concern during the past 3 years? Question 2 would be, if you believe the ethics and behavior of hunters has been a concern during the past 3 years in Montana, how would you describe those concerns? So a open-ended question. And the third question would be on a scale from 1, strongly disagree, to 5, strongly agree. To what extent do you agree, disagree that the ethics and behavior of hunters has been leading to decreased hunting access being granted on privately owned lands in Montana during the past 3 years? So kind of broad questions with one open-ended question. And our hope is to do this online focus group at the same time we're working on the messaging to help us inform the messaging maybe a bit, and also maybe inform a more focused and lengthier survey down the road. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Any thoughts?
Other questions you want to propose?
We need to come up with a way to get more people to take this class.
Yep.
It's a lot of money for the number of people we're hitting, so that would be my biggest thought. We certainly wouldn't advertise in a newspaper that they can. So,
yeah. Okay. Crickets.
Well, so yeah, so that the survey, so you know, some of you might get the survey questions, but the next step for the group is we're going to look at some kind of broad kind of you know, like deliverables from an ad standpoint, and then kind of see where we're at, and then what we'd like to do is bring in some more partners to the conversation, and in the outcome is having some sort of hunter ethics campaign this year that our partners can get behind, put their name on, and we can get a little more traction and spread the word a bit than we did last year, which, you know, was kind of a smaller effort. So.
Greg, who are you reaching out to for partners?
It's been part of the conversation that it's kind of on the agenda for the next bit, but I've talked with the Elk Foundation. We've got Pheasants Forever, Montana Wildlife Federation, stock growers. And so we'll be working up a list on that at our next meeting or two, to bring in more folks to the discussion. The idea of starting small was to get some tangibles that we could put in front of people, rather than just some brainstorming sessions with a large group. And I think if we get some tangibles, then we can have a more sort of meaningful discussion on how we implement the marketing effort and what the partners can do to help. Do you have suggestions on partners who'd want to be at the table?
I'm not sure. Yeah, outdoor stations, some of the outdoor programs.
Yeah.
At the end, yeah, was one of my thoughts.
So besides the typical media campaigns that are used, are you looking heavily at like a social media launch once you're there, with a teaser to go in?
Yeah, so I think so. I think we got to. Last year we did quite a bit of digital marketing with that. We call it the Respect campaign, but you know, we were just really tipping our toe in the water. So I think if we can do it across the platforms, we've still got some billboard space that we're going to look to use. We'd like to get some video pieces, some radio spots. We've had some pretty good effectiveness, I think, this year with some radio spots that we've produced. And then, just partners helping with it. So if it's a campaign that we can get partners behind and then they promote it too, it doesn't have to be, in fact, probably doesn't need to be an FWP campaign. It can be, a more broad sort of, the community of hunters in Montana sort of campaign.
Very good.
One thing we've talked about, and we've had some good discussions on, and I'll tie it back to the landowner stewardship project, is the value and importance of hunters policing themselves. And I use the slogan, if you see something, say something, and it's not the nicest or maybe the smoothest way to say it, but the idea that that's part of something I'd like to integrate in our discussions in the marketing campaign, but also in the landowner stewardship project, that ethical hunters have a responsibility to sort of to be the advocates for the landowners on the land when they see something going wrong. And I think there's a way to talk about that really puts value into this program for the ethical hunters and for this messaging for the ethical hunters. Because I feel like a lot of times the good guys out there see messages that say, be a good guy. And they say, I'm already a good guy. I got this covered. And really, it's going to be really hard to get to those bad actors in a way that's going to get them converted to believers in this. But if we can get enough of the good actors, realizing that, hey, I need to be on the lookout a little more for this bad behavior, that might be a way to also build some more trust with landowners too. So I'd like to, that's going to be part of what we talk about with the marketing campaign. And also I think a piece that I want to get integrated into the stewardship program.
Mr. Chair, I'll agree with that, and the fact that I think you could take it a step further, and the ethical hunters advocating for the wildlife. Maybe not only the landowner, but by paying attention to bad behavior, they aren't squealing on somebody by turning them in. They're advocating for the wildlife.
Right.
So the message we need to get out.
I think anybody who ever has a game violation has to take it. Maybe another $150 paid to the county attorney.
Well, and the other piece we've talked a little bit about is the idea of protecting access. So being proactive on policing hunter behavior is a way to protect access, and maybe that's a way to talk about it too. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, please don't hesitate to reach out to me if you guys have other ideas or questions. Email's a great way, glemon, GLEMON @mt.gov, or call me at the office 444-4038. Happy to visit about this anytime.
All right, thanks, Greg. And Marcus and Hunter are going to get on here for a bit. So I don't know if you want to hang on with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
So I think first up, we'll start with Marcus. Okay, great.
Hi, everyone. As Chairman said, my name is Marcus Strange, and just wanted to first say thank you for having me. This is a really important group, and I appreciate everybody taking the time. I know you're all volunteers. I've sat in similar boards where I volunteered my time, and the free food doesn't quite cover it, but it goes a little way. So Just for some background on me, so in my full-time job, I'm the director of state policy and government relations with Montana Wildlife Federation. For some further clarification, I'm here today representing the Montana Citizens Elk Management Coalition. So, MWF is part of that coalition, but just for clarity, I'm representing them, and I'll try to differentiate between when I'm speaking on behalf of the coalition and when I'm speaking as a full-time employee in my job. So a little bit of double duty there.
Clarification on who the coalition is.
Yeah, I'm gonna dive into that for sure. Yeah. So thanks to that prompt, I'll give you a little background on who the coalition is. So late 2021, early 2022, some of the rod and gun clubs, conservation clubs across the state kind of took stock of where we're at, and we realized that we were fundamentally misunderstanding our friends and neighbors, landowners, ag producers, land managers. And so we started asking some hard questions of ourselves, and we decided to put together a citizens group to try to identify where those misses were and where we could improve on the relationships that we had. We value our friends and neighbors and the work that they do, the access they provide, the habitat they provide. And so the groups that came together, I'll just list these off real quick, are the Anaconda Sportsman, Montana Artemis, Bridger Bowman, Montana BHA, Bear Paw Bowman, Flathead Wildlife, Gallatin Wildlife, Hellgate Hunters and Anglers, Keep It Public, MWF, Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association. In addition to those groups, we have several individual landowners who run cattle, grow crops, who are part of that as well. In deference to them, I won't share who that is to this group at their request, but they are actively engaged and providing a lot of really good feedback. So for a little additional information, the goals of the group are to improve outcomes for wildlife, landowners, and hunters, help restore the bond between hunters and landowners, which is great that we're having this discussion because that's one of our goals. Decrease problematic concentration of elk on private land, better distribute those elk across the shared landscape of Montana, improve access programs relative to wildlife management outcomes, increase harvest rates on public lands to more effectively manage elk. So obviously that's a lot there. I'm not going to cover all of that today because we could be here for a week talking about how we're doing that. What I'll hone in on specifically is what the group is doing to improve those relationships and improve hunter ethics and behavior, because there are some key things that we're doing. And some of the things it sounds like are things that you all are interested in. So there's some good synergy here. Part of what got us together was the realization that we are missing each other. We're missing each other in these conversations. Every landowner has a bad experience with a hunter, and every hunter says, well, I'm not causing the problem. So clearly there's a miss there, and we wanted to understand what that was. So we've been having meetings in local communities with landowners. We've been talking with landowners and outfitters in the Crazies, around Spotted Dog in the Malta Country and the Clark Fork Valley. We're currently working on getting some meetings set up with ag groups out east to try to better understand the nuances and differences there, because clearly, as you all know, Eastern Montana is not Western Montana. And so we want to understand that perspective as well. One of the interesting things that I thought I would highlight is Spotted Dog obviously is a crown jewel of the state. It's a great opportunity for both landowners and hunters to take advantage of that area. And so we're working on some conversations there. We're having some good back and forth. And we are going to be doing some site visits. So we're going to get on the landscape, we're going to walk around, we're going to see from our perspective as public land users and their perspective as ag producers, what the challenges are, both in terms of hunter behavior, because I can tell you as someone that hunts Spotted Dog, it's pretty wild. It's truly the Wild West.
And just a footnote, Spotted Dog is a wildlife management area over near Avon, Montana, between Helena and Garrison. And 10 years old, 12 years old, previously a ranch, and acquired, and in the beginning created a lot of difficulties amongst the neighbors, all the neighbors. And so that's a great project, well used by hunters, well appreciated in the area.
Yeah, it's a very, very unique opportunity that not a lot of other states have, this kind of area. It's a shared landscape, obviously, and so we want to kind of use that as an opportunity to understand, again, I keep saying this, but where the misses are. Because I think when we sit down with each other, we agree on 80% of the same stuff. And so a lot of that is just trying to see it through each other's eyes. And I apologize, I realize we're short on time and I'm keeping you from dinner, so.
No, you're not, you're fine.
So I may, if I gloss over something that you want to drill down on, feel free to circle back with me. I'm happy to do that. So our group, we're doing all these things. Another thing that we're doing is we're aware that hunter ethics, hunter efficacy in terms of being effective hunters is a challenge. And so several of our groups are doing things like the Valley County Fish and Wildlife Association has a hunter enhancement education weekend that they put on every year. It's very similar to the One Montana Master Hunter program, but it's a little more accessible. It's not big of a commitment. They do go out and they do shooting instruction with certified rifle instructors. They meet with landowners and talk about landowner relationships and how landowners expect hunters to behave on their own property. It's a very cool program, and it's a really interesting test case and hopefully pilot program that other rod and gun clubs will take up and start to implement similar programs. In terms of that, I just wanted to highlight a couple other things. Myself and several other members of the Montana Citizens Elk Coalition are part of the Master Hunter Steering Program, so we're trying to positively impact hunter behavior through that. The Montana Wildlife Federation Board is having a robust discussion about how do we improve hunter behavior. It's something that we're aware of, and my organization specifically is having an ongoing discussion about that. We don't have any answers yet, which I'm sure is disappointing to you all. I'm sure you'd like me to have the answers here for you, but I don't. But we're trying to get closer to those. So as I said, a lot of these groups are hosting hunter education programs prior to the season. So they haven't done it for the last couple of years because of COVID, but the Helena Hunters and Anglers out of Helena, as the name implies, would host a 4-week hunter education program where they would talk about how you identify boundary lines, what is and what is not acceptable hunter behavior. I know Flathead Wildlife does something similar. There's a lot of these groups that do these programs, and so that's an opportunity for a partnership with some of these local organizations to, I guess, amplify the message that as hunters we need to do better. And then as Greg mentioned, myself and Hunter and Rayleigh are helping on this outreach pilot program that he's doing. So excited to be contributing there. One thing I wanted to touch on as I kind of come to the end of my little spiel here was the Montana Citizens Elk Coalition is really looking at block management. How do we improve that? It seems like there's a lot of conflict there. And there's kind of tends to concentrate the bad behavior because it's such a low barrier to entry. With especially type 1, I don't have to walk up to Rich and say, hey, can I hunt your place? I can just go hunt it, and it kind of dehumanizes the landowner. So we're really looking at how do we improve block management. And so a couple of things that we're proposing, and these are things that we're working on, or we're having discussions, we're talking with folks about how do we do this. But for type 2, one thing we're looking at and thinking about is implementing a digital draw system that would better track which hunters are participating. I heard you all talk about something similar. We think that if you did that, there would be accountability because there would be names to it. It would also help alleviate the, as Eric pointed out, the 10 o'clock calls on during the worst time of the year. So we think that would be a great idea, and we're trying to figure out a way, proposal for how the department could go about doing that. For type 1, we're looking at advocating for improved monitoring during the season relative to hunter behavior, harvest reports, and landowner sentiment. So we get real-time data rather than an end-of-year survey. We feel like if we're getting up-to-date real-time feedback, then we can fix problems before they become exacerbated over time. And then type 3, we're proposing a type 3 community model, which is very similar to some of the things that you all were talking about. So I took notes of who was proposing different things. I'm going to follow up with you. But essentially, it's a holistic based herd management as opposed to 100 days. So it would require community buy-in. People in it would get the highest payout possible from the department. And there'd be opportunities to take advantage of things like WIP or Habitat Montana dollars as well. It would cut down on kind of the term that one of our members threw out was the Oklahoma land rush, which I'm too young to understand what that is, but apparently it's bad. So
Lee was there.
Lee was there.
So yeah, so we're gonna try to cut down on that thing because I know I've been out on blocks management when I've heard over 100 gunshots in a morning. So I get it, and we want to fix that. So it would require hunters and landowners to work together, which I think is a really important component to that. And additionally, we're looking at, would there be some kind of requirement for this type 3 for hunters to have taken some kind of additional training, such as the hunter enhancement program. So I recognize I've kind of been all over the place with this, but I just wanted to highlight some of the things that the group is working on. I will add that the reason that we formed the group and the reason that we're doing it as a citizens group and not involving the department as much as we love our friends at the department is we want this to be community driven and locally advocated for. And then we're going to bring what we put together to the department. This is a great opportunity. We're coming up on a new EMP. We've got the 2023 legislature coming up. There's a lot of opportunities. And, we heard loud and clear statements from legislators that, hunters only complain, they don't bring solutions. We heard them say that hunters don't get it. And so we took that to heart. And, this group specifically, the groups that I listed, we're making a good faith effort to come to the table and try to understand the fundamental misses that we had. So those are some of the things that my group is working on to improve hunter behavior. And there's other things we're working on. They're a little more wonky in policy and not specifically driven at that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'll be around the rest of today and tomorrow as well.
I have a question for you, Marcus. At the beginning, you said we a lot, and you said something, correct me, whatever it was, about protecting the names of landowners,
Yeah.
people who were involved. Is there a reason why you guys have not said it's part of the coalition?
Yeah, so those clubs that I mentioned are the nonprofits involved.
Right.
We're talking with a lot of folks who we want to protect their their privacy, and this is just one of those things where they've asked at this point we not broadcast them out to all of Montana that they're involved. So at some point, we hope to be able to do that. We're putting on a symposium later this fall, and they'll be present at that. So their names will be out there eventually, but at this point, I'm just trying to respect their privacy, and they're busy. They don't want people calling them all the time. I get a lot of phone calls about this. And so, yeah, eventually I'm sure they'll be a little more front and center, but at this point.
And then you had other individuals other than those landowners that are involved?
Yeah. So we've got people like Andrew McKean, Kathy Hadley, Craig Jordanis, who aren't representing a specific organization, but are interested parties and participating.
Is there a list of those people?
I can get you that list. I don't have it. Yeah.
So I only asked because when Ben sent me all this stuff, I mean, there's information in it, which is good, but I mean, I didn't even know that you were the spokesperson, I guess, representing for the moment.
Because I'm not. I just was the guy that was available today.
But it's really hard to work with somebody when you don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And so that was my comment to Ben, and my comment to you, because I think there were a lot of good ideas that warrant discussion. Don't know.
Yeah.
Who to talk to.
So if you go to the website montanaelk.org, that's our website. Contact information is on there now. All the clubs are listed. You can go reach out to them.
Who does that contact go to?
It goes to the group's email, and then it just, I am the proprietor right now. Hopefully will not be forever. We're going to have somebody else managing that. But I just farm it out to whoever needs to go to. Cool. Yeah.
And then can I follow up symposium in the fall?
Yeah.
You have details on that?
We're still working on the agenda. We've got a location. It's going to be at the Rialto on August 13th. It's going to be, I know. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? The free day that we could find. Yeah.
Awesome.
So good. But yeah, it's gonna be great. We've got, people starting to, we've sent out invitations for people to be speakers at it. I don't have confirmations yet, but, we'll be putting on an agenda soon.
I'll sponsor the bird.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my drink of choice.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, Marcus,
So only to bring it up just because you're on the code, there's lots going on. There's the EPOM lawsuit. You're a citizens group, but it's focused around elk. I mean, I think that's right. That's who you're representing? And so I just, you probably saw at the Montana Standard today had a piece by Representative Marilyn Marler on the whole elk situation. So not to get into all of that, but I guess how are you working with representatives, the elk? I know you're working with Rayleigh Honeycutt. It sounds like, am I getting that right? Are you
Just through the department.
okay? Just through the department. Okay. I'm just wondering instead of having a whole bunch of different groups kind of all trying to work towards the same, hopefully end goal, which I think that's what we're all trying to do. How are you, I guess intertwined with those, and how much transparency are you showing with those different groups that are all, we now have an elk management group, right? I mean, that there's members of, from different groups on that. So how are you all working together, I guess?
Yeah, and that goes back to those kitchen table conversations, right? We are part of this is trying to depoliticize a lot of this stuff and get back to, neighbor to neighbor work. Yeah, so right now it's just at the local level with organizations, producers, managers, that kind of stuff. As we move closer, obviously we're going to need to involve decision makers, but as of right now, we're trying to keep it, locally focused. So, I'm sure you'll be getting a phone call from me at some point.
Marcus, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely.
Boy, I liked what you had to say. A lot of the stuff on our radar too. But I got a little bit of concerns on some of the stuff. I mean, when you guys came out with Bulls for Billionaires and constantly been attacking the Welches, it doesn't seem like that's going to help relationships at all to me. And, the Welches in the 454 program, that several hundred people are going.
Sure.
Program. So how do you say you're going to want to build these relationships with landowners when all I see is constant attacks from some of your members and even on your website and stuff?
Yeah, and I think there's two things there. One, I can't control what individual people do. And so, we always have, people getting angry on Facebook or on Talk and, shooting their mouths off online. And that's the way it's going to be. The other part to that is I'm less concerned about out-of-state billionaires. I'm more concerned about legacy producers here in the state. And so the folks that we're working with are, my next door neighbors who are producers. I've got friends in the Helena Valley who are producers. Those are the folks I want to work with. If there's out-of-state folks who don't want to be good neighbors and they want to continue to cause problems, then, that's hard to work with. But I want to work with the people in Montana who actually care about getting to solutions. And by and large, that's most of the people in this room, right? Like these are all legacy farmers and ranchers that want to find solutions. So I'm not too worried about the Wilkes. They'll be fine, but we'll find solutions.
But see, they're trying to be good neighbors. I mean, there was more elk killed on their ranch this year than last year than any other ranch. And so they're trying to work with you. But I mean, the attacks that are coming from not only your members, but from you guys, even on your website, billionaire, Bulls for Billionaires. I would say there was maybe one or two ranchers that are billionaires. I actually involved there, maybe you're
We sell.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of small landowners that are involved in this program, and they're not billionaires. And so I think these attacks, I get kind of tired of the attacks. And so, when you guys want to build relationships, I think you need to build them with the ones. What the heck? They're not bad people. And they are trying to be good neighbors. And then the other thing is I signed up on your website. I got one email on since.
Yeah, that's good feedback. We're working to fix that. Like I said, I'm juggling a lot of things, and right now I'm the guy who's, I'm the tech savvy guy, which is really scary if I'm the tech savvy guy in the group. But we're trying to find someone that can get that up and going, so it's a little more up to speed. So just stick with us. We'll get up there. But yeah, that's good feedback, Paul. We need to get more emails out to you guys.
And one last thing, if you don't mind, On, when you're kind of a, pretty much a like-minded group of people. Most of those are, Wildlife Federation affiliates in that country, pretty much like. But if you try to bring in other groups like SFW or SCI or any of those groups,
Yeah.
I've talked to them and stock growers, farm growers, it sounds like you're trying to reach out.
Yeah, we are. So we are actively reaching out to stock grower organizations. We're actively reaching out to other, as you said, maybe like groups that we don't necessarily see eye to eye on all the time. So SCI is one group that would be really good for us to reach out to.
Well, I think some of your goals, if we can obtain them, they'd be good to start working together.
Yeah. Agreed.
You should volunteer to be on there as a MOGA representative.
I already did. I tried signing up.
My
name would
I'm making it a
I'll volunteer. All in favor?
I already did.
Yeah, here's one thing I want to make distinctly clear. None of us are here speaking on Moga's behalf. It's all for our individual. It's nothing to do with trade organization.
Did you ask Sportsman for Wildlife to join?
Not yet.
Did you plan to?
Gonna sit down with him. I know Jeff pretty well. I need to sit down and have a conversation with him, see where he's at, but I haven't done it yet.
What about the Elk Foundation at all?
We've been in talks with the Elk Foundation. I'm not sure what they're gonna do yet, but we've been talking to them.
Other comments, questions?
I'll be around all day tomorrow too, so.
I'd like to make one final comment with Marcus. I've known him for a while, and to Paul's questioning, I think the fact that this particular group of groups has come together to provide a focused voice is pretty huge. And I think this is what we asked for at the beginning of this council a few months ago. And I'm not going to sing Kumbaya, but I'll have a drink to toast the beginning of it. And I think it's a huge step. I mean, there's a lot of hearing that's gone on here, a lot of listening. And, you gotta take the hand when it's offered. And I really think that's a big thing right now. Marcus and I have talked about things over the past with some of these, when he said depoliticization, Eric said, good luck. And that's a truth and a reality that always happens in these things. So if it can happen, that's pretty monumental. So I appreciate you coming and sitting with us and presenting.
I'll just say, sorry, real quick. I'll just say real quick, I'm not good at a lot of things, but one of the things that I feel like I'm pretty good at is trying to listen to everybody's side. So just know that if you have feedback, I appreciate the feedback, Paul. Feel free to give me a call, shoot me an email, and we want to get this right. And, this isn't about us versus them, you versus me. This is about how do we as Montanans fix the problems that have been plaguing us for so long. And I mean, that's easy for me to say as a young guy, but I hear the stories and it's not the Montana I want to leave behind. So we're going to find a way to do that. Sorry.
Just one, because you made me think about it, is that I do think when we go through all this stuff, because I've mentioned it to Rayleigh and MSG, is that the biology can kind of aspect of this, when we talk about ranchers and hunters and sportsmen having all these viewpoints, I do think it's important that we include the science behind it too. I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I think there's a lot of FWP just came out of the study about where elk go with all the pressure. I mean, I think there's a lot to that too, but there's also the aspect of what habitats, say elk, have effect on mule deer or antelope or other species. So, I mean, I think as we go through to trying these, I just want to throw this out really quick, that biology or science should be a part of all of our discussions in this too, because they're an animal that we need to understand habitat, where they eat, where they go, where they breed, where they calve, et cetera, where we harvest them, and how that all is affecting all of our ecosystems around too. So just
we all have comments, but sometimes we get emotional about what our feelings are, not really thinking about the science behind it.
Great point.
You should have us back to talk about advocacy and policy. We could dive into that a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Really
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Hunter, I'm not on the agenda. I wasn't really expecting to say much unless you want me to elaborate on it. Yeah, we do. Okay. I mean, that, I think, all right, I'll be quick. It's kind of interesting because the reason Hunter came into the purview of this council was his contact with the department about his interest in helping to promote the message of good ethic and hunter behavior from the Pheasants Forever perspective, having done the landowner stewardship program. And that's, that's where we are at this point. So I appreciate that you're here to catch up on that.
Yeah. So I'm Hunter Van Donsel. I'm the state coordinator for Pheasants Forever in Montana and Wyoming. I supervise 14 biologists across Montana and 1 in Wyoming. Really diverse group of folks. So most of our individuals work in NRCS offices, working directly with private landowners to do habitat conservation projects. We have 2 biologists working with locally led landowner conservation organizations, the Rancher Stewardship Alliance, and the ACES. We have a couple folks that farm on the ground, 1 in Billings here and across the state. And then we have 2 access and survey focused individuals, and they are in BLM offices, as Adam and others mentioned today, delivering any types of access. And so really, in the last couple of years, access officially came under our mission statement for Pheasants Forever. And really, we're the habitat organization, right? We do habitat. And so we do habitat for pheasants, quail, and other wildlife. And with access, I'm really throwing in humans. And so habitat for humans is really what I'm thinking, access. And so with those creation, we started really diving into access and just stumbled upon the Hunter Landowner Stewardship course, took the course, we loved it. I mean, all of our staff, we all took it, we loved it, and we're just like, how do we help? And so that was the first thought, to just approach the department on how do we, I'd never heard about it until we started digging into it. So how do we just help tell the story of what this is and really get it out there? And so it's been really cool to come here and learn a lot more about all this discussion. So I really appreciate all the work that you all do and all the work the department does for access. And I guess we're just willing to help try to get folks to take this course. How can we use our role as a partner to really broadcast those messages and really be an added value to the department for a cause for good. And so with this hunter ethics campaign and the landowner stewardship course, we're thinking about, how can we, use Greg's messaging, use whatever tools he can provide and broadcast it on all of our platforms, and really thinking about giveaways, or, can we get gift cards if you take the course, or do a drawing for whoever this, and really try to, incentivize folks to take it. So that's really our involvement with that, and whatever support we can provide to do good things. Taking that a step further, Pheasants Forever, I like to get stuff done. That's what I'm really about, is putting something on the ground. So with thinking about landowner relations, we were really like, how do we put it on the ground? And that's where we came up with we're calling it Adopt a Ranch program. Just plagiarize the name from what Arizona is already doing down there. We're going to pilot it in Montana. So next week, what is it, the 26th, 27th? In Colstrip, we're doing our first event. Block management producer there, that the whole place burned up. We're just trying to rally sportsmen and volunteers to do a good faith effort to help rebuild fences as a thank you. Sportsmen have your back. Thank you for the access. And so we're going to try to kind of pair that out with our conservation projects and really just try to do goodwill across the state as a sportsman group. So I think that's all I have. Any questions, anything to further up on?
How many miles of fence?
How many miles?
60 miles, but whatever we get done.
I hate fencing, so.
You're not showing up.
I'll be there. I'm a biologist, so I don't do much real work, but.
Wish you're off.
You know how to play that well. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, that's a great thing to do, is to come back to that and help in that way. It's a pretty significant offer, and a huge problem for them.
Yeah, so we're hopeful to really grow that into a full-blown program in the state, and just really see where it takes us. These folks, Trenton and Tori, that are in the room, are partners, partner biologists with BLM, have really been spearheading that. It's been really them pushing it, not me, so thanks to that. So,
Yeah, that's fantastic.
yes, sir.
I remember a couple meetings ago, Eric, you brought that up. Nobody comes out to Region 6 until November 1st or whatever it was. And, this is a really cool project to see because it gets people hopefully out there. Hopefully you guys can get the word out. My dad farms in Rosebud County. That's the first I've heard of it. So hopefully I can get down there and help out too. But more projects like that where we can connect cooperators, potential cooperators, just neighbors, and do lots of good stuff, I guess. So, tip of the hat to you guys, and hopefully others see that and hop in bed with you for it.
Yeah, we're really just hoping to provide that framework. So, BHA, Montana Wildlife Federation, all the partners, we're out there, we got tons of habitat projects on private lands where we can just rally people to come out and help get it done. So I think it's a good.
And I think a lot of sports people want to do those, they just don't know, and you're being a good conduit for that.
Great. The only problem with being named Hunter in a place where you talk about hunter ethics is I keep turning my head a lot. So I'll send it with that.
Dad jokes for days.
Yeah, there you go. What'd you think of that?
Good.
I think that's fantastic that we get that, and appreciate those focuses. It reminds me on RMEF, every time a banquet is coming up, the local chapter is always talking about a fence pole or whatever, and I think getting that out there and making that connection to get that to happen a little more effectively probably needs to be a better goal for all of us as hunters. All right. I suppose we can't do public comment 10 minutes early.
We sure can.
We can?
You're in the ballpark.
Yeah.
It's not like you're 2 hours ahead. So.
I don't know if anybody wants to wrap with some more of what we've done, or if we'd like to do public comment, wrap up for the day. I think we have that option then. What do you prefer?
I'm a fool.
All right, we'll just do it. So we'll see if there's any public comment here. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, my name is Mike Mershon, from here in town, Billings. I just wanted to thank you guys. I've been sitting back here listening to the discussions, nodding my head on a lot of things that have been brought up. I hope I can just offer a little bit of public sportsman's viewpoint, I guess. Rich, Donna, Eric, all you guys have said things that I'm in full agreement with. I hope that we can, as a community, see through this rhetoric of sportsmen versus landowners. I think that's kind of a divide that's being artificially built. I think that we can try to reach across that and figure out ways to support each other. A lot of this stuff has been talked about today. The specifically the last 2 years, we've seen increased pressure on our public lands. We've seen increased demand for working to gain access on the private. And I think there's appetite out there to keep that going and figure out a way to support our landowners who are going to work with us. who are going to participate in these programs. You know, just some of the things that was talked about today that I agreed with is, you know, these BMA reservation systems. We need to work on a way to reduce the, you know, the workload that we're placing on these landowners who are participating. I feel like that's kind of what we're hearing over and over again, is just the amount of calls that they're receiving, you know, the lack of enforcement, and perhaps working through this or developing some sort of a reservation system that could take out the phone calls in the middle of the night or in the morning or whatever, you know, laying out, making it also easier for hunters to spread out the hunting pressure across these properties. You know, if you can get on and see that, you know, there were 10 guys on the property yesterday, do we really need to put 10 more guys on today? You know, I think that would help the public, certainly help the landowner. Along with that, if we could somehow tie, I believe Rich maybe brought it up, if we could somehow tie, you know, this review system into it to increase accountability for these public guys accessing it. You know, if a landowner could see who's on their property and potentially, yeah, if there's roadies out in the field or gates getting left open, you know, let other people know what's going on. So if that could be tied in, you know, I think the specifics of that would probably need to be, you know, workshopped a little closer, but I think something along that path could help. This the mandatory education class, the hunter landowner stewardship course that we've been talking about, I don't see any reason why that couldn't be tied to, you know, all BMA properties. You know, if you want on a BMA property, we need a certification stating that you've been through this course. I think those of us who have grown up in Montana and the West in general kind of take for granted how to treat neighbors' landscapes. You know, those of us who've been around it our entire lives, it's just what we do. But we have to realize, you know, there's more folks moving to Montana. There's more folks being born in Montana. I mean, it's just increasing. And so we do need to figure out a way to accommodate these new entry folks. And so I mean, with that, I don't want to stand up here and ramble. So I think that's all I had to say, but I just wanted to give my viewpoint. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here today and sharing that with us.
Absolutely, yeah.
Appreciate it. Other public comment here?
Do you have one on Zoom, Mr. Chairman?
Okay,
Jeff Barrett.
Jeff Dara. All right, Jeff.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to just chime in here a little bit. I'm Jeff Dara from Stevensville, Montana. I do represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife as the executive director, and I'm also a retired game warden. When I was a game warden for the department, I worked a lot on hunter behavior and ethics. We brought together a poaching package to the legislature and got it passed. So this is something that's very passionate to me. I do teach. I have taught hunter safety. I have taught in the Master Hunter program, and I have most recently been teaching at the Ravalli Next Level Hunter program here in Ravalli County. So anyway, hunter ethics is very important to me. I don't think you can pass laws to make it so everybody's ethical. You're going to have those 5% of people that are always unethical, no matter what you do. I think it's a good step to look at this testing and what have you, and make it so hunting block management, maybe this is a prerequisite to do that. But after nearly 30 years of being a game warden in the state of Montana, you're not going to get rid of bad behavior, no matter how hard you try. But I would be willing to help anywhere I could on trying to get that behavior under control. And if Marcus wants to contact me regarding the Citizens Elk Coalition, I'd be happy to talk to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
You bet.
Good. Right. Jeff, are you still there?
I'm still here.
You want to borrow one of your old Montana FWP shirts with that patch on it and just hang out in East Montana, roam around?
I have one, but they changed the color of the patch. No,
I don't think if the color of the patch changed or the shape of the bear changed, it's gonna matter.
You know, yeah, it would be, something that hasn't been looked at, but some states have it, but somewhat of a volunteer program during the hunting season. There are a lot of retired game wardens that might even step back into it for a few weeks during the fall. You just can't get enough bodies out there. And yeah, I miss it. I've been retired now for 10 years and I still miss it.
Well, that's great. I know I got to drive over here with Hope and we were talking about camp hosts and trying to find camp hosts and hire volunteer camp hosts for the summer.
Right.
So maybe look for volunteer hosts on the field. Hire volunteers, right? Oh, you're hiring volunteers.
If I could say one last thing, it makes me uneasy sometimes to feel like we have to pressure, landowners to get to elk. And, these people put up with an awful lot year round. And I used to do a lot of things such as barbed wire pickups, and we'd do a lot of fencing, and we had a cowboy rodeo there in Divide at the Smith Ranch. And I did everything I could as a game warden to try to bring sportsmen and landowners together. And I think, some of the stuff that Marcus is talking about is it needs to be a constant effort. It can't just be, things are really bad, we need to look at this. Once you're a game warden and you see some of this stuff, I still like to hunt and fish, but it sickens you. And that type of behavior needs to be corrected.
All right, thanks again.
You bet. Thank you.
So does anybody have any further thoughts?
I'm sorry, and I do have one, Mr. Chair. I thought it was interesting what Jeff just said, and maybe Marcus, it's probably, I'm stating the obvious, but maybe that's the whole concept of some of this, what we actually can accomplish is reward the good landowners, the good hunters, and through however we set up those programs. I mean, just keep that in mind and not be so concerned about land. We talk about behavior, and I think I always kind of get focused on the negative aspect instead of, okay, what about the 95% of the really great hunters, and really hopefully there's that many good landowners out there too, and I know we're doing that through financial things, through PLA or those, but just kind of keeping that in mind, like the Pheasants Forever, like giving out gift card, I don't know, just to get that in there, really reward those who are doing a good job on both sides of that, and maybe that's how we can kind of come together on that and not get, like I do, get wrapped on the X on the negative side.
Another thing that they did, they used to have these block management banquets at the end of the year. I don't know if they're still doing it or not, but that would be a good time for some of these groups to step up and, help out. Are they still doing that, Jason? Yeah. I don't know, okay.
COVID's put a temporary.
I forgot.
But
I forgot all about COVID.
We all want.
Might just go around real quick, Donna. Do you have anything to wrap up with?
No, I have a lot of notes that just keeps ringing the bell over and over. It's just bringing sportsmen and landowners together. We've had a lot of ideas today, a lot of great ideas on how to do that. So I think that helps us move forward in tomorrow as we work on improving the program that we already have.
Drew? Okay. Lee?
No, I was just gonna tell Marcus, if you wanna have a perspective on the Oklahoma land rush, watch the last 20 minutes of a movie called Far and Away. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman.
We're gonna watch tonight. We're gonna see if hooligans can put that on one of the TVs.
You might be able to YouTube some of it, to see. No black and white stuff.
Oh, man. Jeremy?
No.
Good on.
The only thing is, it's, I still don't believe we're gonna change the 5%. But we gotta somehow reward the rest.
Ever?
Is the chairman buying drinks tonight?
I think the administrator is.
Marcus said he was.
You'll be safe.
So you got a second on that with Marcus and you're second.
I'm second.
You're buying the other half. No, Eric?
Nothing from me.
Okay. I'll end with just this. When Derek and I were looking at some Region 4 stuff, he mentioned two bad actors in that in one of the applications, and it caused some negative impact on a neighboring BMA. And when he first said that, I thought my initial reaction was, and it involved e-bikes. I'll just go that far. And I sell e-bikes. And my first reaction was, now how can, if I knew these guys, how could I shame them? And I know we're talking about rewarding, but I mean, I just don't think people think about how they can jeopardize something very, very much bigger than them in that action. So I know we're not going to go with shame, but I also told Hope, my wife won't like this if she watches it. When I was first in Montana, we were here in Billings and my wife was from Red Lodge.
Are you sure you want to go there?
Oh, yeah, she's gonna love it.
All right.
And when I got this bright idea to go to Cooney Reservoir and go ice fishing, and she wasn't even a fisher person. And she says, well, I don't have a license. And I said, no one's gonna be out there during the winter. It's January, it's 10 below or whatever. So when I heard, and I know who the warden was, he's no longer there. When I heard Leon Hurlbert coming on his snowmobile, I considered if I should shove the poles both down the hole. And I decided the poles were worth more money. So her biggest thing wasn't me paying the fine or her embarrassment. Her biggest fear was her mother reading her name in the Carbon County News. Pinched for fishing without a license. So it does have an impact. Anyways, I think we're done.
Got one more thing for the good of the order. Travis, if you do the honors, I want to thank the access staff while they're here. You know, they just do yeoman's work day in and day out, from headquarters to the regions. They tackle a ton of stuff and nobody sees a lot of it happen. And they just make it work and they get stuff done. And they have all these great relationships that make so many things happen that nobody even notices or recognizes. But every once in a while. And so I just want to be sure to give them a huge hats off. Everybody's in front of me. You guys very deeply value the work that you're doing, your dedication. Thank you very, very much. And we have a special recognition amongst us tonight. There's one of us who has been here the longest and is going to be saying goodbye soon. And so Travis.
So we have a retirement coming up. And how many years, Dale?
In the access program, 20 plus, 22.
Okay. End of June. So we have a little something we just wanted to give you. And
I thought you were gonna close the doors.
yeah, we're gonna keep them. And this. And then we all sign it.
Awesome.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being on this council and doing everything that you do. I know it takes a lot of time. Like the chair said, you're getting paid in meals. Just thanks, everyone, and I guess I'm at a loss of words. I wasn't expecting this. So,
Have fun.
thank you.
Congratulations.
We got some real good volunteer opportunities.
Yeah, this year's
You
still
and
out.
Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Hope, for reminding on that with the coordinators. I think as all of us work with them, you get a good impression about the effort that's put forward to make this work well and the consideration that they give to each of these applications. We don't get to see it on block management, but think of that. I mean, it's 10 times bigger or whatever the number is. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chair, that it was kind of let out of the bag earlier this morning, but Trent is my replacement, my successor, I shouldn't say. But he will be starting, so we'll have some overlap. So he'll be not getting just turned to the wolves. So that's a very nice thing that we are able to do with that overlap, because usually it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
In state government, someone is gone for a few months before the next person. So, yeah, we'll be sharing a lot of info. So, got 21 questions.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, so next is hooligans.
6:30 is when they're expecting this. So, yeah.
And do we find that on our Onyx where we're contained
Good
to?
question, good question. So I did, it's about a block and a half or 2 blocks from the hotel.
It's a really short walk.
Yeah.
The address is 109 North Broadway.
Okay.
39.
Thanks, everybody. Next, 6 o'clock.
6:30.
Up here.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They might not want that.